Hey guys, don't mind the two giant red pimples on my face. Um, anyway, welcome to the stream. And this is going to be the last stream in my FNaF marathon. It's not really a part of the marathon. It's mostly just like the aftermath of it. But it will be in the marathon playlist. There's a FNaF marathon playlist, by the way, if you guys didn't know that. But yeah, this will be the last one, the last video in that. Or stream in that, sorry. So. Yeah. This one, basically, we're going to... You did know the playlist? Yeah. So, this one will be basically just a tier list of all the FNaF games now that I've replayed them all. As I've been saying throughout the entire marathon, I didn't replay every game during the marathon, because like I had already played Ruin, FNaF World, Into the Pit, and Secret of the Mimic recently enough for me to remember them. Into the Pit I did play. By now it's been not quite a year, but it's still been a while now. But I felt like it was probably best to just do to just keep it that way, like to just stick with that playthrough, because I did it twice. Because I played it twice, once when it came out and then once a while later, and I feel like it's better to just not do it again, because like what's the point? Because it was recent enough that I remember it. So hold on, when did I do that? Just check in. Also, yesterday's video did actually really well. Like, I kind of expected it to get to this point. I didn't expect it to be in less than 24 hours. So, thank you if you guys watched that. It's doing really well. What am I looking for? Into the Pit. So, live. Wait, no, I gotta put it on the public ones. You know, the only Resident Evil streams, or the only, just in general, the only non-FNaF streams, excuse me, that I left up on my stream page, besides, like, the only ones that are, like, not indie horror. So, like, Hypermania I left, obviously. But yeah, the only streams that are, like, not based on FNaF that I left public were the Resident Evil, like, collaborative streams, like the ones that I did with Evan, like the RE5 DLC one that we did at the end of December. That one's still up. And then stuff like Gamescom and stuff like that, I left that stuff up because, like, it's just an event, and I'll probably still do streams reacting to stuff like Gamescom or Summer Game Fest, Game Awards, that kind of stuff. State of Plays, but obviously I only stream those if I'm actually available to. Like, I didn't stream, what's it called, the Game Awards. I wanted to, but I wasn't able to, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm still gonna be doing those on this channel, not the other one. So, and then if I need to, like, depending on what it is, then maybe I'll like take clips from that stream and then upload it on the second channel if it's like relevant, you know. What are your thoughts on Into the Pit? I honestly thought it was 10 out of 10. Just curious. I mean, we're doing a tier list right now, and Into the Pit is on the tier list, so we'll talk about that. What about FNaF World Refresh? Ever tried playing it? Can't say I have. No, what's that? I don't remember. I know for a fact you've never mentioned it in chat. So this is a new obsession of you. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, let me check something. So how's everybody doing? Okay. What up? What up? Hello. Evans, hope not to play them again. I mean, kind of, but like, okay, yeah. The thing is, I did this marathon because I wanted to refresh my memory on everything, right? Not only so we can make this tier list, but also, wait, what happened? Oh, the order's gone. But yeah, not only so we can make the tier list, but also because I just wanted to, I wanted to play them again so I could refresh my memory on everything, because I'm gonna do that series that I mentioned on just all the FNaF games solved one by one, and I think it's best to refresh my memory before doing that. The reason I didn't replay those games specifically is just because I didn't see a reason to, because they're still kind of fresh in my mind, especially Secret of the Mimic, and Ruin and Secret of the Mimic kind of go hand in hand, and so it's kind of hard to forget about one of them. Into the Pit is the easiest to forget about, just because it's kind of disconnected. Even if you think it is in the game timeline, like, it is very disconnected, so it doesn't like affect too much. And I feel like I don't know if I'll do if I'll include that in the series of theories. I mean, I'm not doing one video for every game. I'm doing one video for like a few games. Like, I'm doing the first 4 games, FNaF World and Silver Rise, in one video, right? Which I also did like 3 years ago, I think. So it's gonna be like similar to that video, but with a fresh coat of paint. I've started working on that a little bit. Like, I've done some notes and stuff for that one. But Freddy in Space S tier. I think Freddy in Space 1 is awesome. Freddy in Space 2 was okay. Freddy in Space 3, I haven't played since this FNaF movie came out. I'm not including FNaF or Freddy in Space 2 or 3 or what's it called? Fury's Rage. I'm not including those. But Fury's Rage I really do like. So if you care about my opinion on Fury's Rage, that game's fun. It's dumb but fun. Random question: have you ever thought of making your own FNaF fan game? No, I'm not. See, I like writing, but I don't at all like computer stuff. Like, my brother's very good with computers, but I've never really been. If I need help with something, I'll try to figure it out, and sometimes I'll make it worse. Sometimes I'll fix it. But if I can't fix it, then I need my brother's help. Now, in terms of like coding and stuff, I've never tried to do that, so I've never really wanted to. And I've never wanted to, so I've never tried. It kind of goes hand in hand. But yeah, I've never really liked the idea of making my own game. I like the idea of writing a game that somebody else can develop. That would be fun. But actually making my own game, no. Especially not a FNaF fan game. One of my old friends, his name is GlitchBear87. I remember, I don't know if you guys know who the Meme Scheme is, but he's this YouTuber that I used to watch when I was younger. When I was probably in like the first 1 or 2 years of my channel. And through him, I met GlitchBear. And GlitchBear said that he was making his own FNaF fan game. And over time, that fan game developed so much. And eventually it became kind of similar to Animator's Hell. I don't know if you guys have ever tried playing that, or if you know what it is. But that game, it was called Corrupted Purgatory. I don't know if the full version is out. I know he released a demo. I don't know if he ever released a full version. Now that I'm switching over to having 2 channels, I'm intending to do more FNaF streams on this channel and then non-FNaF streams on that one. So there's a strong possibility that I'll actually play his game eventually, like on this channel for a stream. But I think when he was making that game, there was so much to it that like he got voice actors and stuff, ideas for designs of characters, long before even starting development, and eventually he got a bunch of people to that he kind of got the attention of a lot of people that ended up actually making the game with him. Yeah, he was a really cool dude. I really haven't talked to him in a long time, but he was a cool dude. I liked him. He's been in a few of my older videos. But yeah, it's really been a long time since I've talked to him, but I hope he's doing well. I don't know if he's still making games at all, or if he stopped making that one and then and he's moved on with his life. I don't know. But I remember that game actually looking really well, or looking really good. So I don't know if it did well, but I think I might actually play it on my channel at one point. But yeah, I just remember I came up with a character for his game too, and like voices and stuff. But I don't know if he ever actually used them. Just because the game ended up going so far in a different direction, so I just don't know if like it actually ended up being fully made. But like I don't I remember he posted a demo. I don't know if he posted the full game, but the biggest thing that I know is how much of a creative overhaul there was. Like, it was kind of like an Ultimate Custom Night style game, so it wasn't really like a story game, right? At least to my knowledge. I didn't play the demo, so maybe there is lore, but like I said, I might at some point. But just because of all that, like that whole scenario, like when he was making his game, I just the thought never even crossed my mind to make my own, and I think that's really telling to the point that I don't really want to. Like, it would be cool to write for a game, or like especially a game other than a FNaF game. Like, I wouldn't really want to make a FNaF game, or write for a FNaF game, even if I had other people developing it. Like, I feel like I probably wouldn't want to write one. Games in general, though, I feel like would be fun to write. And I have ideas. Like, I think I've said this before, but I like actually like writing stories. I have this zombie storyline that I've started writing. I've written like almost 3 chapters. But for some reason, like I keep like not getting writer's block, but I keep getting distracted by writing theories and stuff. So I don't really work on it very much. But every once in a while, like I have ideas for what to include in the story or whatever. So I end up just returning back to it, writing whatever. But that whole storyline and its sequel storyline and its other sequel storyline, no, not the third one, the first 2. I feel like they could work really well as games. Actually, the second one, before I even started writing the first one, the second one was a random idea that my friends and I came up with when we were going out. I think about a year ago. We went out and we ended up near this lake in like the snowy forest area, and there was this. Actually, I don't want to give the full story of how we came up with it, but we came across something that made us that gave us kind of like an idea, and yeah, we came across something that kind of gave us an idea, so we just kind of acted out the rest of our journey through that forest as if we were characters in a video game, and it ended up being like an interesting storyline that I think could work pretty well. And then when I started writing my the book that I'm writing right now, they kind of tied together pretty well. So I'm not gonna say what the titles are, but I have this is gonna sound ambitious, but I have 5 stories planned. I don't know how long or when I will ever finish them, or if they'll ever even get published. That is something that I would actually like to do. Like, if I could, I would like to be a writer. But even if I can't, just for fun, it's nice to write this stuff. But I have 5 planned. 3 are a continuous story. 2 are kind of spin-offs from the second one, and then they lead into the third one. So there's 1, 2, and then there's 2 spin-offs that tie into the second one, and then they all lead back into the third one. So this all stemmed from somebody asking me, who was it that asked me if I would make my own game? Chill user. 5 stories at Evans. I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where I would probably finish the whole book, and then maybe I'd like upload maybe the first chapter or something on YouTube, like narrating it, and then maybe it could get traction. Probably not, but you never know. And then from there, I'd see if I can get anybody to actually help me get it published, if that's possible. But yeah, that's something I would like to do. But I'm not giving you guys all the stories. I'm not giving you guys the full story for free. Okay. Anyway, what are you guys talking about? I've been talking a while. I got here in the middle of a sentence. Who you're talking about? I was talking about this guy named GlitchBear87, who was an old friend of mine that I haven't talked to in a long time. But I met him when he was coming up with ideas for a FNaF fan game. And since then, at least a demo for the game has come out. I don't know if the full game has come out or not, but I was just talking about him and how that experience of him making a fan game and me being there like the whole time. Like, I didn't contribute that much to the game. Like, I contributed a character and maybe a voice, both of which might not have been used. I have no idea, but that whole experience kind of didn't draw me into the idea of making a fan game either. So that's what we were talking about. You just have to lock in maybe one day. Unrelated to Invincible season trailer. Have you read that far in the comics? I've read all of the comics. I've read the entire comic run. I have Astounding Wolfman. I haven't read it yet, but I will. I don't have Tech Jacket or Invincible Universe or Brit yet, or Capes. I think my brother has Capes. But eventually I will read everything. But yeah, I've read the entire mainline comic run, and it's so peak. It's so good. One of my favorite pieces of fiction that I've ever consumed, whether comic, movie, show, book, whatever the case. Invincible, it's up there. It's one of the best that I've ever read or consumed. I love the show. The Walking Dead is my favorite show, but I think if Invincible remains about this quality for the rest of what I expect to be 4 or 5, maybe 6 seasons, I think it definitely has potential to be my favorite show of all time. Me and for some heat, they're adapting a storyline that ended up having to be cut for the comic series time. Yeah, the Damien Darkblood storyline, right? Actually, one of my first videos that I'm releasing on my second channel, which is the last. Okay, so for my second channel, I'm launching the channel with 4 videos: an introduction video, a re-uploaded Resident Evil video from this channel, a re-uploaded Minecraft video from this channel, and an Invincible Season 4 predictions video. I finished and uploaded 3 of those 4. The Invincible one is all I have left. I've recorded it, I just haven't edited it yet. But I will definitely. I think the new channel will probably start early February, so like maybe in like a week it might already start. But yeah, that's gonna. I really like the ideas that I've talked about, but I definitely have a lot more in store for the future in terms of Invincible videos. Like, not a lot more. I have at least 3 more Invincible videos that I'm gonna do before the end of this year. It might be in the next 3 months. Probably not, but it's possible. But before the end of this year, I'll probably release like 3 more videos on Invincible. Have you watched any anime? I've watched Demon Slayer because my girlfriend wanted me to. I like the story. I don't really like anime style. It's not personally my thing. But yeah, it was alright. Other than that, no. And I don't read manga either. I read comic books, but I don't read manga. Fred, please don't say the words Evan is edging me right now. Please never say that. For the love of God, please never say that. Anyway. I'm not starting the tier list this second, but I want to see... That's not what I want. Is it screen capture? No. Window capture? No. Display capture. There it is. Why is it so high up? Actually, no, that's fine. But you keep ignoring me. I'm persistent. Yeah, well, I'm not telling you. I'm not giving you my whole story. If you're into Star Wars, new mall trailer also dropped, which looks peak. I do like Star Wars, but I haven't watched Clone Wars yet. I really want to get around to it, but I have so many things to watch, dude. Right now, I'm watching Superman and Lois, but I keep getting stuck on watching Moist Critical playing all the Resident Evil games. Like, I can't... I keep gravitating back towards that, so I keep forgetting to watch Superman and Lois. And after Superman and Lois, I want to watch Spider-Man the Animated Series, because I have 4 of the 5 Spider-Man 94 comics, and I want to read those, but I can't read those until after I've watched the show. But yeah, the mall trailer, I didn't watch it, but I saw that it was out. I skimmed through it a little bit just because I wanted to see, like, what, just, like, little tidbits. Like, I hadn't been following it, so I didn't know whether it was going to be animated or live action. It's animated, obviously. But yeah, I just wanted to check on that. But yeah, I haven't gotten around, I haven't watched it yet just because I don't know what happens in Clone Wars and Rebels, so... Hold on. Why? Why? Oh, it's cropped. What happened? I think I messed something up slightly, but it's fine. Oh, I forgot to switch this too. I need to swap that. Oops. Browse. Move this back over. Why is this on the screen? What is it doing? Another little sneak peek into my files. Impulse banner? No. What did I name that? Oh, Impulse 7 stream banner? No. Invincible spotted. Yeah, I think that was because I was editing my introduction video last night, and I talked about Invincible a lot in that, or not a lot, but a few times it came up. But the characters at the bottom go. That's what I'm trying to fix up. There we go. No, not that. What? Where did... What? I'm so confused. What is going on? What is happening? It's funny that your name is Evan and Fred with watches in the chat. Who, Freb? Okay. So why is this? Okay. There we go. I don't know why that was so complicated. Move display capture up. There we go. That was weirdly complicated. Just fixing that. Cool. Okay. So why is this one cropped? Oh, I think I know why. And I can't even fix that now because I'm streaming and I don't want to show off my profile picture. Actually, I can. I can. Should I? Should I show you guys what my profile picture is for my second channel? I can do that. Should I? Should I yet? Or should I wait a little while longer until like the channel comes out? Should I show it? Should I show it? I mean, I can fix the problem without it. I just can't fix what I was trying to do without it. Hi, Sandwich Man. Shouldn't it be surprised? That's what I'm asking. Does it really matter? Because, I mean, it just depends, like, when I'm gonna... Okay. I'll just fix the problem now. I'll duplicate this just in case. It's at the bottom. Okay. Just in case I need to use it later. Oh, I think I know why. It's because it's the same kind of display capture. I think that's why. Can you stay on this one? Hold on. There we go. What? No, back here. There we go. But yeah, I think it was the same display capture. So when I edited one on one scene, it edited it on the other one too. I think that's what it was. But now it should be good once I just edit the filters. Or I could just add a different display capture. So that it doesn't affect it. Okay. Okay, now we'll do that. If I don't put this location in S tier, Sandwich Man is going to crash out and cry. That's unfortunate for Sandwich Man. Remove that from here. Okay. I also have this one. This is for tier list specifically. But I don't think I should use that. I think I should use this. But should I zoom in on this? I think I could just zoom in like with this. Yeah. I think that's probably fine. Wait. Am I able to go up without it being 150? I don't think so. Okay. Well, this should be fine. I may or may not turn this into a video. If I do, should I change it or I don't know. I don't give a shit. We'll see. Okay, you guys are just talking about sister location now. uh, okay. I'm going to start the tier list in just 1 second. Okay. I would say it's not rated separately just because it's not. I mean, it's a DLC, but it's not one of those DLCs that you have to go and download. It's just an update. Excuse me, to the game, and you just have it. Like Curse of Dreadbear and Help Wanted, or sorry, not Help Wanted 2, and Ruin. They are obviously DLCs, but they're also literally things that you have to go out and buy or download separately. Like, it's not just automatically attached to the game, you know? So I feel like Custom Night should still be rated with Sister Location. Okay. We ready for the tier list? Okay, now that I'm about to do the tier list, I'm like, do I have enough things to say about each game to make this worthwhile? I mean, obviously I'm doing more after I finish the tier list, but... If we called, we'd have enough to say. Well, yeah, but I'm kind of just doing a tier... Yeah, we can call. Why not? Hello.
Bro, what is the timing of this? Hold on.
Oh, you're eating ramen? Sorry. He's eating ramen.
Dude, yeah, I am. The timeline of that was impressive because you literally called right as my roommate's alarm went off. So give me 1 second.
Okay, you're good. I'm gonna keep reading chat. Actually, I'm not, because this is stuff I'm gonna talk about during my tier list anyway. I'll just wait a little bit for you to come back. I'm gonna temporarily edit these filters for the display capture as well, just so that I can, just so that it's a slightly better view for you guys. That's too much. I think 60 is good. Then the bottom I'll do is 100 too much. Yes, it is. 50 or 60. That should be good, I think. Now it's slightly uneven with the rest of this. That should be fine.
Okay, hello.
Hello. Trying to edit my display capture and see how much I should do. I
promise I won't rant. When we get to sister location, I promise I won't try and convince you that hard that it's S, but I will slightly if you don't put it there.
Spoilers, I'm not going to put it there, but where's Chica's secret party? Its icon should be between sister location and FNaF 6. True. True. Yo, do you have an image of Chica's secret party that I could add to the tier list?
Yeah, bro. Real game right there.
Yep. Anyway, there's no games that I'm missing, right? I'm gonna share my screen now, but chat, there's no games I'm missing. Like I said, I'm not doing Fury's Rage and the Freddy in Space game, so that doesn't count. Oh, why is it not sharing my screen?
Good question. I can't see it.
Can I share my entire screen? Will that fix it? Yeah, it does. Alright, that works.
There we go. Okay.
That does work, but I do just want to try see if maybe that fixed it on the tier list. Nope, it did not. Okay, yeah, I'll just share my entire screen.
I mean, I don't need to hear your audio, so it's fine.
No, obviously, yeah. I'm just, it's just usually I just share the one tab, but I'm not really going to open anything else, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Where's FNaF Into Madness real?
That's a great question.
That is a great question, Scott. Okay, slight little tangent before we start about five laps at Freddy's. Most people don't really care about it, and I can see why. And I'm one of the people that is like, I feel like there's more to this.
Still, like, hasn't even come out.
Yeah, but the thing is, the demo came out in 2024, and obviously it wasn't finished, but it feels like it wouldn't take 2 years for it to come out from that state. You know, like, I feel like it feels like there's more to it, you know? Unless they just added a lot of content, which maybe they did, but it just, I don't know, it feels like there's more to it. And I remember, you know who Flipside is, YouTuber?
Yeah.
Have you seen his video on 5 Laps of Freddy's or no?
I have not. I remember I don't watch theory videos.
That's fair, yeah.
Sometimes they make me angry.
Why?
Well, it depends on. I feel like here's the thing. Actually, that's not true. I watch theory videos, but only with people on call, so I can rant about what I'm watching.
All right, fair enough. But
Anyway.
basically, his theory was that it would kind of be like FNAF 6 in that it starts off as like you think it's just like a fun little game, and then something shifts, and then it becomes like a fully fledged horror game. And there's a few reasons for that. First of all, there was an old teaser that was posted by ClickTeam. I think it was on Halloween 2023. I think that was just like it was a FNAF building, but like it just was that for like 5 minutes and nothing else.
Yeah.
And then we get the reveal, and then we also get the like the Lolbit teaser, like where he's like like a vendor or whatever at the racetrack or whatever. And that kind of matches the fact that those are both teased like at a similar time, and then one of them was for laps. It's kind of like it seems like there's almost an indication that they might be the same project. And what's more interesting is that
Wait, what's the same project?
The Halloween one, the Halloween teaser, and 5 Laps at Freddy's, because they were both posted. They were both Click Team. They're both FNAF and they're both Click Team. So it would be
the Halloween. The Halloween thing that was posted by Steelwool, right?
No, it was by Click Team. This was in 2023.
Oh, then I don't remember.
Yeah, hold on, I'll send it to you.
I was not very involved in FNAF that year.
Yeah, because Ruin came out and the Mimic was the villain.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I thought we were talking about... Oh, that's 2024. Never mind. No, I was very involved in 2023.
Let me check.
Like, you remember. Although when Help Wanted 2 came out, it turned me off for a little bit. Only because, like, I was like... I didn't have the ability to play the game, which I heard, like, was amazing. So yeah. I just, like, researched the lore, and there was, like, nothing in it.
Well, there was lore in it, but it wasn't like it wasn't as in depth, I would say, as like maybe Help Wanted 1 would have been. But I think it was really fun. A really fun game.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. I think Help Wanted 2 is a great game. I just haven't played it. So like, yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. Anyway, this is the teaser I'm talking about, posted by ClickTeam. So it's like, why is this being posted by ClickTeam, a FNAF thing, and then Laps is also being developed by ClickTeam, and it's also a FNAF thing. So why are they like if they're working on 2 projects, that's interesting, and you could go down that route maybe, but also you could just say they're the same project.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Is my stream not connected? What happened to my stream? Is everything fine? If they're working on... Yeah, okay. It is. For some reason, my, like, on YouTube Studio, it's not working properly. Let me try to refresh. There we go. But yeah, so first of all, there's that. Second of all, the logo for 5 Laps at Freddy's is the exact same like rainbow pattern as the FNAF 6 teaser with the Freddy minigame.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Which means, oh no, we're getting another FNAF 6. Where it's actually Abyss.
I don't think it would be Abyss, but I remember there was more evidence. Let me actually check my Old Man Consequences script, because I talked about it a lot in that video too. There's also the fact that in the description it says something along the lines of like sponsored by Fazbear Entertainment, implying that it's literally a game in universe, which is interesting.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Let me see. Laps. So Friday's was announced.
Blah, 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 blah. Guys. The arcade conspiracy.
Yeah, that's actually I am going to talk about that in a second, but
also, as predicted, your Wizards video did pretty well.
It did do really well. Oh, also, it's Laps is very heavily connected with FNAF World as well. In that, not only does it seem to be a game like FNAF World, even if you don't think FNAF World's a game in universe, it's still a game, like in its own realm at least. So there's that. But there's also the fact that Five Laps at Freddy's has a track called Fazbear Hills, which is referred to in the description as animatronica. And in FNaF World, the first world that you are in is Fazbear Hills, and then Fredbear calls it animatronica.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, there's a few. There's not like a lot of stuff implying that Laps is going to be a bigger game, but the fact that it's taken so long to come out, and the fact that it does seem like really fun, but there's also a lot of like little horrific like twists and turns in it in some of the gameplay. It just seems like maybe there's more to it. I had this. Huh?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I really do wonder if the reason Laps is taking so long is because Scott has been so busy on Abyss. Or sorry, not Abyss, the movies.
Maybe, but also, what I'm wondering is Click Team themselves developing this game, or is Scott developing it with Click Team?
I would assume. Well, I mean, I would assume that Click Team is not making contributions to the FNaF lore without Scott's input.
I mean, obviously Scott would do it, but I mean, just like, is Click Team the like development like studio? I guess it is. I don't really know if it's considered a studio, but like it's an engine, right, that Scott usually uses. But the fact that they're the ones teasing it, it seems like it's like, is it that Scott is working on the game using the Click Team engine, or is like the Click Team company itself working on the game? Either way, I think it's interesting that there are the two different like teasers, and they're both in and like they were both posted around the same time, and like and they're both by Click Team. So it's like, it just seems like they might be more connected, and it seems like maybe there's more to the game than we think.
For sure, might be.
And
absolutely.
In my Old Man Consequences theory, I talked a lot about how I think that FNaF World and Ultimate Custom Night and Five Laps at Freddy's itself actually tie in with the arcade conspiracy from Security Breach. That's a lot of that's a big portion of my videos. I'm not going to go into all of it here, but it would be really interesting. Two ideas would be really interesting. One, it would be an interesting idea. I just think it would be really creative in general. If you know how on in Five Laps at Freddy's there's the title screen where you can click. I think you can click like quit game or exit game or whatever, right? It would be really cool if you play the kart racing, blah 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 blah, all that stuff, and then you click quit game, and then it zooms out of an arcade. I feel like that would be so cool. Like like if you try to close the game, it's just like, okay, that means the person in real life is no longer playing this arcade game. Do you understand what I mean? Like, it's like, it literally zooms out from an arcade when you try to stop playing.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be a really interesting idea. But then there would be people that are like, I was actually trying to stop playing. I thought there was nothing else to this game.
Yeah.
When that game comes out, that's the first thing I'm doing. I'm just trying to exit the game as soon as I can, just to see if it really is.
For sure.
Oh, if that really happens. Probably won't, but we literally see a FNaF World arcade machine in the FNaF 2 movie, so you never could be an in-universe game. Yeah, I personally think it is, but I can see why some people wouldn't think that it is, considering Five Nights at Freddy's is mentioned in it. So, I don't know. It's hard to gauge to what degree it's canon, but it definitely is to some degree, but I wonder if Five Laps at Freddy's will reintroduce a lot of FNaF World lore, because I always question the canonicity of FNaF World for the fact that it's so much harder for a fan to access compared to the rest. Well, it's not hard to access. It's just on Game Jolt, but it's just not on Steam. Oh, mobile fans and console. Yeah, that's true, I guess. But you can honestly run it on pretty much any laptop. Like, you don't really need that big of a laptop to actually run it. It's not that big of a game. It's not small, but it's not big. That's what she said. Anyway, so, where I was going with that, though, the reason I brought this up in the first place was, I feel like it would be really interesting if Laps is connected to the arcade conspiracy. Maybe it actually is Into Madness, because of how Balloon World is Into Madness, and it's part of the arcade conspiracy. And the arcade conspiracy is a collection of arcade machines, and Into Madness is supposed to be a collection of minigames. So I feel like it would be interesting to have Laps be the same game as Into Madness and actually cover the Arcade Conspiracy. I don't know if that will happen, but I think that's a really interesting idea, and I hope that that's where they go. But it could always just be a kart racer. You never know.
All right. Well, that was a long talk on a game that you're not even going to be giving an opinion on.
That's true, but yeah, not even but yeah, just yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can actually start the tier list now. After I yawn. I'm about to yawn, so we're gonna give me a second. Alright, anyway. So here we are on this tier list with every FNaF game, every mainline FNaF game, I would say. If you include FNaF World as mainline. But, yeah, I'm not doing, like, the Fazbear Fanverse games, because those aren't really, like, Scott lore games in any way, so, like, I feel like that doesn't really count. Obviously, they're technically official FNaF games, but I don't really count them for a tier list like this.
Yes.
But yeah, here we are. Obviously, like I said before, I've been doing the whole FNaF marathon recently, and I've played most of these games in the past like month, so maybe or a little longer than that, I think.
You give your opinions, and then I will correct them to be right.
Whatever you say.
Yeah.
So, starting with FNaF 1, I think FNaF 1 is a good game. It's not, now that I've played it enough, it's not that hard. It's pretty easy for the most part. Although, to be fair, I died on night 2, and then I beat 420 first try. So, it's a little inconsistent in that regard. Sometimes you just get really unlucky with how long they're at the doors for, especially in the early nights. But overall, the game is really fun. I'd say it's really charming, especially going back now after like getting all these games. It's a really charming game, and I think that as a final game for Scott, like without the intention of continuing at the time, it does. It is a really good game. I like that there's backstory, but there's not too much of it, you know?
Yeah.
Obviously, now there's a lot more backstory, even just for this game specifically. Like, there's a lot to cover when you're trying to solve that game now. But for the time, it was very not surface level, but it was all pretty self-contained, and it didn't feel like it needed a sequel. Not that I don't think it should have gotten one, but it didn't really need one in order for the story to make sense, I'd say. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with pretty much anything you said. I fully agree about it being really easy now, but I don't think that should be a factor because, like, you know, at the time,
people had no idea how the game mechanics worked. But now now people are a lot more familiar with how the game actually works, like how you don't have to look at Foxy.
Yeah,
like that stuff.
Everybody
really thought you had to look at Foxy, but you don't, right? So that stuff has changed.
Yeah, no, you can you can just
flip up the camera in general, yeah.
Any camera you want. It's just, I mean, I gotta give it, I feel like the fact it's so original, the fact that it was so unique at the time, the fact that, like, it's got all things going for it, I personally would put it in A. Okay. Only because, like, you know, without it, it wouldn't really, like, FNaF wouldn't be FNaF.
Yeah. I mean, obviously. I think the thing is, though, when I do things like this, I don't really I try not to judge the games based on the fact that they were the first. I try to just judge them as games, because I feel like if you judge them based on the fact that they're the first, then FNaF 1 it would be A tier or even S. I personally would put it in B, just because I think that there's other games that are better than it. But that doesn't mean it's bad by any means.
Well, no, I don't. I agree with that. You know, that's fair.
Personally, I don't like take nostalgia into account for this. I take into account how much I enjoy it. Like it's like you can look at a movie like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies, and you'd be like, oh, I love this because of nostalgia. I don't judge them based on nostalgia. I just judge them based on how much I enjoy them. Spider-Man 3 is one of my favorite
Yeah.
movies of all time, but it's not a good movie, you know? But I'm not really... It's not necessarily that I'm nostalgic for it. I think I am a little, to an extent, but that's not why I love it. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah,
FNaF,
for
I don't
sure.
really judge based on the nostalgia. I just judge it based on, like, how good of a game it is. And I think it is pretty good, especially for a final game for Scott. Like, he was going to give up making games after this game, and then it did really well, and he was like, okay, never mind. and I think he does a really good job at just pretty much everything that he's going for in the game, I think, is presented really well.
I agree. I mean, especially if you ever went to Chuck E. Cheese as a kid.
I never did, but
AKA me. I did, so, like, I could totally feel the creepy vibes.
I've never actually been to Chuck E. Cheese at all. For my 10-year anniversary... or sorry, not 10-year anniversary. I only have my channel for 6 years. For my 10,000 subscriber special, I was gonna do... I was gonna go to Chuck E. Cheese, and then I never ended up doing that. I don't really know why. I think it was just because it would take too much effort, but I never ended up doing that.
Yeah, bro, it's almost a dead company completely.
It really is, yeah. And also, the thing is, I don't even know if I'd be able to record in there if I wanted to do like a video on it.
Right. I hope 5 kids don't get murdered there, and then it gets shut down permanently. Yeah.
Let's hope. Anyway, yeah, I think B tier is solid for FNaF for FNaF 1.
Yeah, I can for the most part agree with that. I mean, I on a meta level, I would put it at A.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
FNaF
Are you
2.
ranking these as games or in comparison to the other FNaF games? I'm ranking them kind of both. I mean, I would say, I'm not gonna. Okay, we're not gonna keep it there right now, but what I will say is that FNaF World or FNaF AR is F, right? That's pretty. That's very clear. But the thing is, that's in relation to the other FNaF games now. Like, when it first came out, I'd put FNaF AR up here. I loved FNaF AR when it first came out. Over time, it just got really, really bad. And when you compare it to the other FNaF games, it really, like, it starts off good, but it really diminishes in quality over time. As a game, it's not completely horrible, but it's not great either, even at the beginning. But it was fun, if you ask me.
It's also so unbelievably repetitive. And
yeah.
it's very bad at telling you how to play the game. Like, it's just... I don't like it.
Yeah. Basically, my point is, I am kind of ranking them as games, but also, just, this is a FNaF tier list, not necessarily a games tier list. So, as a game in general, like, if you compare it to every game in the world, like, just... not necessarily how much fun I have playing it, but how good it is, it would probably be, like, down here. But in like, the grand scheme of a FNaF tier list, I think B fits pretty well.
Yeah.
On to FNaF 2 now, though.
Ooh.
You give your thoughts on FNaF 2
Where do you
first.
put this?
You do it first.
Me? I would like it. I mean, here's the thing. I think FNaF 2 was really, really, really good for its time because it's like, oh, this is the sequel to everything. It's like we get like origins to kind of the stuff that we saw in the first game.
Mm-hmm.
And then as time went along, it became possibly the most irrelevant game in the entire series.
It really is.
Which means, like, that's one of the reasons why I personally would put it at C. Because, like, it's fine, but it's just, it's, like, so, like, the one thing that we use for lore now, or, like, really important lore stuff, is give gifts, give life, Foxy go, 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 take cake, and that's basically it.
I wouldn't even say Foxy Go Go Go, because I feel like that's just the missing children incident. It doesn't really go that deep into it, you know?
Well, yeah, but it tells us, you know, where the missing kids died, which is actually pretty relevant.
I mean, kind of, yeah. But I feel like the other two more so.
Other than that, it's like so like just it's so self-contained that it's kind of just like it's like I could replay it just for the sake of it, but like in terms of like replaying it and like understanding it for lore, I think is like really been downgraded. And personally, the gameplay is okay, but it's even worse than FNaF 1 when it comes to like the camera looking because you constantly are just at prize corner.
Yeah, you're always at the puppet, yeah.
And you know, Toy Bonnie would be enough to put it at D, but I'm gonna be gracious and say Toy Bonnie doesn't knock it down an entire tier.
Okay, when I was younger, when I first played FNaF 2, Easily. One of my favorite games.
Obviously, yeah.
One of my favorite FNaF games at the time, right? It was so fun. My top 3 favorite FNaF games have always been these 3. At least when I was younger.
Sure.
As time has gone on, that's changed. I like other games more now, and obviously there's been more games now. Like I've changed opinions on stuff like Sister Location and FNaF 6. I used to like them less. Sister Location I never disliked. I just never loved it. But as time has gone on, I shut up. As time has gone on, I've liked these games like more, and my opinions have changed for sure. FNaF 2, I think I'm not keeping it in B tier necessarily. I might, but I'm not putting it here for that reason. FNaF 2, I think I think the first 6 nights are honestly really fun. Like I think although it's kind of repetitive, I think the mechanics are cool and I enjoy playing it. Now that I've played Golden Freddy mode or just 1020 mode, I haven't even beaten it. But that's precisely why I want to knock it down. It's just the thing is, it's not even that it's too hard for me. It's not that it's too hard. The problem is I die almost every single time I've died in 1020 mode has not been my fault. There's been maybe like 5, maybe 10 times max that it's been my fault. It's almost always Toy Bonnie, another vent animatronic, and Foxy killing me because even though he wasn't even in the hall when I put on the mask, and the puppet. Those 3 are the biggest issue. You can have 2 of those and it'll still cause issues, but it won't be as bad. But all 3 of them at once is really hard. Like, what I mean by that is, you can have Toy Bonnie and Foxy, and that won't cause too many problems. But the puppet causes problems because you have to lift up the camera, and then they keep respawning. You could have Foxy and the puppet, which is not too bad, because you don't have Toy Bonnie. So you don't have to stay in the office for too long, and you can still flash Foxy whenever. And then you can have Toy Bonnie and the puppet, which is still the worst matchup of the 3, but it's still not as bad. Like, it's still unfair at times, but without Foxy, it's slightly less bad because you panic a lot less about having to flash Foxy. So you have 2 of them, and it's not that bad. Like, it's still hard, but it's not that bad. You have all 3 borderline, not even borderline, just straight up unfair. It's not fun to do that.
The reason why Toy Bonnie alone is just like so horrible is because Toy Bonnie, if there's no other character in the other vents, then he has a 50% chance to go every second. Or I think every 0.5
every
seconds
half
or
second,
something
I think,
like that. I think, yeah. But if there's another vent animatronic, he has a 33% chance to go. So sometimes you will literally just wait for like 4 seconds and you're fucked because Toy Bonnie just sits in your vent and says, hey, I'm not going to move. And it's the worst, most annoying thing ever, and it's so easily just screws your runs over just for no reason.
That's happened so many times when the puppet box was already flashing yellow, and then I had to put on the mask for Toy Bonnie, and then he would wait like 5 seconds before going. It's like he's so annoying with that.
Exactly. Like, why? Like, why are you just chilling in my vent? Leave. Like,
yeah, for real. It's so annoying.
Oh, God.
See,
yeah,
I think that overall,
that alone is like, yeah, I mean that alone is like, I think the issue with FNaF 2 is everything regarding the second location or the FNaF 2 location is so like just not applicable anymore. Like it's like so.
I wouldn't say it's not applicable, but I would say that it's unnecessarily convoluted because you have Jeremy be told you're going to be switched to day shift, and then he's welcomed into the Fazbear family, and then we play as somebody else the next night, implying Jeremy was switched to day shift. But then you have stuff like Phone Guy saying like, oh, there's an investigation going on, and then at the end of the game he's like, someone used one of the suits, and then in Save Them we see the body scattered around Freddy. So it's like, how are they not already found? It's really hard to gauge exactly what's going on there. I have a theory that I'm actually working on right now. I just need to edit it now. that kind of explains that stuff, but it's an explanation it's like, it makes sense nowadays, and it doesn't really, you know how Scott said that we solved FNaF 2 back then? It doesn't really contradict that completely. Like, it adds extra things that we wouldn't have solved back then, but it's still, like, it doesn't really contradict what we did solve. So it kind of still works with that statement. But the problem is, it's like, the lore itself is just unnecessarily convoluted and just weird. And like you said, I wouldn't say it's non-applicable, but it's not as applicable as most of the other games. And it is a period in the timeline that doesn't affect too much. Like, if you cut FNaF 2 from the timeline and then just jump from the first Freddy's to FNaF 1, nothing else would really happen, because nothing happens in that time span between between the first Freddy's and FNaF 1. Yeah. Because I believe Molten MCI, and that happens after FNaF 1, right? So nothing really happens.
The massive event of the game, 1020, or sorry, not 1020. The Bite of 87 is now foreshadowed by another bite, which is literally like the exact same thing, but more gruesome. The Bite of 83. Sorry, overshadowed. Did I say?
Yeah, you said foreshadowed.
That's what I said. Right? I am sorry. Anyway,
you're good.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. I just like everything of FNaF 2. I feel like other games did better.
Yeah, I think that the mechanics themselves are fine, but it gets very unfair by the end. Like, I think that what they should do is either have Toy Bonnie pan across your screen immediately, or have him not pan across your screen at all, and then the game would still be hard, but it wouldn't be unfair, you know?
Yeah. literally just have Toy Bonnie.
If he's in your vent and you put on your mask, just make him pan immediately. Don't have it be a chance thing every half second. Just do it immediately. Then it wouldn't be that bad. It would still be hard and kind of unfair sometimes, but not nearly as bad.
Exactly.
Anyway, yeah, FNaF 2,
right.
I'm between B and C.
I'd put it at C, but it's up to you.
It used to be S, but I think I'm going to put it in C. It's like, I love a lot of it, but over time, the lore has gotten worse. The theorizing about it has also gotten worse, because nobody can agree on anything that happens in the game. So it's like, that's not really the game's fault, but it kind of is the game's fault. And it's just like, it's not very fun to theorize about FNaF 2.
I agree.
Yeah. So
also the Wizards. the Wizards make it so frustrating.
The fact that I had to make 2 videos on the Wizards. Speaking of which, any new comments on that video?
Probably. Wait, how many comments are on this video?
79.
It's not that many, honestly.
Weirdly enough, there's only 5 dislikes. I would expect more than that. And also, there's not been very many comments telling me that, like, why I'm wrong, like, arguing against me. There's been a couple, but not nearly as many as I expected.
Yeah, I mean, considering you basically, I agree with most of the entire video. I mean, there's a couple things, but yeah. I mean, we already talked about it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, the Wizards itself is another thing that's like mad confusing about FNaF 2. You have to work into everything.
I think that although I personally don't, I personally do think the Unwithers probably were at the first Freddy's. I think retrofit theory can work. It's just convoluted. But I think to solve the problem, Scott should have just had the Wizards be the classics. Like, he should have just used those models and withered them.
I agree.
I feel like that would have just made everything so much simpler and so much easier to deal with. It's like, why didn't he do that? And the thing is,
and then
FNaF 2,
them in the movie.
FNaF 2 came out 3 months after the first game.
Yep.
I think it was 3 months and 3 days. That is like, dude, that game is very clearly rushed because he didn't mean to make more than one game. He meant to make one game, just FNaF 1.
Yeah.
And then the feedback led to him making FNaF 2. But he probably didn't start FNaF 2 until at least like a week after FNaF 1, after the reception got to him, right? So he had about 3 months to make this game. And he decided, instead of just reusing the classics models, he made brand new ones and dedicated his time to that rather than like fixing up some of the game mechanics or the lore stuff, right? The game is just really rushed, and although I like the game a lot, or I used to at least, I still like it, but not nearly as much. I think that he should have spent more time polishing up the mechanics and the lore, rather than focusing on designing new models for characters that could have just used the FNaF 1 models and had no problems. I think the only reason he didn't want to do that was just because he wanted them to look different so that it was easier to come to the conclusion that this was before FNaF 1, so that they could be redesigned into those models, because it would be hard for the FNaF 1 models to be withered down to these and then repaired back to the FNaF 1 ones, because then if he had them be the classics, then people would just be like, oh yeah, this is after, because it's the same designs withered, right? You know what I mean? Excuse me. So I think that's probably why he did it, just so that he didn't get people thinking that it was a sequel. But like,
that's so
The problem with that is there's so much other stuff that easily indicates that it's a prequel, like Phone Guy being alive and the ending newspaper and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that you watch Markiplier's playthrough, and he's like, why is the guy on the phone still alive?
Yeah, yeah. Why do you sound like the guy that probably died in the last one?
Exactly.
But yeah, I just feel like he should have spent more time focusing on other stuff rather than redesigning characters that didn't have to be redesigned.
I agree.
And it just creates an unnecessary confusion. Anyway, let's move on to FNaF 3.
I put it in A.
I don't know where I'd put it. See,
I love this game.
I like FNaF 3. I think it's good. See, it's not perfect, obviously. I think everyone can agree it's not a perfect game.
That's why I wouldn't put it in an S.
It's definitely not the most fun, but it's kind of like FNaF 2 in that the first 6 nights are not too bad. It can be a little challenging at times, but not too bad. But then Aggressive Nightmares, like, it does ramp up really fast. I know you beat it like first try, but I took many hours to beat it. And I think that it gets to a point where it is almost a little unfair just because of how fast he moves and you don't have enough time to move him back. But usually that's not a problem. Usually it's just like, usually it is a problem, but usually it takes a while for that to become a problem. But the vents are really what mess you up in this game. But it's cool to have vent management, like have that be a mechanic where you have to actually seal them. I think that's a really cool idea. And I think that overall it's a good game. The lore is some of my favorite in the series, at least for the time. Like nowadays, I'd say there's more games that have better lore, maybe not better lore, but better presentation of their lore and better like overall individual story. Like FNaF 3 has a lot of backstory, but the game itself doesn't have a lot of story. But games like FNaF VR have like a lot of story packed into the game itself, right? So FNaF 3 has a lot of backstory, but not a lot of actual story for the main sequence, right? At least not surface level. So I think that the lore itself overall is really well done. It's not too hard to solve either. I would say it's pretty simple, especially nowadays. But I think overall the idea of everything happening with Afton and the missing kids, I think all of that is done really well. I think it is very much it is a very good game when it comes to gameplay and lore. Freb just pointed out the Springtrap jump scare. I agree. I don't think that this game is scary in the slightest. FNaF 2, I don't think it's that scary either, but it's like it's scary at the beginning, but like when you play it more and more, you definitely get dull to it. FNaF 3, you're just not that scared of it in general. Like in general, it's just not that scary of a game.
Yeah,
so.
but the ambiance is
It is a
pretty
really cool
damn
environment.
creepy.
Yeah, I like the environment a lot. It's really cool.
Yeah. Personally, I mean, the reason why I put FNAF 3 so high is not only like at the time it came out, it's like, oh my gosh, this is the boss fight of like the entire series. This is the freaking killer itself. Oh, look at all these like spirits. We're finally setting them to bed. Oh, look, what's this? It's the old FNAF 1 location. Ooh, it's all these mysteries and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
The community went absolutely insane for this game. The and I think that the just everything surrounding it, like Springtrap and the whole gameplay itself and all that and the lore. I think that it was so like a really 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 way to if you wanted to wrap it up there you could have, but I just think that it was such a well-made game.
Yeah.
Even though it's not quite that scary, even though the Springtrap jump scares aren't the best, yeah, it's admittedly a bit too easy in my opinion. Sorry. It's I personally would just put it at A. I love this game.
Okay. Fair
Either
enough.
that or B.
Some people in chat are saying some stuff. FNAF 3's timeline is chopped when it comes to the safe room lore. How? Where? What's wrong with the safe room lore? I see no issues with it. What are you talking about?
No issues.
What are you talking about? If you're gonna say that the safe room is open in FNAF in the FNAF 1 location, that's because Afton opened it.
Or
it's not like it's still open.
Or I have a better alternative. You remember when Phone Guy says we're constructing a false wall?
Yeah.
He says what he means by that is we're actually constructing a false wall because it's not a wall, it's a door.
Well, I think it's just a wall that can be removed. you know how YouTubers have like those walls that you use to like capture sound better, so there's like no echo. I see it kind of like that, where it's like a wall designed like a wall, but you can easily just remove it if you need to. Like I don't think it's hard to unlock the safe room.
Yeah, I like. I mean, it's just like if it's a door, then that's the reason why William can enter it.
I don't think it's just straight up a door, because I think then that kind of defeats the purpose of it being sealed. And him saying a wall, yes, he says a false wall, but I feel like that implies that like it still looks like a wall to outsiders rather than just being a door.
Agreed. It looks the wall. That's why it's a false wall, because it's a door.
Well, yeah, but like I just mean like
that's kind of.
I just think it's still a wall, but you could just remove it. Like I don't think it's hard to get in. I think you're just not supposed to.
Right. Either way, it works.
Yeah. Someone else said, my biggest issue with FNAF 3 story is probably that the secret minigames don't feel like they actually have a meaning when it came out. They feel random for the sake of being weird. I don't see that at all. Like, I think it's very clear that the story is meant to be that the spirits are being set free as their killer is being killed. I think that's very clearly like what Scott's going for, and I don't really see the presentation of that as random. Like, I think it's one of those things where like it's one of those things where I feel like Markiplier didn't fully understand it when he played it, but like if you think about it more, and if you like listen to people theorizing about it, or if you theorize about it yourself, you can definitely come to that conclusion. It's like not too hard to actually find that, to figure out.
I mean, part. When you play those mini games in the context of 1 to 3, like everything surrounding that, it's like, oh my goodness, look at all this imagery, it's come back. It had this specific feeling to it. I can't describe it, but it had this specific, such like self-contained feeling that felt so satisfying as you were going through each of the mini games, and you're just like all these characters and stuff like that, freeing the spirits and like setting it up, and like then they finally have their birthday.
Yeah,
it's just I really really think that it's really really well contained. I think it's really well presented, and just I really like the mini games even at the time of FNAF 3.
Yeah, I can kind of understand saying like the characters themselves in it like are kind of weird. Like it is kind of random in that regard from FNAF 3. But then FNAF 4 kind of like shows how it's like the bite victims' memories and stuff, and I think that's an interesting rep to take. But I can understand seeing it as like why like there wasn't really an explanation at the time. I kind of get that.
Yeah, but I mean, then it's like mystery. It's like, what's
Yeah.
wrong with mystery?
I want to edit my display capture a little bit. Give me
Anyway,
one
I
second.
would put it either at B or A.
Yeah, I would put it at B personally, but I do
Yeah,
think it's
that's
a
fine. I
good
put it
game.
at A.
There's definitely some flaws with it, and I don't think it's perfect at all. But there's a lot to love in the game, and I think I don't think it deserves the hate it gets. I think FNaF 1 I am gonna rank all of these within the tiers, by the way. So FNaF 1 is above FNaF 3. But
Nah,
it's
bro. I personally think three's above one, but that's fine.
I think the story of 3 is above 1, but the gameplay of 1 is probably better to me. I think that 1 or sorry, I think that 3 is really cool conceptually. The gameplay could have been done a little bit better, but it was still done pretty well, I'd say. But I think the FNaF
Sure.
1 gameplay it's pretty simple, and I think it's pretty fun to just play casually.
Right. 4.
Oh, yes.
I honestly have so much cognitive dissonance on this game. It's not even funny.
I okay. Um mm, okay. Okay. See, when I first played this game, I didn't really play it properly. I never really played it properly. I played it once on like my old laptop, muted, and that's the worst way to play the game because sound is really really important. But I remember just playing it muted, and I sucked at it obviously because like that's not how you play the game. But as I got older, as I got older, I barely played it. But for I streamed it a couple years ago for I think the 8-year anniversary. And then I tried again for the 10-year anniversary, and then I both times I rage quit just because I was too scared. For my FNaF marathon, I decided to lock in, and I actually played it all the way through. Well, not all the way through, but I played up to night 6. I think I beat night 6 first try. And overall, the game and the mechanics are pretty good, but I don't think it's that fun. Like
It's
I
not
like
fun.
horror games, and like obviously one of my favorite horror games is Resident Evil, right? Just all of them, all of the Resident Evil games, just the whole series. I love them, right? But the thing is, one of the biggest reasons I love them, and same with like Silent Hill 2 remake, one of the biggest reasons I love them is because they're scary. At least some of them, they're scary, but they're fun to play at the same time. Like they're fun action games or like fun puzzle games, but they're still scary. FNaF 4, I would say, is not boring, but it's not that fun either. It's scary, but it's not that fun. Which kind of like, being scary is good because it's a horror game, but it kind of takes away from my enjoyment if being scared is all I get from it. Like if I don't actually enjoy the actual gameplay itself, then it's not great. I don't dislike FNaF 4 or its gameplay. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's that great either. What I used to say that FNaF 4 was my least favorite game in the series, and then I played it again and I was like, no, I wouldn't say that. But now I'm looking at all the games and like there's not really any that I would put below it besides FNaF AR. So I feel like besides FNaF AR, it is probably my least favorite game, but it's not bad. Like it's just not great either, I would say. And the lore, the lore, the lore. See, everybody talks about how bad the FNaF 4 lore is, like how confusing it is. I think there's definitely some things that are very mysterious. I think the biggest topics of confusion are just who's the Fredbear plushie and who's the bite victim, and besides that, everything else is either self-explanatory or doesn't matter that much to figuring out the lore. Like I think you can definitely figure it
I think
out.
the reason, okay, I will say one of the reasons why I was talking about this with Altera on call last night.
Hmm.
We were saying at the time of FNaF 4 coming out, based off of what we know now, and that was probably part of the original series, like with bite victims
In the box, yeah.
memories and stuff like that, right? How the hell were we supposed to figure this game out?
See, I think connecting it to Happiest Day was definitely what we were meant to do, and I don't think that's hard.
Yeah, I know
Um,
that, but but even then, like,
like, you know, the implications of stuff like that and all that, and like, you know, how we were supposed to understand like dreams like of the protagonist, like how it was like going on. Like no one could figure this out. It was so ambiguous and so interpretable.
Yeah, I would say that the nightmares themselves weren't really a topic of confusion, but everyone got them wrong. Like, I don't think...
True.
Okay, the bite victim, I think, did have the nightmares, but he's not who we play as, right? And I think everybody kind of missed that we play as Mike. Like, there was some people back then that thought so, and then they were, like, immediately shunned. They were like, why would that be the case? No, absolutely not. We obviously play as a crying child. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, that's the correct answer, but it was so, like, nobody believed it back then, right? Even though we could have solved it, we just didn't, right?
Yep.
And I think that the thing about FNaF 4 is the main topic of debate is the crying child, right? And the Fredbear plushie. Those are the two, and the box, like someone said. Those are the things that people are the most confused about, and they're the things that matter the most. But besides that, the story isn't too hard to figure out. It's just like, but like, there's not much of a story to it without knowledge that we get from later on. Like, the nightmares themselves, you could just say that Mike is having a nightmare. You could just say, oh yeah, Mike is the Foxy Bro, he's having nightmares about his brother dying. That's still technically true to this day. And it's not, like, that's not inaccurate. So, like, that part is not too problematic. Even if you only come to that conclusion without, like, the experiment rooms, without the bite victim having the nightmares, without that stuff, you can that doesn't change much, even without those things, right?
Yeah.
What did the crying child see? That's a little bit of a topic of debate, but that's not as important as just, like, who he is. And there's definitely a lot of lore questions and details that are like, how were we supposed to figure this out? Could we figure this out? Have we figured this out now? Even after 10 years,
Yep.
It's hard to distinguish what we have and haven't solved. And I'd say that the game does a decent job of crafting the lore, but putting it into pieces for us to figure out, not as much. That's what I would say. I'd say some of the later games like FNaF World and Sister Location help out a little bit, and it's not nearly as confusing nowadays, but we still don't have a solid explanation of who the bite victim is or who the Fredbear plushie is. A lot of people think it's William, a lot of people think it's the puppet, a lot of people think it's both, like me. As for the bite victim, some people think he's Golden Freddy, some people think some people thought he was the puppet, but he's obviously not.
The bite victim is probably the most headcanoned, mysterious character of the entire series still.
Like, what approach do you take? Like, it's like, do you take Golden Victim, Golden Duo, Shatter Victim, Memory Victim, Follow Victim, Free Victim? There's a lot of different theories for who he is, and it's like, none of them are really solid. And, oh yeah, Mike Victim too. I don't think I mentioned that, but obviously that's not true.
Each framework has him interacting with Mike, but, like, to such different degrees and levels, like, it's just so, like, confusing.
Yeah. Like, I think that, to an extent, Free Victim and Follow Victim are both true at the same time, but they're not the only things that are true, you know? Because Free Victim is, like, the idea that he put the pieces together for Happiest Day, and Follow Victim is that he attaches to Mike.
Remind me what Follow Victim is again?
Follow Victim is just he attaches to Mike and causes the FNaF 4 nightmares.
Gosh, my brain is broken. I know what Follow Victim is. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Are you okay? We're talking about FNaF 4, that's why.
I don't know. How the hell did I forget what... I'm such an idiot. I literally, believed in Follow Victim for a while.
I still do.
Yeah, and that's fair. FNaF 4. I'm not a memory victim.
You broke for a second.
It's one of the reasons why I don't believe in memory victim nor, but I just kind of stopped believing Follow Victim only because I feel like, well, that's kind of like too easy.
Nah, I just think it makes logical sense with what we're presented in a lot of different media. Like in the Phasma Frights, like usually there's some other entity.
How do you believe in Follow Victim and Shatter Victim?
Well, I believe the bite victim is... I think the bite victim is part of the fun times. So
Yeah, I know
like
that.
the remnant in the fun
when
times.
does he follow Mike?
It's
When
not.
does he attach himself
See,
to Mike?
when I say follow victim, the idea that he literally just attaches to him throughout the entire series, I don't believe that. The idea that he attaches to him and gives him the nightmares, that I believe. I think that he's a part of the remnant in the fun times, so when Mike gets injected with the remnant at the end of Sister Location, then the bite victim is now inhabiting his body.
Oh, then yeah, that's what I believe. I thought,
Yeah.
I mean, I do believe in follow victim to an extent.
It just
I
depends
thought
how
follow
you
victim
believe
was
it.
like after. Yeah, I thought follow victim to its logical conclusion is like, oh no, he attaches to him in 1983.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely... I think that's the original intention of the idea, but I think both... I think it can work without that, but the idea of him attaching still works really well.
Yeah, I mean, the one issue I have with follow victim is just considering his pieces are everywhere. I just that's the one thing I struggle with. I will say that maybe a piece of him is in Cassidy, or like Cassidy's has piece of his soul in Golden Freddy, which is the reason why. And if Cassidy's part of the fun times, then then it could just make sense as to why, when Mike has his dreams and like the item he uses, because I think the plushies are very involved. I have a theory regarding that. Then is when he is having the nightmares. Although that's a whole separate topic, and then what we're talking about here.
There's really a lot to tackle with who the bite victim is. There's a lot of different ideas, and the game kind of doesn't give you a solid explanation for any of them.
Yep. Besides
I think
the fact that he's the protagonist's younger brother.
Yeah, pretty much. And even that you don't really get fully from the game. Like, there's a lot of like smaller details that you have to use in order to figure that out. Specifically the phone call, which you don't know until long after playing the game, and then the logbook, which you don't know until actually that book comes out much later down the line, right? So all of those things combine to a game with interesting lore that is really hard to solve, that we probably still haven't solved, And I think that...
Not completely, at least.
Yeah, I think that somebody probably knows every single bit of lore of FNAF 4, but doesn't know that they know it. Like, I think people have definitely solved it by now, but we have no idea what has and hasn't been solved, So...
Yep. No disagreement there.
Yeah. I'd put FNAF... like I said, I do think FNAF 4 is probably my least favorite FNAF game besides FNAF AR, but it's not a bad game.
I can't put it that low because it's so, like...
I'd probably put it in
As much as I
C.
don't love the lore, or just how confusing it is, dude, the atmosphere is amazing.
Yeah, it's really good
for
in terms
a
of the horror
game.
aspect,
It is so good, dude.
Yeah, like I said, I just don't like that it's not fun. Like, again, it's not boring, but it's not that enjoyable to play. It's definitely scary, which is what you want from a horror game, but it's not fun, which is what I want from a horror game. So yeah, I would say C. Borderline D. Like, it's close, but it's not like D as in it's bad. It's just like I have here. It's not very good. It's okay. I don't know. I'm between C and D. Either way, nothing's going below it except FNAF AR anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, on to FNAF World. You can talk about FNAF World first.
It's fun.
Yep.
I don't know what else to say.
Honestly, there's not much to say.
Love it.
I love it. I love it so much.
It's a fun game.
I wouldn't say it's my
really
favorite
fun
FNAF
game,
game, but it's one of them. I'm gonna be honest. I love it so much. See, it's not really okay in terms of a FNAF game. It's like, like it connects to the lore pretty interestingly. In terms of a game, just how much I enjoy it, I'm going to S. Honestly, straight up, I love it so much.
Damn.
Yeah.
No, bro, I wouldn't put it that high.
I would.
I mean,
it's just
fun.
So fun to play. The thing is now, with FNAF World Refresh, the fan game.
Yeah.
FNaF World Refreshed is basically FNaF World, but better. So, over time, honestly, FNaF World might be going down slightly, just because there is a better alternative. But FNaF World itself, if you distance itself from the fan games, I would keep it in S. Like, I still think it's just super fun. I think the lore is really interesting. But I like that it's not the only focal point. Like, the focal point is to have fun. And that is exactly what you get from this game. So, I love FNaF World. I know Scott doesn't love it, but I do. So, it's peak if you don't do update 2 first.
I think
who does
fun,
that?
But I can't put it that high.
Yeah. At 2 p.m., so in about an hour, I have to go outside to shovel, so I'll probably take a break at that time. But we probably won't finish the tier list before then, I'm going to be honest. We're talking a lot, so that's fine, though. Well, I will have to take a break, though, in around an hour. So just letting you guys know.
That's fine, because I have something I need to do from 12 to 12:50, so... I mean, that's assuming.
Yeah, but that's an hour after I'll be I'll be gone.
Exactly.
All right. Well, anyway, let's just keep going for now. Sister location. I know where you're putting it.
Obviously, you talk about it first.
I think sister location is good. I used to not like it that much. I never disliked it, but I used to not like it that much. I think it's definitely fun and unique, and I like that it's very much a tonal shift from the previous games, and just like a gameplay shift from the previous games. In general, it's really fun. I like it a lot. Would I put it in S? No, I would not. Would I put it in A? Maybe. I don't know. Let me think first. But Ennard's Night is really fun. It's really hard, but it's really fun. The biggest issue I have with the games, and it's the biggest issue most people have with the games, the save points suck, dude. The save points are so bad, especially on night 5. Like, on the previous nights, it's not that bad, but it's not great either. Like, having to do Belore Gallery all over again is not great to get to the breaker room, but it's not that bad. Night 3, having to do Funtime Auditorium before parts and service, that same reason. It's not that bad, but it's not great either. Night 4, I believe you still have to listen to Baby for a little bit. Not nearly as much as the first time, but like if you die, you still have to listen to her talk a little bit. You don't just get right back into the night, which is a little annoying. But it's not, again, it's not too bad. But night 5, it's just like, why? It's so bad. You have to go all the way through Funtime Auditorium. Yeah. Dude, it's so annoying. If you die on the way to the scooping room, you have to go all the way back through Funtime Auditorium, do all of Baby's parts and service stuff again, and go all the way back to the scooping room again. And to the private room, you get to the private room, and you still have to do all that stuff again. You don't save at the private room, which is just so stupid. Like, why would they do that? Why is that where it saves? I think if you get to Baby's parts and service, then going through Funtime Auditorium is just pointless. Because there's nothing there. Like, just spawn me back at parts and service. And for the scooping room stuff, if you want me to do Baby's parts and service again, I guess that's fine. But don't make me go through Funtime Auditorium again when nobody's there to kill me anyway. Like, I'm just walking for no reason. There's nothing happening. So, like, that save point is stupid. And then when you get to the private room, the fact that it doesn't save you, the fact that you don't just restart immediately at the private room is just dumb. Like, there's no reason not to spawn you back there.
What if you don't want to do that ending and want to do the other one instead?
Then restart night 5. I don't care. It's so bad. Again, the other nights are not too bad when it comes to that. But night 5 is just horrible.
Is that awful. Your one complaint?
That's the one big complaint, yeah. Like, I don't think I have really any other ones. But, like, see, I think the game is good. I think there's other games that are better. I don't think you have anything above it, but I think there's other games that are better. And I'd say the gameplay is good, but not the best. And I think Fred was saying it earlier. Fred was saying earlier that
bad thing besides the story.
I do agree with Fred
in the story.
In the story, the story's peak. The story is awesome. I loved it. I love the story.
Yeah, exactly. That makes up for all the other stuff.
For the most part, yeah. But I do agree with Fred that it's not very replayable because the mechanics are like they're not bad or anything, but they're kind of rudimentary. Like it's pretty simple how they work, and there's not too much to the gameplay. It is very story driven, and the story is really good. But when you're replaying it and you know everything that's going to happen, and you can't skip like dialogue or anything like that, it's just like the gameplay. If you're playing just for the gameplay itself, you're not getting too much out of it. But in general, it's still fun. It's just not that fun, I would say, especially on replay. That's what I would say.
Personally really, really enjoy it when I'm replaying. Maybe not everything, but I mean, I do really, really enjoy it, especially Custom Night, obviously. But also, even like the, Night 2 Breaker Room, it still stresses me out, which is like, even after all this time, is like shows how great it's held up.
Yeah.
The Fun Times are my favorite batch of animatronics.
They're
the lore in that series is peak as hell. The
lore is really good
as hell. Just Elizabeth as a character is so good. As written so well.
And the lore is
what it
mostly
showed us about the
standalone.
Afton family. What it showed us about Michael. There is so many amazing things about this game that I cannot just downplay how amazing I love this game so much.
Yeah, the lore is mostly standalone, and the only real thing that you couldn't really solve from this game specifically is Molten MCI. Like, everything else, you can pretty much figure out pretty easily. Or not easily, but, just from this game. You don't really need that much other media in order to figure it out. And I like that it explains more stuff. It explains more stuff from FNaF 4, a little bit from FNaF 3 with Springtrap surviving, and then the whole thing with Mike. All that is really cool. The lore is really well done, and I think that's one of its strongest points. Especially the story of the game itself, like Baby's plot to get your body. Like, that whole storyline is really well done.
Exactly. And I think that your complaint of the save spots is not enough to override such a peak game.
I would say that it is a very good game, but those save spots are... It's like, if I'm playing the game... If I'm playing the game to beat it, I don't want to keep going through the exact same thing over and over again that doesn't have any bearing on what I'm doing now. Like, if I'm trying to do the private room, I don't care about Baby's parts and Service part. Just let me go. And you might think that that's not a big problem, but it honestly really is, because I'm just trying to play the game, and it's pushing me back so far for no reason. I'll put it in A.
I understand that it's slightly frustrating, but that's not enough, in my opinion. Not even close.
Yeah, I'll put it in A. I'm okay with A.
I will begrudgingly... I mean, I'm going to be sad and cry over that, but but, I will respect your opinion. At least it's not below that.
Yeah. I was debating between A and B, but I think A is more fitting. It's definitely a really good game. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, bro. This game single-handedly carries the lore. Like, if this game did not exist, we would know nothing.
Sister location?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I think we would still know stuff, but it definitely helps a lot.
So little.
It definitely helps a lot with, when the story expands to include all the Aftons and stuff. That part, it definitely does expand a lot and gives... And also sets up a lot of good stuff for FNaF 6 as well.
Yeah. And considering the Afton family is, my favorite aspect of FNaF lore, everything surrounding the Afton family, I just love it so much. The how heavy that is in this game is another reason why it just so peak.
Yeah, I think the Afton family lore is really cool, too. I just don't like that people are still debating about the Mike Schmidt thing. not even still.
Ignore it.
The fact that it's not even that they're still debating it. It's that they're debating it again. Like, it wasn't a topic of debate for like 7 years. Like, nobody talked about it at all. It was just universally accepted, like, since the logbook. And all of a sudden, FNaF 2 comes out. Boom! All the way back. We're all back to square one. We're not back to square one, but the debate is back to square one.
With sister location.
It's not. Yeah.
With the second movie.
Yeah. It's not. It's not a problem with sister location. It's just. It's just a side note I wanted to bring up.
Yeah.
Just because like it envelops like Mike himself. Right. Anyway.
Okay, we can move on. I guess.
You can't figure out Afton's first name is William without the books or the credits of Pizza Sim simulation. I can't speak until the credits of Pizza Sim. That's true, but. So I don't think it really matters that much. If his last name is Afton, and that's
everyone's gonna assume it's William because of what we know from the novel.
Yeah, that's what he's saying though, because it's basically like you can't figure out that his name is William Afton until like if you don't have the books. Which sure, but like I don't think that really matters that much. As long as like we know that his last name is Afton, that's the main important thing. And you can also figure out that he's
crazy. Hold on, we knew Michael Afton's name before we knew William Afton. Technically, with that logic.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Like without the books, yeah, kind of. I think there's something else I was gonna say. Oh yeah, we also don't learn Elizabeth's name until FNaF 6 either. Sometimes I forget about that. Sometimes I forget that her name wasn't just in sister location.
Speaking of 6.
Yep. FNaF 6. What do you think about FNaF 6? Okay.
My opinions first.
Yep.
I love the game for the most part. I'm not a huge fan of the Office gameplay. I think that the salvage minigames are a little interesting. I'm not a huge fan of them.
The first 3 are good. Lefties is not.
The problem with the salvage minigames is it doesn't even make any sense. You could literally just like pull up the thing and like write nothing and you're fine.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like. You could like mark them right at the beginning and then write nothing when you pull it up. It's weird. Yeah. I don't know what it does or anything, but it's interesting, I guess.
You just have to take the notes.
The pizzeria building is so fun. The lore in this game is just as peak as Sister Location.
Yep.
Slightly less, but it's still very, very good. Obviously, there are some confusing things like Midnight Motorist. Overall, I think 5 and 6 was the peak era of FNaF, in my opinion. I'd put it at either S or A.
Yeah, I agree. I know FNaF 6 is one of the less popular ones, I think mostly just because of the Office gameplay, but as I've played it more, I've actually grown to like it. I don't think it's the best by any means, but it's not bad. I actually think it's like, it's decent. It's not boring to me. And
I don't find it truly boring. I find it boring when no one's there.
Yeah, that's fair. The Tycoon mode, I think, is super fun. All the lore and all of the minigames is just, I think, is presented really well. Even if it's confusing, like, I think the way that it's presented is really interesting. The way that, like, you have to play the minigames multiple times or do certain things in them in order to find the lore hidden within. I think all that whole idea is really cool. Are they confusing? Especially Midnight Motorist? But I still think the way that you get to Midnight Motorist, the way you get to find the lore, I think that's really creative and really cool. And I do like that aspect. Some of the lore is a little bit too vague. Like, the Candy Cadet stories, not so much if you know the Insanity ending. But for the most part, you don't really figure out all that stuff until the fourth closet. Like, the idea of Molten MCI, like, you could figure it out. But it's a lot harder to actually put the pieces together on that until, like, you actually see it in action. But I would say it's definitely a really good game. I think it's honestly one of my favorite ones. This might sound like blasphemy to you. I'm debating whether I want to put it above Sister Location.
I mean, that is blasphemy, but only because you put it in A, which is more blasphemy than saying 6 is above it. Because 6, I could understand. I personally, I don't know if I would put 6 in SSS, but it's close.
Okay, I'm gonna do something blasphemous for you.
Wow. Wow. You put it a tier above Sister Location?
Mm-hmm. I did.
If you don't put Peak in S, bro, man,
I gotta be honest. Okay, I like Sister Location a lot. Weirdly enough, I think I like FNAF 6 a lot more. Not just more, I think I like it a lot more, I'm gonna be honest.
I can't tell if you're saying that just to trigger me.
I'm not. I'm serious.
But it's working. Let's move on.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
6 is really good. I'm
good.
not too unhappy, but I'm not unhappy about you putting 6 in S. I'm just unhappy about you putting it above Sister Location.
You're unhappy about me not putting Sister Location in S.
Very.
Okay. I think that there's definitely flaws with 6. Midnight Motors is a little too confusing. Some of the lore is presented well, but it's like something that we hadn't seen before. Like Molten MCI, obviously it's true, but it could have been solved from back then, but it's the type of thing where like that kind of thing hadn't been established by that point, so we didn't figure it out, you know? And I think that the Fourth Closet does a good job at like explaining that, but that's not really a point towards this game, I would say. Like I said, Midnight Motorist is a little confusing. The ending, well, the ending is great.
The ending's Peak. Henry's plan is stupid.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we all know this.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's really good. I like it a lot.
But Henry's plan sucks, though.
Okay, the biggest problem... Okay, not the biggest problem. Not the biggest problem, but a problem with the game is definitely the salvage minigames. Not all of them. Literally only Lefties is stupid. The first 3 are not too bad. Lefties makes literally 0 sense. Because
Agreed.
When I played it, I flipped up the paper. He didn't move at all. Next time I flipped it up, he killed me. He was in his idle position, his starting position. And he didn't do anything. And then he immediately killed me for literally no reason. It made no sense. You were there for that, right? Like when I died.
I was.
Yeah.
I was. That always happens.
It doesn't make sense. It's so stupid.
Agreed. It's ridiculous.
But yeah, that's. I mean, it's a criticism, but it's not a huge one, I guess. Anyway, on to Ultimate Custom Night.
It's not. I mean, it is kind of annoying. Like really, really. I don't know if I've ever won a salvage for Lefty.
Yeah. Lefty, you might as well just buy him, honestly, because then you can get Rockstar's Assemble too.
Buy him after the salvage.
Can you still buy him after he's already in the pizzeria? I forgot.
Yes, you can.
Okay, that makes no logical sense, but sure.
That makes no sense at all, but it's funny.
Yeah. Anyway.
Henry's like, I gotta make sure that this happens, so I'm gonna do 2 things. I'm going to have you salvage it, and I'm gonna have you buy it.
Yeah, we need two lefties.
To get into the building.
Yeah, and also the fact that Lefty is in the main pizzeria and then he somehow gets into the vents. It's like, Henry, how secure really are those vents that you can just get in from the pizzeria? How did Lefty do that?
Great freaking question. That is great.
It's fine though.
See Lefty burn.
There's probably
see Lefty burn. Are we gonna say? Who knows? Maybe the puppet wasn't in the fire.
No, I think he was. I think it's probably just doors that close realistically, like when the fire starts. But anyway,
I mean, to be fair, Saturday, he gets lured back into the vents. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, but also like if you take that logic, then how does Mike get in either? Right? Like there has to be a way down that probably just gets sealed afterwards.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're good on FNAF 6. Let's move on to Ultimate Custom Night. What are your thoughts?
Um, it's not as good as 5 or 6.
I don't
I will
know.
put.
I don't think it's as good as 6.
I think the issue with UCN is it's like so not
I don't know,
scary.
actually. It isn't scary, yeah, but it's really fun.
It gets fun, but once you beat 50-20, you're like, well, I don't really have much reason to play this
Well,
game
yeah.
again. Which
Yeah,
was
that's true.
me. I spent so much damn time on this game. But yeah, I will say it's a good game. It's a well-made game. I think the lore in it is pretty good.
Yeah.
Overall, though, I can't. I mean, it's just like the replayability aspect. If you've beaten 50-20, is not very good.
That's fair, yeah. C, that's way too low.
I would
C is
not put it at
C is
very
way
low.
too
I would
low.
put it at the very least B or A.
I would put it at least A. Borderline S. Okay, again, you're gonna think this is blasphemy. I think it is better than Sister Location, or maybe not better, but
Yes,
I
that is
like it more.
blasphemy, bro. There's what I don't understand that.
No, I like it more. I do, but I'm debating between A
That makes
and
me
S.
so
I don't know.
sad.
I know it does. I don't know. I don't know. I'll put it in A for now. Maybe I'll change it later though. We have a rectangle. All right. So, what are your thoughts on Help Wanted?
Man, there's great freaking question, bro.
What are your thoughts
I
on
have
Help
no
Wanted?
clue how to think of this game. I don't have no clue what to think of this game because as much as I like obviously the mini games and stuff like that, the lore in it
Careful.
is I have such like mixed opinions on it.
Careful.
What?
This is my
Say
sister
again?
location.
Well, okay. Well, if you yeah, no, I think the game is really really well made. I think the lore is interesting to say the least. I think that it definitely needs a few more like touch. The problem is I feel like it set up a bunch of stuff that kind of like I felt like got reversed way too quickly,
Mhm.
or like kind of just didn't really like feel satisfying.
Well, I think only Vanny, but really, that's not really the game's fault. That's more Security Breach's fault.
No, in terms of the game, I think it's really good. This one I have played in VR and in flat mode, and I think the game is very well made, and it did a very good job at what it was going for.
Mm-hmm. It
So I
was
would definitely put
always
it
my
at A.
favorite. The first time I played it, it was always my favorite. I was 12 when I first got my VR headset, my PSVR 1. I got it with money that I got for my birthday.
Right.
And I got Help Wanted 1, I got Curse of Dreadbear, and I was so scared of it, but I did beat it, and it was so fun. My sister played some of it too. She struggled on Mangle Vent Repair for some reason. I don't know why, but she couldn't beat it for like 2 hours. And then I beat hard mode first try. Um, but yeah, it's always been my favorite. Then Health Wanted 2 came out, and then I think I thought that was my favorite for a while. But after doing this marathon, I think I would say that I like Help Wanted 1 better. It's not a landslide, but I do think it is a better game. I think the biggest reason that I like it is, unlike you, I do really like the lore. And I think that the story itself that's presented in this game, the idea of like Tape Girl and Glitch Trap taking over your body, I think all of that is really cool. I mean, it's kind of a cool parallel between the two of us because your favorite is Sister Location, where the enemy is trying to take over your body, and then my favorite is Help Wanted, where the enemy is trying to take over your body. Like, they're both kind of like a similar idea for the main plot. I think that Sister Location probably did it better because of the way that like you kind of not really trust, but like you like interact with Circus Baby throughout the game. But I think that Glitch Trap is like really creepy, And I think that everything to do with just like him taking over your body and just all his lore and everything that you hear from Hand Unit, all that stuff is really, really cool. And it's a really creepy game. I think the biggest problem in the entire game has nothing to do with the Mimic or Glitch Trap or anything like that. It's just the game thing. Because it's caused so many problems. Like, the idea of the games being games in universe, that has caused so many issues.
Yeah.
And that's the number one thing I hate about this game. And it's the only thing I hate about this game. There's very few minigames in this game that I don't like. I'm not a huge fan of like the Dark Rooms games. Like, I think that Dark Rooms Plush Trap and Balloon Boy are just fine. There's nothing really special about them. They're not that fun. They're creepy, but they're not that fun. There's a little bit of lore in there too, like with the mini arenas popping up, the house behind us. That stuff is cool, but I think that those are probably my least favorite mini games. But Plush Baby, someone said remove Plush Babies and the game's perfect. I disagree. Plush Baby is my favorite mini game in FNaF.
No.
It's so fun.
No,
I love it.
Screw you.
I love it.
Do not love that minigame.
I love
think
it.
It's extremely annoying.
I love it. See, it's hard, and it takes a long time to figure out where all the spots are. But I just think it's really fun. I beat it first try like almost every time I've played it. The last few times that I've played it, I've beaten it first try each time. It's not that hard now that I've done it enough times. But yeah, I love Plush Baby so much. I love the game so much. I love almost every single minigame. The recreations of FNaF 1 to 3 are good, not the best. I think that the unique ones, like the Mangle Vent Repair, the Parts and Service, or both Vent Repairs and the Parts and Service, are really fun. The Night Terrors are really creepy. Oh no, actually, my least favorite minigame is Nightmare Fredbear, because it makes no sense. His laughing makes no sense. In FNaF 4, it sometimes makes no sense. In FNaF VR, it almost always makes no sense. I hate that minigame.
Well, here's the thing. Also, is the Funtime Freddy one in VR is broken because if you look at a specific angle, you can like keep him there, and he just won't move.
I think it used to be broken. I think it's fixed now, though.
Is it fixed?
I think so.
I swear, I was playing it and I could still break it.
Really? When?
Yeah, I mean, last time I played, I have not played in so long, but I don't remember specifically what.
Yeah, I mean,
I was on VR. I think a couple years ago.
My sister did that. Like when she was playing the game when I first got it, she beat the minigame just like that. But yeah, I don't think I ever played it myself until this marathon. Not in VR.
Help is a really amazing game. It's just in terms of lore, I'm not gonna like it that much, and I'm not gonna love the lore until we get a confirmation on who Glitch Trap is. Because I know the Glitch Trap is more than just the Mimic. You can't convince me otherwise.
Sure, if you say so.
Whether it be Agony, or Afton himself, it's more than just the Mimic.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, and
You're
you
allowed to
can't
think that?
convince me otherwise.
You're allowed to think
Huh?
that. You're allowed to think that. I don't have a solid opinion on that. I just don't. I just focus on other lore at the moment. I have other videos that I've been working on, so I haven't looked into that in a while. So maybe I'd agree with you if I looked into it more. But at the moment,
you just don't like my opinions on Help Wanted.
Yeah, you suck. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, I mean, come on. You have something up on your computer right now called Blasphemy, where you have a game that is supposed to be in one tier, but is instead in one below it. That is making me very mad. So I can say all I want about Help Wanted.
Yeah, whatever you say. Eye for an eye. Anyway, from here on out, I don't think anything is going below B tier besides AR.
Well, we know where AR is going.
We can do that now. We kind of already talked about it. We kind of already talked about it a little bit, so we might as well.
I love how you're like, we're just gonna skip over Curse of Dreadbear just so we can cover this.
See, the thing is, AR, beginning, as soon as it came out, loved it. It was so fun. each update, each update just kept going down. No, the first each update, skins and stuff, skins, blah 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 blah, and then the gameplay update came out, where it gave the enemies health bars and gave you power ups, and that was so stupid. That was the worst idea anybody had for this game. It was so bad. Why would they do that? Springtrap was already hard enough. You have to shock... Having to shock him once was already bad. Having to shock him like 5 times is the worst idea you can ever come up with. Fuck this game. Anyway.
No, it's not. It's not 5 times. It's like 10 now.
Yeah, it's like the health bar is... He has like the biggest health bar in the game, and he's already the hardest.
I agree.
So...
Yeah,
even having to shock him once is harder than any character with 5 shocks.
Yeah, I agree. The health bar was a really stupid, really stupid idea. I mean, the power-ups I don't think was a huge problem, but the health bar specifically, I agree, makes the game extremely unfun.
The only power-up I like is the battery, like for the flashlight. But that was already in the game.
Because here's the thing, even at a higher level, because like you can level up and stuff like that to get to shock faster. But the level up system in that game was so atrociously horrible.
The fact that you can't face off against enemies after you make it to a certain level, or until you make it to a certain level, is so dumb. Because I've been playing the game for like a year and a half, and I've been able to face everybody. Like, why are you restricting me now?
Well, wait. Was that also an update? Did they also?
No, I think that was a part of the gameplay update. I think. I think that if you use a lure, you could face anybody, but people couldn't appear naturally until
the problem was I could see the whole thing as like you have to get to a specific level just to face off of someone making sense. The problem was they made the level system so unbelievably terrible. They made it literally so slow. I would spend weeks grinding just to get to fucking Balloon Boy, and it was awful. It was so bad. It genuinely was like truly horrible.
Seriously, if it weren't for the gameplay update and the poor optimization on my phone, or on just phones in general, like even on good phones, it didn't run that well. But if it weren't for the gameplay update specifically, the game would probably still be like up here. But the poor optimization keeps it here. Without the poor optimization, it's probably like around here. And including without the gameplay update, it's probably around here right now. But like, I think it just really got worse over time.
It did. Like, I especially know this because my game. Here's the thing: I was grinding this game out a lot back in like 2022. You know, even amidst the fucking terrible like level system and the really shitty like health bars and garbage shit like that. Yeah. I was grinding this game out like crazy, and I wasn't even getting email updates. They just weren't coming in. Like, my game was broken. Like, it was just it got so repetitive, it got so boring. It genuinely truly was like really bad. Like, it's not good. It's not a good game. I'm sorry, Illumix, but you really should have fixed this game. Instead, you just kept adding.
They really just made it worse.
Yeah.
Every update, it got worse.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely not a fan. It's also terrible at explaining how the game works. I didn't even know how it went, like how it worked. Like, oh, they have to decloak. Like at least when I started, like they have to decloak and stuff like that. Okay, I understand that now. But that at the beginning, I had no clue how to play the game. It's not good.
I could figure it out pretty easily, but I definitely had the problem of just like of shocking them when they were just charging, even if they weren't decloaking. Like that happened to me a lot, and I just wasted power constantly.
Dude, you need so many freaking Faz coins just to buy one thing, and like it takes like so long to grind out Faz coins because you don't even get it after every single time you destroy an animatronic. So it's just It's so dumb. It's
Do not get me
terrible.
started on the fast coins. Until more characters and those gift things came out and the daily challenges, you literally could not get fast coins except from buying them.
That's terrible.
Like when the game first came out, you literally couldn't, which was so dumb.
Also, the fast coins were unbelievably stupid expensive. Like you could get like
They
a
really were,
truckload,
yeah.
like what, like 8,000, 10,000 for fucking $40. $40. I could buy Security Breach twice with that, I think.
Well, if it's on sale.
Okay, I could buy Security Breach before I buy Faz coins
Yep.
for a mobile game. Like, what the hell?
God, it's so dumb.
Yeah, I'm sorry. $40 for coins is the stupidest thing in all of FNaF at the time.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Anything else, or are we done? Hey,
I think
at
I'm
least
good on FNaF
FNaF
AR.
gave us one good thing, which was a good PNG for Remnant that I can put in my YouTube videos.
You know what? That's true. And also, it had a good ass trailer. If only the game was like the trailer.
Yeah. Are you gonna keep the game there? I hope you're not.
Oh no, it's going down here.
I love was like, oh, you're just gonna move on from be good. No, leave it in F. It's bad. I want to like the game, I really do, but they just it's not good.
I really did. Like there was some stupid stuff, but I thought it was really fun when it first came out. It just got so much worse as time went on. My first FNaF AR video was literally titled "Best Mobile Game Yet," and then to be fair, I was 12 and I just started my channel. But as time went on, it really, really went down. There was a certain point where I just gave up on the entire game. Luckily, by the time I gave up, so did Illumix. So who cares? Whoops.
Yeah. Illumix was like, oh wow, this game, we're not getting enough sales, let's just take it off. And Scott's like, oh, special delivery will always hold a special place in my heart. Then why didn't you fix it?
Yeah, why didn't you make it
say,
good?
Hey, Illumix, a lot of people are not liking the health bar that you added, so why not remove it? And they're like, oh, good point, let's remove that. Let's you guys, come on. Lazy studio.
Yep.
I don't see Scott working with them anytime soon. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yeah, definitely not.
After the atrocity that was FNaF AR.
Yeah.
All right, Curse of Dreadbear.
Yep, Curse of Dreadbear. Technically should have done this before FNaF AR, but who cares? Just wanted to get that one out of the way. So Curse of Dreadbear, what are your thoughts?
I think the Curse of Dreadbear minigames are very good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd put it in A.
I like, I think that Hallway and Plushkin Patch are probably I'd say the Knights are probably my least favorite part of it, but they're not bad. They're just not the best either. But I think that Plushkin Patch is interesting. It's basically just Plush Baby, but with different spots, and I like the idea of like the setting, and the fact that they could hide in trees is kind of cool too. The one thing I will say about just Help Wanted in general is the PSVR 2 port does not look very good. Like, the lighting is really off. You can see, like, everything. In Plushkin Patch, if you look... you don't... obviously, it's hard to see. But if you just look around, you can find the plush babies without your flashlight. I'm not joking. In Plushkin Patch, specifically.
Yeah.
Not the plush baby minigame, but... it's really, like... I don't know. It's just... that's, like, the only problem I have with Help Wanted as a whole. But that's not the game itself. That's specifically that port. But Curse of Dreadbear, I think, overall... I don't know... would I put it in S tier too? I don't know. I think Dreadbear's a really cool enemy. I think that Trick or Treat is really fun. Build-A-Mangle is really fun for me, too. Hallway is creepy.
Build-A-Mangle is so annoying for me.
I love Build-A-Mangle. What's wrong with Build-A-Mangle?
it was so confusing for a long time for me.
Pirate Ride is good. I don't like it as much as other people, but I do think it's fun. And Corn Maze
Pirate
is
Ride,
awesome.
bro. Okay, I'm gonna be so honest. I think Pirate Ride is one of the corniest things in the whole series. I'm not a fan because it's so freaking corny, and this is supposed to be like a horror game. Really, like I don't know. I'm not
I
a
like that
fan
you
of
can go
Pirate
off the beaten path, and then you'll actually end up in scenarios where you can actually die. Because it's a mini game where like you don't think you can die, and then you end up in areas where there are enemies that can actually kill you, and you're like, oh shit, this is not what I wanted. This is not what I thought I was here for. And I think to an extent that is a pretty interesting mechanic. Just the idea that they actually that you think you're safe throughout the whole minigame, like the first 2 times playing it, and then you get to that point and you're like, oh, I am not
Yeah.
safe. I think that's cool, but I think it's a fun minigame, but I'm not the biggest fan, and I think that the log ride is kind of not... I feel like the log ride in Help Wanted 2 is honestly just the same thing, but a little worse. I just prefer
Agreed.
Pirate Ride a little bit. Corn Maze is really cool, though. I love Corn Maze.
Corn Maze is great, but the reason why Corn Maze is great is because of Grim Foxy.
Oh yeah, I mean I think the mechanics of just like a hide and seek or not really hide and seek, but just like having to hide from him is cool. But I will say I think it would be a little bit better if Grim Foxy was literally just wandering around the entire maze the whole time rather than just spawning near you. I think
I agree.
that gets a
cool.
little annoying, but it would be really cool if like you literally just came across him at any given point. And the idea that he's...
Sure.
I also don't really like that he despawns as soon as he sees you and you hide. I think it's better for him to just keep going in that direction, and then be like, "Oh, where'd he go? He disappeared," and then just keep walking. I think that would be cooler. Because if you want to, you can literally just like he sees you, and then you just like click the hide button, like tap it, and then he's already gone, pretty much, right? So I feel like there's no real point in. I feel like there's no real point in making it so that he just spawns and despawns. I think it's better that he would just be wandering around the whole maze. I think that would be cooler. Obviously, that would cause some problems with like the game itself, like how well it's like how well it runs while there's an animatronic walking around the entire time. Maybe that would cause a little bit of problems, but I don't think it would be that problematic. So I think it would be cool if that was the case, but. Either way,
Right.
Curse of Dreadbear, it's definitely A or S. I don't know where I would put it. I think I'd put it below FNaF 6. Would I put it below or above Ultimate Custom Night?
Seeing Sister Location at 6 just bothers me.
I'll put it there.
Below Sister Location. Gosh dang it. Whatever. Okay.
All right.
Security
breach.
I want to know your opinions first, because you got your. Don't have kind words to say, really.
Security breach.
I'd put it in freaking D.
Security. Did you say D or B?
D.
Oh damn. I think security breach is fun. Is it good?
Agreed.
That's a different question.
Yeah.
Especially on launch. On launch, it was not great. Now it's fine. I mean,
On
when it
launch,
first
I
released, it
would've
was
put
really
it
fun
totally
too, just
dead.
because the bugs were really funny to exploit. But I think both
Dude.
are both with the bugs and without the bugs are fun. But not if you're just trying to beat the game naturally, because then you get a bug and you're like, what the fuck, man. I got a bug when I was playing for my marathon where I literally could not progress.
Yeah, I did too. Well, I mean,
Like
Wait, you
that
did? Wait.
literally recently. Like when I just
That's
played
crazy.
it for my marathon. Like I had a bug
crazy.
where you know how at the end of 3 a.m. you grab the party pass and then you have to hide in the recharge station?
yeah.
I went into the recharge station and then I got out and then I accidentally got back in and then I got out again and it was 3:55.
Right.
It's supposed to be 355 when you go in.
That's right.
When you get out, it's supposed to be 4. And then I could keep progressing. I had the party pass. I could do whatever with Monty Golf, right? I beat Monty Golf. I go down to Parts and Service, upgrade Freddy, and then he finishes talking, and I'm like, okay, Moon's about to spawn. Better get into the recharge station. I go to the recharge station, but Moon doesn't spawn because it's still 355.
Yeah, that's right. You told me about that.
Yeah. Now I went into the debug menu. I tried to fix it up a bit, but I couldn't. But what did fix it was ignoring the end of 3 a.m. and just going to Roxy Raceway and picking up the staff bot head. That actually triggered it being 5:15, which is how people used to save after 6 a.m., which doesn't work anymore, but that worked, so that's good. That fixed that at least.
Yeah, I mean,
but the fact that there's still that kind of game-breaking bug is a little concerning.
dude, this game, man. This game. Oh man, what I have to say about it is I'm just so it's probably the low point in the series because of how unbelievably disappointing it is just overall, knowing what we know now.
Vanny's severely underutilized.
The game was like obviously half-baked, but also just the biggest mess ever. And also it's not scary. It's like you remove the scary element, you make a buggy, massive mall mess. I really am not a fan.
Like,
I respect people who like this game, but like
I like it. I like it, but I know it's not great.
This game, but I definitely it's gone way down for me.
I like the mini games, and I think the idea of the arcade conspiracy is interesting. I think overall the lore is interesting with the blob and burn trap and stuff, but it's just weirdly, it doesn't progress very well, and the boss fight there is kind of just weird. There's still bugs down there. I had a bug down there where Freddy went into the recharge station and never got out, and I couldn't get into him, so I couldn't get rid of the blob.
Also, Vanny, bro. Vanny was supposed to be like the big bad in this game.
And she was barely there.
Seconds, bro.
Yeah. Like, I'm fine with having Burn Trap be the final actual boss, but first of all, make his boss fight better. Second of all, give Vanny more to do leading up to that, I would say.
But Burn Trap wasn't even supposed to be a boss.
Yeah, that too. Like, but I'm fine with that concept, though. Like, I know that wasn't intended, but I'm fine with him being a boss. But the fact that the boss was kind of half-baked, and the fact that Vanny didn't do anything leading up to the boss is disappointing. I like Princess Quest. I think that whole idea of setting Vanny free was cool, but it doesn't really feel earned when we don't see enough of her being evil.
Because she was there for like 4 times in the entire game.
Yeah. And one of them was literally just her walking past us.
Well, okay. Let me think of all the times she could attack you. She can attack you once in the lobby. She can attack you once in the atrium. She can attack you once in the sewers. And then
which I didn't even know that she could until way after. The fact that she can appear in the sewers is funny because like I didn't even know that until like a few months later. I was like, oh, she can? Since when is she supposed to be here? Exactly. I just ran. Like like she just spawns behind you as you're already running anyway.
She's not even a threat in the sewers. But hey, she can attack you in Phaser Blast, yay! And then Ruin comes out, and guess what? We get to guess what? They thought like, okay, you know, we're gonna make up for, and this is not a problem with Ruin. This is a problem with Security Breach still. They said what we're gonna do to make up for Vanny not being in the game at all in Security Breach is we're gonna give you a mask.
A Vanny mask, yeah.
We're gonna give you a mask. You become her. Yay!
Yep.
Yay!
That's what they opted for instead.
It's so depressing.
I honestly think that, like, they did a bad job. I honestly feel like maybe Vanny probably had more to do, but I think that Steelwool themselves probably didn't intend for her to be as important as Scott did. And they led us to believe that she was going to be more important than she was.
That's what pisses me off so much. They literally advertised her like being like the big bad. Like they have that giant ass cutscene where she's just like dancing in the hallway. They have like a big bad like
esque to her, and she's like creeping around and stuff like that. Then the game comes out, and she appears to say disassemble Freddy.
Yeah.
Like, I just
And
that
that's like
pisses me
that's the
off.
best look at her we get in the entire game. Just that cutscene of her like hitting the button, and then she never appears again.
Yeah.
Like at least not like
Have you
her
seen
model.
The Stranger Things? Have you seen the Stranger Things finale
No.
yet? By the way,
I'm not.
okay, I won't spoil it. But I mean, I thought it was super underwhelming. I think like the advertising was like way over the top. And
Are you comparing it to Vanny?
I just, huh? Say
You
again.
comparing it to Vanny?
Well, I feel like what happened with Stranger Things is similar to what happened in Security Breach. I feel like they advertised something. I don't know if
And
you've
then it
seen the
didn't
advertising,
happen?
so it's not really a spoiler. But like they advertised shit just for it to go completely south. Like
Okay.
I'm really like just not happy with it at all. Like
Yeah.
so the problem is these were things that were clearly like, okay, if we had better communication, we had better understandings, and we like these are even just game design. Literally just put Vanny more places. It's not hard. Like it's just it really irritates me.
Why did they get rid of the Vanny meter? Why? Why?
Dude, seriously, the Vanny meter would have been so good. Literally just add it back and boom, the game is good again. Because
Yep.
if you add it back, then it's actually the thing is like, it like actually gives you an urge to like not stay around too many places. I think the reason why is because like, oh, but then like, theorists aren't there to like explore the details and stuff like that, right? Then why not later in the game make a like option, or just have an option where you can turn it on or off or something like that. It just come on, like do anything to make Vanny more included. It's so frustrating. I'm just obviously I'm ranting, but I'm
Yeah.
I'm really not happy with that at all.
Yeah, I get it. See, the thing is, I know there's a lot of flaws with Security Breach. I do like it a lot. Don't worry, I'm not going to put. I'm not going to put it above System Location. Don't worry, but I do.
I like it as a game.
I do like it. That doesn't mean it's good, but I like it. Listen, I don't think it's a bad game either. I just think that there's definitely a lot of flaws with it, and knowing now what Scott has told us about like why it ended up that way, it makes sense. But like I do wish that it was better, especially based on like how hyped up it was.
If it was a standalone game, I would have liked it more. It's the fact that it's a FNaF game. And it's the fact that like all these things went wrong.
I don't mind it as a FNaF game. I just think it's disappointing for what we were advertised.
Yeah, I put it in D personally. I think it's that low.
I mean, I'm not nearly that low on it. I'd still put it at A, but just below.
Wow,
System Location.
Dude, you put it above 1 and 3, really?
That's mostly in terms of my enjoyment of it. That doesn't mean it's good enough to be an A. I just like it enough for it to be an A.
Sure.
Anyway, I gotta leave now to go shovel, so I will be back later. How long
will it be?
No idea. Probably like 20 to 30 minutes, maybe longer. It just depends how much snow there is. I haven't looked outside today, but
okay.
I'll try to be back as soon as I can, though.
Yeah, I may be back. I may be doing something else. We'll definitely see.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute. I'm just gonna mute, and then I'm gonna play music. So.
All right, sounds good.
All right, see you later. Hey guys, we're back. I'm surprised there's still 20 of you here. But yeah, I have finished shoveling. I should be fine to stay. I don't think I'll have to leave for any other reason. I think Sandwich Man is still gone. Is that the video you were talking about? I saw, Dako was, not streaming, but he made a video on Chica's Secret Party. Is that what I saw? Yeah. Is this the video you were talking about where he said, Evan? Relating to the bite victim?
The elephant. Guys, I think it's time we address the elephant in the room.
What did you think of my act?
Not you.
So dumb. Okay, anyway. Sandwich Man has disappeared. I don't know when he's coming back. I'm not sure we want him here for his takes on Ruin, though. I have a feeling he's not going to be friendly. Hopefully he comes back soon. I don't know where he went. Anyway. I don't know why I was just whistling. I'm kind of just seeing if Sandwich Man is going to come back, but no idea. Have I missed anything? Well, I was gone for a while. I was gone for like the past 30, 40 minutes-ish shoveling, but I just got back. I put Ruin A, not S for sure. Well, I'll get to that when Sandwich Man comes back. If he comes back. We could take a break from the tier list for a little bit. If I do this... When did you get back? Like a few minutes ago. Why is this screen white? Where did the screen go? That's weird. Window? Does that work? There we go. I'll shrink that. Are you still doing theory reactions? Yeah, I was thinking that because I'm waiting for Sandwich Man to get back, we can probably do theory reactions right now. Do you know what schedule theory is? I do not. What is that? Okay. Yeah, I think because we're waiting for Sandwich Man right now, we could probably watch a theory or two. And we'll see when he gets back. For now, I will just open up YouTube. See if we can find anything to watch. We could watch some of Libra's recent videos. I haven't watched them yet. Okay, playlists. And you don't know schedule theory? It's theory from Tierlist, and I think it's 100%. What is it? Should I be concerned? Isn't Tierlist live right now? Is he? Let me see. T-Dreads. No, he's not. Cause he was in, he was on Discord. In the stream chat. Oh, maybe Fredden's live. Is Fredden live? Also, no. Why are they in the stream chat? Okay, never mind. Do you know what mimic custody is? Oh god, I'm just scared of all the names that you guys are throwing out. Basically, the schedule and location. What we do in location from Wednesday to Sunday. What do you mean by that? It's peak. I'm sure. I gotta close a bunch of tabs. I have a shit ton open right now for some reason. Alright, 0. No, I'll leave that up. Or open. One consequence I can close. That one I can close. This one I'll leave up for right now. Watch it and you will know. Oh god. It sounds scary. Should be called schedule fact. See, at this point I can't even tell if you guys are memeing or not.
Hi, did you finish the tier list?
Oh no, I didn't. I was waiting for you.
I have like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm sure we can finish in 10 minutes.
Let's hope.
Let's try. What are you doing?
What do you mean?
What are you doing that's
I have
preventing
to
you from
go to a meeting.
leave for?
I have to go to a meeting. Actually, I think. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I could probably
Okay.
get out of it, but I don't know if I want to. We'll see.
Okay. Well, we got 4 games left. You think we can do it?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So we have Ruin is up next. What are your thoughts on Ruin?
I have a lot of mixed opinions on this game.
I know you do. Yeah. Mostly because of the mimic,
I
right?
like it. Yeah, that I like it a lot. I think like the gameplay and stuff like that is really cool. Like the Vanny network's cool.
Mhm.
Like Cassie's a pretty good. I mean, I don't love Cassie as a protagonist too much, but I think like they set up a lot of good stuff with her. I hate the mimic.
I know you do. Don't you not hate the mimic and Secret of the Mimic though? At least as much.
Secret of the Mimic, he's better.
What's the difference though? Like what is causing you to hate the Ruin one more? Is it just the design or like the
came at a
confusion that
really
it caused?
stupid time, I think. Design looks like ass. Extremely predictable. Theory discussions were extremely unfun.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then Secret of the Mimic came out, and it's like, oh, he subverted everyone's expectations, therefore I like it a little bit more, but also, he's just like, I think he's way better written than he is in Ruin, and
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
in general, better than even the book. So, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
But, you know, there's other reasons.
I'm cool with the Mimic in Ruin, though I do think it's much better in Secret of the Mimic, but we'll get to that. But Ruin itself, I think, is good. I liked it a lot more when it first came out. Now I like it less, but I still do like it a lot. I think that everything with the Vanny network, like you said, is really creative and really cool. Cassie's a cool character. I think whereas Security Breach was not linear enough, I mean, it was still linear, but like you had much more free reign to do whatever you want at any given time. I think Ruin went a little too far in the other direction, in that you could do other stuff, but only within one specific area that you were in, right? And it was completely linear. Like, there was really no going off the beaten path.
Right.
So I think Security Breach wasn't linear enough, and Ruin was a little too linear. So that's one thing I think about Ruin. But I also think that some of the puzzles are a little bit repetitive. Like, you do the conduit task a lot, and you do like the nodes a lot, and it makes sense story-wise why you would, but I think maybe they could have cut it down a little bit more, or just like added more unique puzzles so that there was more to do rather than just the same thing over and over again.
Sure. Yeah.
I do think it's really good though. I think it's really fun. I think all the characters are pretty well written, except Chica. She doesn't really do anything. But Monty I think is cool though, like how he's literally just a monster now. I think it's cool that he dies by a Bonnie sign. Roxy has done really well. Freddy I think is really creepy because he's our best friend in the previous game in Security Breach, and now he's just a monster. He has no head. He's attacking us. I think that's really cool. So yeah, I think that Ruin overall is really good. I think it's better than Security Breach. I don't know if I would put it any higher than this. I think I would have put it like around here before, like when it first came out, but my opinion on it has gone down a little bit. I think, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Around here is good, but I don't know.
I mean,
I know you'll be mad if I put it
I
over
think
Sister
it's
Location. I don't know whether I want to or not, so I'll leave it here for now.
well, I'm glad that you put it under it.
For now. Maybe I'll change my mind on that. Anyway, next up is Help Wanted 2. What are your thoughts on Help Wanted 2? Like, you haven't played
if only
it,
there
right?
was more lore in it. I didn't. I feel like if there was more lore in it, it came at a time where I feel like we really needed more lore, and they didn't give us much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
So, what I will say is, as awesome as the mini games are, as awesome as like that stuff is like peak. The lore stuff, not a huge fan. Besides, like Princess Quest 4.
I'm cool with the lore, but there's just not a lot of it. Like, I think, there's definitely some lore, like with the the Bonnie mask, Mystic Hippo, the what makes you so special thing. All that stuff definitely has some lore in it, but I feel like there's not enough conclusive pieces of evidence, at least at this point. And I think it would be cool if we did get more in the future, like kind of coming back to this, like after Ruin, because this takes place like right before Ruin, right? So I think it would be cool, like, to see more explanation on what exactly is going on with this game. But I do think it's really good, and I think almost all the minigames are really fun. Some of them are not. That's why I'm putting it below Help Wanted 1. Would I put it below FNaF? Honestly, it's actually really close.
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. Honestly, I'm even questioning, like, over there. Like, how low would I... Okay, it used to be here. Okay. Help Wanted 2 used to be my favorite. But it used to be my favorite FNaF game of all time. There's still a lot in it that I love. It's scary, but it's not as scary as Help Wanted 1. I think the atmosphere is not quite as good, but there are, like, some really cool, creepy environments, like the Break Room and Ballora Gallery. But I think there's definitely more that could have been done here to make it a little scarier. And there's a lot of minigames that aren't scary at all, or that you either can't die in, or it's really hard to die in. It's really easy. It's not that balanced. I think the hardest minigame is probably Fizzy Faz Night 5. You guys saw me struggling with that the other day when I was playing it. It is hard. So, I don't know. That is the only hard minigame, though. That's the problem. I think I died like a few other times. Not very many other times. So I think that Help Wanted to... I think I'll put it down here. Hey.
I have a question. If you waited 50 minutes, do you think that you could wait until I get out of my meeting?
to finish the last 2 games of the tier list?
Yeah, you could. Exactly. You could watch the... Don't worry, we'll talk extensively about them. No, because, like, you could, like, do one of your theory reactions.
Yeah, I could do that.
Is that chill, or...
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm gonna do theory reactions anyway, so...
I have more stuff to say about Ruin and Help Wanted 2 that I didn't have a chance to. Well,
yeah.
I'm literally just in my giant meeting room with no one else right now, so... Yeah.
That's fine.
Is that chill, or...
Yeah, that's all good.
Alright, cool. I'll talk to you later.
Alright, see ya. I'll watch some theories now. Bye. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a little bit. I'm going to mute in this call. And I am going to watch something. What will I watch? You guys want me to watch Schedule Theory, but that's not in the thumbnail. Maybe. maybe we'll do that later. Anyway, what I want to do is I want to watch... Go playlist. Can you watch Schedule Theory? Maybe. It depends how much time we got. First, we're going to watch the two ones in the thumbnail. The theories in the thumbnail. Which is... Which one is it? It's not that one. It's this one. And... it's Gibby's sister location one. Cool. Oops. Nope. Righto's video sucks. Don't watch it. Well, that's mean. No, we'll watch it. We'll watch it. I'm curious. I'm curious as to what he's going to say. I assume he's going to say that they are different. And I firmly believe that they're not. But I'm still curious about what he is going to say. So, yeah, I can watch it. And then we'll see how much we like it. Feels like watching a game theory video from Tom about Mike Schmidt and Michael Laughing being separate characters. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, but just with the other characters that are separated in the movie. Anyway, here we go. We were wrong about the withered animatronics FNaF theory. Let's go.
We might have been wrong about Charlotte Emily this entire time. We're going to delve a little bit into FNAF 2 movie spoilers, but it's not about the movie. But it is kind of movie spoilers, so you have been warned. But honestly, you can probably watch this video before watching the movie, and the movie won't be any worse because of it. But the movie did introduce some lore that, if is true for the games, might shake up the entire timeline of Five Nights at Freddy's as we know it. Slices, put on your aprons and let's bake ourselves a theory. So what lore from the movie do I think is relevant to bring in into the game's timeline? Well, in the movie, it's revealed that the only person who ever died at the FNAF 2 location was Charlotte Emily at the hands of William Afton, and she goes on to possess the marionette. The reason the other animatronics at the location are aggressive, though, is that the marionette was created to be able to wirelessly control all other animatronics in the building. The puppet would puppet the other machines around the FNAF 2 location, and because Charlotte possessed the puppet, she's able to do this with all of the toys and withered animatronics at the FNAF 2 location. Part of that reveal is that the withered animatronics are not the original FNAF 1 animatronics. They are completely separate robots. They were in fact prototypes for this location specifically, but were scrapped and instead the toys were made. So that's the lore of the movie, that snippet, that Charlotte is the only ghost at this location and she's controlling all of them. Is that applicable to the games? So how can we tell if lore from something outside of the game
I don't think so.
can be used within the game continuity? There's no one right way to tell, to be honest. It really depends on your personal preferences and what you think is relevant. For myself,
it depends on the personal preferences, yeah, and like what you think makes the most sense, but it also, the games are the priority. Like what the games say are the most important thing. So the fact that the music box doesn't stop the toys in the games kind of goes against the idea that the puppet is controlling them, because in the movie, the music box stops the toys because puppet is controlling them. So the fact that it doesn't stop them in the games means that the puppet is not controlling them. Otherwise, they would be like stopped.
I've already developed a system for the books that I have been applying to the movies. That is, lore from outside the continuity can be brought in so long as it satisfies two criteria. One, does it
matches
directly
the games,
contradict
yeah,
with any confirmed or nearly confirmed information from the games? And two, does it make logical sense to fit within the game timeline? So that sounds pretty straightforward, but how does this work in practice? To better explain my process,
in this
we'll go
case,
through
the answer is no.
three different combinations before talking about the main point. One where neither criteria are met, one of each of what criteria are met, and then we'll talk about if the criteria is met for my point. First point, FNAF 2 opened in 1982. Does it directly contradict any information we have? Well, yes, actually. At the beginning of the game, there's a newspaper ad to start working at the FNAF 2 location, describing it as if it's open with a $100.50 a week price on it. At the end of the game, we get a check dated for 1987 with that same price. Not only that, but the newspaper snippet we get at the end of the game says that the location was only open for a few short weeks. You put all this together, the location was only open within the year of 1987, directly going against this information from the movie. So that's 1 point no, and as far as logical sense go, this still doesn't really work.
Yeah, but I think what he's missing is the vintage pizzeria part. Not that I necessarily think that this location specifically is Freddy's, or is a previous location. It could be Fredbear's, or it could be the first Freddy's. That's possible. But he's not really bringing up the vintage pizzeria part, which could very well support the idea that, like, FNAF 2 opened in 1982 or earlier, and then it closed down, and then this one is the same location just reopening. Again, I don't necessarily think that, but like he's not really bringing that up as a possibility, even though that is not implied, but it's suggested that it could be possible.
Work with the game's timeline. Over and over again, the games emphasize that Freddy's as a brand was established in 1983. The only restaurant open before then was Fredbear's Family Diner. And even if you wanted to try to make the argument that the FNAF 2 location was open in 83, we have strong indication that Fredbear's Family Diner was also open at that time. And Phone Guide talks about that location as if it's a long forgotten relic, not something that's currently open. So both points are...
Well, yeah, but still, those phone calls are during, those phone calls are still during 1987, right? And that coin can easily just be used to say it's the franchise location. It was franchised in 1983, and the first Freddy's opened in 82, because that's what happens in the movie. Not necessarily 83. It could be 83 in the movie, but it's not necessarily. But that's basically what the case is in the movie, where it's 1982 is just the original, and then it's franchised after that. So that can always be the case. What else did he say?
And as far as logical sense go, this still doesn't really work with the game's timeline. Over and over again, the games emphasize that Freddy's as a brand was established in 1983.
Oh, right. Yeah, that could easily be the franchise location. However, I mentioned this, I think, when watching Hyperdroid's FNAF 1 video. He mentions the FNAF cookbook, which says the first Freddy's opened in 1983. So, I think the franchise location idea works for the coin, but not so much for the cookbook. Personally, I don't think it makes any sense for Freddy's restaurants to be open in an era where Fredbear is still the star character. Well, I think that they do coexist because of the Fredbear and Friends TV show, which shows Fredbear and Freddy both coexist, Fredbear and the Freddy's gang existing at the same time. So the fact that Fredbear and Spring Bonnie are at the first Freddy's location, and Spring Bonnie in FNaF 4 looks different from the one at Freddy's that we see, that becomes Springtrap. To me, it just makes sense that they were open at the same time, and both used Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, but Freddy's also used Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, and the Springlock suits were only for people to walk around in, rather than only having the animatronics. So that way they could have people in costumes actually interact with the customers and stuff. So what I'm saying basically is that I think that Fredbear's opened obviously before 79 because it already exists by then. But I think that Freddy's opened in 83, and that was the first Freddy's. I can understand the franchise argument for the coin, but not so much for the cookbook, because it says the first Freddy's, not the first franchise Freddy's. Or not that Freddy's began. Because if you say Freddy's began, then technically, sure, you could say it's just the franchise. But saying the first Freddy's, not so much. But yeah, I think they do. I think Freddy's and Fredbear's do coexist, and they use different animatronics. But I do think that. But I don't think that Freddy's opened before 83, personally.
The only restaurant open before then was Fredbear's Family Diner. And even if you wanted to try to make the argument that the FNaF 2 location was open in 83, we have strong indication that Fredbear's Family Diner was also open at that time. And Phone Guide talks about that location as if it's a long-forgotten relic, not something that's current.
Yeah, see, there's not really a problem for the FNaF 2 location to be open in at the same time as Fredbear's. That's not a problem. And the phone calls are still during 87 regardless. I think more so the idea is that Freddy's opened in 82, and then it closed, and then it reopened in 87. So those calls would still be in 87.
Open. So both points are no, and because of that, I think that this lore detail is definitely not within the game's continuity. Our next point, the FNaF 2 gameplay
I agree, but not for the reasons that you
suggest. After our restaurant closed. Does it directly contradict anything from the games? All the evidence we have suggests that whoever is working there while the restaurant is active. Not only do we have the check evidence from before,
at the very least, the latest it can be is like a week after.
But the toy animatronics
if you think the calls
in the
were
newspaper ad were said to be scrapped after the restaurant closed. But they're in the game, and they're clean, pristine, and perfectly working. So I think clearly we are working there while it is still open. But it does make
it could just be abandoned, but yeah, I agree.
Sense. The idea that Michael Afton got a job at the FNaF 2 location long after it closed just to get clues for his father's whereabouts does make perfectly logical sense in our timeline. So that point is a yes. However, one no and one yes, I still think this movie detail is unlikely, even if you swap where the yes and no are. Like for our next...
Yeah, but again, he's not really suggesting... he's not really talking about the idea of it opening, closing, then reopening in 87.
Henry was trying to get the truth about the Freddy's murders out into the public by any means necessary. Does this directly contradict any information we have? Well, no. Because we have, like, zero information on what Henry was doing before FNaF 6. He is a big mystery and enigma from the beginning of the timeline to FNaF 6. No clue what he does there. So it doesn't directly contradict anything, but does it make logical sense? I would argue no. Everything we do know about Henry points to him being a guilty recluse who feels just as guilty about the murders as the murderer himself. So being the guy who puts up flyers that say, "Call me and I'll tell you everything about..."
Yeah, to me it seems like in the games he knew all this stuff was happening, and he kind of didn't do anything about it because either he was confident that his friend hadn't done it, or because he was just scared, or he was trying to keep his business alive, or something like that. And it seems like in hindsight, he was like, that was the wrong decision, I shouldn't have done that. And that's why he does FNaF 6, to make up for his mistakes. And I think that that's very clearly what is like what he's going for. So it doesn't seem like he would have actually been trying to put it out there back then, because he wouldn't really have to feel remorse for failing if he at least tried, you know?
The horrible events, it doesn't really make sense for his character in the games. So even though it doesn't directly contradict anything, because it's not logical, I think this point also can't carry over from the movie. So then,
I think it
with this
can,
system in
but
mind, what about the fact
probably not
that
as
Charlotte
well.
Emily, while possessing the marionette, has wireless control of all of the toy and withered animatronics in the FNaF 2 location, and that she is the only death from that location that resulted in a possession? Well, point 1. Does this directly contradict any information within the games? It turns out that information about the marionette is actually very sparse. The only direct quotes about it from the game are that the music box calms it down, and the phone guy doesn't like it because, quote, it's always thinking. But that's it. We know from FNaF 6 that at one point the marionette was used for security and would track people's wristbands, but again, that's it. Now, at the same time, if at the time of FNaF 2, it was planned that the marionette controlled all the animatronics, I'm almost certain that Scott would have mentioned it somewhere in Phone Guy's dialogue or on a poster or something, and it's not. So I don't think...
Yeah, and also, that wasn't a theory that really existed back then, so the fact that he says that we solved pretty much all of the first few games kind of implies that that wasn't the case back then.
The time,
And
it was
obviously you
planned
didn't just
to be
retcon
that
it.
way, to be honest. But it's been 10 years since the game came out, and they're trying to make a working story here. And the fact is that we have no direct information on the purpose of the marionette. So the purpose of the marionette being to control all the animatronics does not directly contradict any information we have on it. So that's one point to yes. Our next point is for the logical sense. Does it logically make sense for the marionette to be able to control all the FNaF 2 animatronics? And there's actually a surprising amount of circumstantial evidence and groundwork for this theory to be true. Like I mentioned, Phone Guy brings up that it's always thinking, which could lean into that, but looking throughout the whole timeline, the puppet / Charlotte Emily is always brought up in contexts about controlling other animatronics. In the FNaF 2 minigame Save Them, the marionette is literally leading Withered Freddy to try to stop William Afton, controlling an animatronic. In Ultimate Custom Night, she has several lines that
That's
lean
not
into
controlling,
this.
that's
I think the most
guiding
pertinent
it.
being, the others are like animals, but I am very aware. And you could even argue that in FNaF 3, the Happiest Day minigame is Charlotte doing this over and over again. The one time we control an individual spirit is the puppet, or Charlotte. But any other time we're playing a minigame, we're controlling an animatronic. And more often than not, frankly in everything but Stage 01, we are specifically controlling a toy animatronic. So it is perfectly logical for the marionette to be able to puppet around the toy and withered animatronics. Alright, so using my personal, somewhat arbitrary method of deciding what lore is and isn't able to be carried over into the game's continuity.
Yeah, but again,
this
the idea
is
that
likely to be
the toys don't get stopped by the music box still contradicts it, though.
part of the main game
Same with the
timeline.
Wizards.
That's all well and good, but I wouldn't have done this if there was no point. What is the point? What does this change about what we know about FNaF 2 and the grander timeline? So let's start with FNaF 2. If Charlotte Emily is able to individually control all the other animatronics, and she's the only active ghost in the building, what does this change about FNaF 2? Well, one of the biggest debates is what exactly in this game is possessed. There's Golden Freddy, he's there, he's weird, and we know from FNaF 6 that Charlotte Emily is almost definitively the one possessing the marionette. But the Wizards and the toys are always a weird spot in this debate. Many of us believe that the Wizards are still possessed from the remnant of the MCI, if they're the same animatronics from the original Freddy's location, which they aren't. I'd also argued that the toys weren't possessed by the DCI, but instead possessed by parts of the MCI. So, breaking this down, the MCI is the missing child incident that happened at the first Freddy's location. That's what causes the original suits to get possessed. The DCI is a non-canon name for the murders that happened at the FNaF 2 location, because in Save Them, there are dead bodies all throughout the building. The problem is, the game implies that the DCI happens at the end of the week, but by day 1, the toys are aggravated and trying to kill you. So are the toys possessed? I've in the past argued that the remnant from the MCI leaks over to the toys because the Wizards are used as spare parts.
I see that as less of theory evidence and more of a contradiction by the game itself, or just an overly convoluted plot point that Scott either forgot about or didn't know, or didn't know at the time, or like he tried to, or like maybe it was just, like I said, convoluted. And we didn't fully understand it.
But as we've established, if this lore is accurate to the games, the Wizards aren't the same animatronics. There's no remnant here, so why are we being attacked? Well, we don't need any of this convoluted guesswork anymore. If the marionette is able to remotely control the toy and withered animatronics in FNAF 2, it's a way easier explanation for what's going on. Charlotte Emily is pissed and wants to kill any adult who she doesn't like, and right now that's us. She can't do it herself because we keep the music box wound, so using the marionette, she's puppeting as many other animatronics as she can to get into our room. This even goes to explain why they all behave the same exact way. One of the shittier things about the FNAF 2 gameplay is that no matter what, all you have to do is put on a mask if there's an animatronic in your room
that's what happens
for like 90% of the cast. They enter the room, you put on a mask, they leave. That's boring for gameplay, but in this explanation, it makes perfect sense. All that's going on is Charlotte is directing animatronic robots to go and attack you. But when they see the mask, their programming tells them to walk away. She's literally trying to have them fight against their own programming. And this continues to all the other lore. How in Save Them, she's leading Withered Freddy. Now instead of trying to convince Gabriel to come help, she's just directing Withered Freddy to go attack William Afton. So that's one thing. FNAF 2 is way more straightforward now. But does this affect the grander timeline in any way? Well, only a few things, because admittedly, FNAF 2 is fairly self-contained. The DCI...
I have a question. If he went over the whole idea of, like, does it contradict the games, and does it make logical sense? He did that for the other stuff. But he didn't do that for the Wizards and the classics being the same. He just kind of ignored that part. And didn't apply that same logic to that. Why?
It has always been a weird spot in the lore, because we need some sort of reason for William Afton to just kill kids and leave them out and about. In the past, I've chalked up the DCI to William Afton trying to get a rise out of the animatronics who he thinks are possessed. But if these withered animatronics are different from the originals, then he wouldn't be trying to get a rise out of them at all. However, the motive can still mostly make sense here. If in the original Freddy's location he does the MCI to try to make animatronics become possessed and it doesn't work, the DCI could just be attempt number 2. Okay, stuffing them in the suit didn't work, let me kill them and leave them nearby the suit. Maybe that'll work. But the result of the DCI is still the same, because when he does this, he sees the marionette leading Withered Freddy to try to take him down, and he knows that Charlotte Emily has possessed the marionette, and possession is possible. As far as other points in the timeline, this does shoot down my initial Funtime MCI theory, because I had been saying that the remnant from the Wizards leaks over to the toys, and then when FNAF 2 closes, they scrap the toys, William scoops them up, melts them down, and turns them into remnant for the Funtime animatronics in the bunker. That doesn't super work anymore, because no MCI remnant is
that
here,
kind of super doesn't work at all anyway.
Follow Me now becomes the most...
Because of the whole entered vent repair thing. Right? Really? I didn't know that. If that is true, my bad. If that's true, I will reorient myself.
Likely explanation: when he systematically goes to the FNAF 1 location after it closes down, takes them apart one by one, and melts down their remnant for the fun times. So, not only does this explanation make FNAF 2's lore way more straightforward and congestible, but it easily fits into a lot of timelines. It doesn't mess up Molten MCI, which many people and myself believe in, and it doesn't affect much else outside of it. So honestly, I don't see a good reason to assume this isn't true, but let me know your thoughts on it in the comments below. In the meantime, if you want an inclusive games shakeup...
well, I see many reasons why this is not true, but I've kind of already gone over them, so I don't think I need to keep going. But yeah, I do not agree with the theory even a little bit, but I respect the logic though. Like I like I like actually applying that logic. Does it make sense? And does it contradict anything? And does it make logical sense? That is a really good thing to take note of, because a lot of people don't take note of that. I appreciate that they did that. I will say that it's kind of probably not a good thing that they didn't do that with the Wizards being the classics, because that's a really big topic in the video, or that's a very small topic in the video, because they kind of just blindly assume that, even though that's only the case in the movie, and there are things that contradict it in the games and that don't make logical sense in the games. So I feel like they should have applied that same logic to that before just assuming it for the rest of the theory. That should have been one of the things that they went over and applied that logic to. Should have done that first, I would say. But yeah, that was that theory. Let's watch this one now. Sister Location Springlock Suit Solved. Sister Location FNaF. And this is by Gibby. Have I watched a Gibby theory on these during these streams? I don't know if I have. I actually have no idea. I don't know. I feel like maybe once or twice. I don't know. Anyway, let's watch. This is 11 minutes long.
Try not to wiggle, though. You're inside
I'll try.
something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used.
This line from Circus Baby in FNaF Sister Location implies to people who know the FNaF lore that the Springlock suit we're stuck inside of is the suit William did his murders in, Spring Bonnie. William used it for his devious purposes. Instead of entertaining kids, on the one day Circus Babies was open, William used it to kill. This raises a bunch of mysteries. For one, what happened to this crime?
What?
The only thing we know happened on day one of Circus Babies was Elizabeth's death. If William, for example, killed kids to put them in the fun times, as was the theory before Molten MCI, why don't we ever hear about this?
Was that
If
what
this
people
is the
believed
suit
back
William
then?
killed people in, why does it have a faceplate that opens like the fun times when the classic Spring Bonnie and Springtrap don't have that design? Is this just a more updated version?
Did people believe that? Because that doesn't make sense. The whole point of the fun times is the idea that... No, I know he's not saying that's what... He's not saying that's what he believes, right? Hold on. I need to rewind.
In FNaF Sister Location implies to people who know the FNaF lore that the Springlock suit we're stuck inside of is the suit William...
Okay, so he's saying that you would assume that based on what she says. So I'm assuming that he doesn't believe that, and if he does, then he'll explain why more so later. But I feel like that doesn't make sense, because why would he be killing kids if he literally made the fun times to kill kids? Like, I think that's something that does, like, apply. Like, you would think that he would just use the fun times to kill kids, rather than dressing up to stuff kids into the animatronics that he literally made to kill anyway. So, was that... People actually believed that? Some people still believe that? Some people still believe that? That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
MCI.
Let's see what he says about it.
Why don't
though.
we ever hear
I know there's
about
theories
this?
that it's like a Funtime puppet, or it could be Funtime Chica, or even the Ennard mask, or like the Ennard suit or whatever, or like a giant mini arena that we see in Room for One More's dream sequences. I think all of those make some amount of sense, and I think I could see any of those options, but I'm interested to see what he says about it.
If this is the suit William killed people in, why does it have a faceplate that opens like the fun times when the classic Spring Bonnie and Springtrap don't have that design? Is this just a more updated version that did some kills that we were never privy to? Did William commit the MCI in the classic Spring Bonnie and this Circus Baby slaughter spree in Funtime Bonnie? These mysteries haven't been
Funtime
answered
Bonnie.
in the decades since the game came out. Molten MCI just confuses the point further.
It's Rosie.
If there were no new murders at Sister Location, why does William have this suit, and what did he do in it?
What I think, the idea that I think is the most interesting is the idea that it's a giant mini arena suit. Mostly because the face design does match, but also because the mini arenas are going to you, right? So it would kind of make sense if they're like going to not their mother, because Ballor is more so their mother, but now maybe it's their father. That would be funny. Ballor's the mother, and then this suit is the father. That would be funny. But that's like that idea I think is really interesting, especially since in the dream sequences for Room for One More, Stanley sees the fun times, like the real animatronics, even though he's never seen them. So the fact that he sees a giant mini arena implies that a giant mini arena does exist. So I think it would be really interesting if that is what she's meant, or what that suit is meant to be. And I like that idea a lot. I don't know if that's the route he's going to go, but I do like that idea a lot.
Why does William have this suit, and what did he do in it? What are you doing? Just standing there. Your mind's about to be blown and the entire FNaF lore will be solved. Take a seat. It's gonna be a couple minutes. Welcome to the Horror Homestead. My name is Gibby, and we are about to solve the sister location Springlock suit. With the release of the book Didophobia, one of the Tales from the Pizzaplex short stories, we possibly got our answer. We learned that a boy named Rory was kidnapped and locked away in the sister location bunker. So maybe this was the suit William used to kidnap him. But even that isn't super satisfying.
Okay.
Sister location closed after one day due to Elizabeth's death. The public was told it was because of gas leaks. If Rory disappeared and was never found again...
Yeah, and like that makes sense because Afton owns the restaurant and it's his daughter. So if he just doesn't report her missing, then he can just cover that up. But if somebody else went missing, that wouldn't add up because then that would 100% be reported, right? And also, like I said, it doesn't really make much sense that the fun times are designed to kill. You could say that he used the fun times for it, but him using the fun times for it to capture them and not kill them, kind of like what the Twisted Ones do in the Twisted Ones, despite being made to kill. Like having that tech in them to kill, and then just capturing people not killing them. That checks out. Like that's fine. But the idea that that's the suit that Afton uses doesn't really make that much sense, because then what are the fun times for, right?
And wouldn't the public know? Why would William cover up Elizabeth's death with this fake gas leak story, but then let the fact that Rory murdered and was never found again? Wouldn't the public know? Why would William cover up Elizabeth's death with this fake gas leak story, but then let the fact that Rory disappeared be
Was that the sound effect of when you eat the ice cream in the baby level in Help Wanted 2? Why did he do that when she ate baby? Or when she ate Elizabeth?
Its death with this fake gas leak story, but then let the fact that Rory disappeared be tied to his company? It seems like a patch job done by Scott Cawthon. He left this plot thread dangling, didn't intend to use it for anything, and then a decade later went, this story can be told here in this book, whatever, books don't matter. But he didn't think about how it conflicted with the lore, and he shrugged because he just doesn't care anymore. It's disappointing, but at least the mystery is solved. The same cannot be said for this next mystery. Continuing on with the theme of Springlock suit mysteries, in FNaF 3, we hear about their dangers, what to do to avoid them, and what to do if you get springlocked and you should just go bleed to death in the back room. We hear that the Springlock suits are being decommissioned due to
an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous Springlock failures.
In FNaF 3, this was just a piece of lore intended to give background flair to the story, and also functionally tell us why the Springlock suits aren't used anymore. It's as unimportant to the story as the Bite of 87 was in FNaF 1. It's not something we were ever meant to see. MatPat tried to tie this to the Shadow animatronics, thinking that 2 employees were killed in Springlock suits. To this day, people try to fill in the gap and figure out who the poor springlocking victim was that caused this policy to be changed. But, like so many FNaF mysteries, it's never been answered. Much like the animatronic that was responsible for the Bite of 87, it doesn't actually matter, but it's something that comes up every once in a while. It's something that theorists want an answer to. When Sister Location was announced, everybody assumed it would be the story of this incident, the way that FNaF 2 was the story of the Bite of 87. But then Sister Location came and went. It was actually the story about how Mike's sister was killed by this whole new animatronic named Baby.
In this location.
It was about how there's testing chambers. It was about how he's got entered inside of him, dog. The only Springlock suit in the game isn't actually focused on in the story. This can't be the FNaF 3 Springlock failure, because it didn't fail. Circus Babies was closed after one day, and William was the one who'd be wearing the suit. There can't have been an employee who had multiple simultaneous Springlock failures within this suit, because it was used, but not the way it was meant to be used. William wore it to do more murders. So we have a sister location with a Springlock suit, but it's not the sister location or the springlock failure. Scott seriously needs to tighten up his writing the way that you need to tighten the spring locks on that night in sister location. Or...
I don't think they'd have to use the suit. I feel like that doesn't really make sense, because that's what the fun times are for.
I want to play.
Does he? See, here's the problem. Either this story doesn't make any sense, or what we're presented in-game is flawed. Not that the story is poor, but that Scott messed up telling us his intended story. Today, we mostly ignore the fact that Purple Guy is seemingly arbitrarily a different color in the Foxy Go 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 minigame. Is him being pink a hint, or is it a mistake? It's a mistake. What about the text color in FNaF 4 being a different shade of yellow in The Last Night? Is this a hint or a mistake? That one's still up in the air, like we genuinely don't
I think
know.
it's a hint.
But what if I told you that one of these two voice lines about springlock suits is a mistake? And if you look past the error, everything clicks into place perfectly, the way a springlock suit doesn't. Speaking of clicking, you should click that like and subscribe button for more answers to FNaF mysteries you've been wondering about for 10 years. Now, let's examine...
If Withered Golden Freddy is the same Fredbear from the diner, doesn't that automatically mean the other Withereds also come from Fredbears? I don't think Withered Golden Freddy is the Fredbear from the diner, so... No. I don't think so, no.
Baby's line from Sister Location.
Try not to wiggle, though. You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used. Too dangerous. It's just big enough for one person to fit inside, but just barely.
Baby's lines, especially in this section of the game, alternate between sweet and malicious in order to keep you, the player, on your guard. We're not supposed to know if we can trust Baby. That's why her tone goes from whimsical to mysterious to sweet to being a clown. I think that the voice actress just read this in her mysterious, whimsical, sweet, malicious voice, and thus placed emphasis and tone on the wrong parts of the sentence through no fault of her own. I'm going to read the line plainly, and we'll see if you can catch what I think it was supposed to be read like. You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used, at least not the way it was meant to be used. Too dangerous. If you still can't hear it, I'm going to make a lateral change and see if that makes it more direct. I'm going to swap some words around and replace them with synonyms. You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used, at least not properly. It's too dangerous. This is a different story than what's implied in the game, but it fits what we would expect perfectly. Baby's old pizzeria is the sister location from FNaF 3. The suit wasn't used. It wasn't used by the first day of Circus Baby's being opened. It wasn't used, like, in operation, but it was probably used beforehand by staff or an employee or a teenager, which is probably what Edwin would have liked, on a training day. It wasn't used the way it was meant to be used, as in, it wasn't used properly. It malfunctioned due to the fault of the person wearing the suit.
After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suit temporarily unfit for employees.
It's too dangerous, so it was scrapped. Just the inflection on the line, too dangerous, could have helped the meaning. If too dangerous was too dangerous, I think we would have gotten the intended meaning. And if the previous sentence was worded a little differently, I think it would have been much more clear. In hindsight, this is incredibly obvious. What was the springlock incident at the sister location? It was the springlock suit in sister location that wasn't used the way it was meant to be used. Duh! I think Scott intended us to understand this. As we're sitting inside of the suit as Mike on that night, we're supposed to know that this suit has already failed. That's why it's been shoved away. This is supposed to increase tension and danger on behalf of the player, because we've heard about what the Springlock suit can do to you. But the community as a whole didn't figure this out. I mean, Unwithered Truth figured this out in his sister location video, but that's different. The wider community didn't figure this out. We've been sitting here for 10 years with these 2 unsolved mysteries, trying to fit them in somewhere. In my own 9-hour FNaF video, in my animated recap of the story, this was one thing I couldn't solve satisfactorily, so I didn't even try. Around this time, somebody died in a Springlock suit. But it turns out that these 2 mysteries answer one another, and sometimes
the way you're so nonchalant about it.
Even try. Around this time, somebody died in a Springlock suit. But it turns out that these 2 mysteries answer one another, and sometimes the Springlock failure at the sister location is just the Springlock failure in the sister location. That's my conclusion. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching.
Okay.
Be sure to be nice to each other
I
in the
mean,
comments.
sure.
Consider supporting the
It could
creators
be.
you admire. Never lose sight of the things that are important to you, and remember,
I don't think the Springlock suit has anything to do with, like, after wearing it. I don't think it was meant to be used for killing kids. I think it kind of just is there. Probably just to wear... I don't know. It probably just exists, like, to be a Springlock suit so that people can wear it. I don't think it's meant to be, like, used to kill kids or anything. Just because, like I said, that's what the fun times are for. But, honestly, this is not what I thought the theory was about. I didn't think it was about the Springlock failure. I thought it was just about who the animatronic is. That's what I thought the video was about. And that's not what it's about. So... I don't know. I would have reworded the title a little bit if I were him, or I would have talked about that more, like, at the end or something. But either way, good video. I like it. I'm cool with that explanation. Yeah. I mean, I do think that Elizabeth died before the missing children incident and after the bite of 83, so I could definitely see that being the case. Why wouldn't it be the case? What did I say? I forgot. I literally forgot what I said. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I've just been thinking more about the theory. Yeah, I think it makes sense. It does make sense as to why he would call it sister location. Yeah, but he didn't say every mystery. Well, I mean, he probably did. But I mean, like, I feel like that's not really a mystery that needs to be solved. Like, it's not really an important thing. Okay, fine. We'll watch Schedule Theory. No, I'm saying it didn't matter by the point of FNaF 3. Like, it was just a springlock failure happened that resulted in the springlock suits getting destroyed or getting decommissioned and like discontinued. But what suit that was doesn't matter. It matters for sister location. It doesn't matter before that. Like, it doesn't matter for FNaF 3. Yeah, it's just why they stopped being used. The one thing that makes me a little hesitant to say that is that the springlock suits were made by Henry, but that one was probably made by Afton. So why would that one get Henry's decommissioned? I don't know, but I get the point though. Still works. Yeah, it doesn't matter as long as it's not Mike, Cassidy, Andrew, or anything like that. If it's David, it might matter a little bit, but... Well, okay. First of all, I get that. I've been there. I personally do think she died after the bite, but I really do have a hard time explaining that satisfyingly. But second, technically this doesn't have to cause problems there. The springlock failure could easily be no, it can't be before the bite, but it could easily be like at Freddy's after the bite of 83 and after the springlock failure could have been before the bite of 83 and not been learned about until after it. That's what I meant. What? Anyway, yeah. That's not as satisfying, but it's still technically possible. Well, yeah, but he said nearly everything, not literally everything. Okay, time for schedule theory. The clue that solves FNAF's sister location isn't in the game. 26 minutes and 12 seconds long. Let's go.
On May 30th, 2025, a post by user RealFreezy1 began to blow up on Twitter. The post showcased a piece of audio hidden in the files of Sister Location that is played only twice on Night 5 and at a very quiet level. It plays specifically when you reveal the small keypad tucked inside Circus Baby's head. Take a listen. From what we can gather from the game files, this sound is simply titled Guts. And
yeah, I knew about that.
Upon hearing it, Cry9 and I became most afraid, as given the point in the game at which this plays, we thought it was supposed to be Elizabeth's bones and blood crunching and sloshing around inside of baby's stomach, which threw me off because if sister location takes place when we think it does, that body should have already been removed. Refusing to accept that sister location takes place like a few days after Elizabeth's death, I began thinking of some other possibilities to explain.
I mean, yeah, that's very clearly not the case.
Using everything I could to brainstorm, I eventually found my way to the animatronic sketch.
See, before he goes on with that, I will say one idea I've had is it actually ties in, with Room for One More, because in that story we have Stanley who has the mini arenas like going into his body, and on night 4 of Sister Location, we have mini arenas go in from the middle that we can't shake off, which seems to imply that they go into our suit or into us. So my idea was that maybe that gut sound could be from Michael himself, and maybe the mini arenas are inside his body, like ripping apart his guts or some shit like that. Like, that's not a super solid theory, but it kind of adds up in a way, and like I could easily see that being the case. But I'm interested to see what he's gonna say, because how does the schedule have anything to do with that?
Visual, hidden in the Scott game source code before the game's release. A detail that had been covered when it first appeared, but that faded into obscurity soon after. Crynite and I spent hours combing through this tiny chart.
No, Evan. Why?
And we found something worth talking about. See, there are patterns in that schedule, subtle ones. Specific status conditions for the animatronics that line up with the game's events in curious ways. Ways that suggest that Sister Location is less about a single tragedy and more about an ongoing project. Let's examine this schedule together. It's a week-long schedule that lists 5 animatronics: Baby, Ballora, 2 Funtime Fs, and an out-of-service animatronic. For each day of the week, they're assigned specific status conditions: available, booked, private, or maintenance. Now, after the game came out, most people dismissed this.
Clearly that's the
assumption was,
maternity
oh,
leave.
Cool. This was just a way to hint toward the fact that Sister Location takes place in a rental facility. And while that's true, that's not all this schedule is saying.
That's true.
In fact, it tells us something much more important. And to explain what, we need to fast forward to night 1 of Sister Location. The game opens with Hand Unit explicitly telling us that we're working at a rental service.
Allow me to fill this somewhat frightening silence with some light-hearted banter. Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment. Unlike most entertainment venues, our robotic entertainers are rented out for private parties during the day.
So, if the schedule was only meant to hint at that, it feels bizarre that the game would give away that information almost immediately. Then there's our job. Each night in Sister Location, Hand Unit provides a predetermined set of tasks for Michael to complete, different from typical FNaF gameplay. On night 1, we're told to shock Ballora, shock Funtime Foxy, shock Baby, and then go home. That's it. Funtime Freddy is noticeably absent from night 1. We're not asked to do anything involving him. Now, on night 2, the tasks change just slightly. Shock Ballora, shock Funtime Foxy, shock Baby. But this time, we do have a run-in with Funtime Freddy. Specifically, we're sent to the breaker room because Freddy's been tampering with the power, causing the controlled shock buttons to stop working. Then we spend the rest of our shift trying to fix the breaker. And at the start of our next shift, Hand Unit notes that he's upset with our performance and that we didn't meet the expectations for that shift. Here, take a listen.
Now that your elevator experience has been customized to your needs and you're thoroughly relaxed, it's worth mentioning that due to your lackluster performance yesterday, your pay has been decreased by a substantial amount.
Compare this to night 1. We're sent to shock 3 animatronics, just like on night 2, But this time there's no complaint from the hand unit the following morning. That stuck out to me, so I pulled the chart back up and began looking through everything on it.
I think isn't that because we didn't go back and shock baby?
Allura available. And it clicked. The structure of night 1 and 2, who we're tasked with visiting and who we're not, lines up perfectly with Wednesday and Thursday night on the source code schedule. Let me explain in order. Out of the 4 animatronics on Wednesday, 3 are booked. These are Baby, Ballora, and Funtime Foxy. Hand Unit even describes Baby as having a
busy day today. Let's check the light and make sure she's in proper working order.
And this is because she was booked for a party that morning, like it says on the schedule. The only animatronic that wasn't booked was one of the Funtime Fs. And what did we already establish? There's no instructions to shock Funtime Freddy that night, making him the bottom Funtime F on this schedule. We don't need to do anything to him because he didn't go out that day.
Okay. Interesting enough. Okay. See, off the top of my head, I don't remember everything that happens in Sister Location. Like, I do, but like I don't know how to compare it to the schedule. So, hello, there we go. Yeah, I know. That's basically what I just said. Well, you said yeah, so. Okay. Is my Wi-Fi broken? Can you guys still hear me?
Then, on night 2, our tasks are to shock Ballora.
Oh, my Wi-Fi is breaking for some reason.
Funtime Foxy, and Circus.
For some reason. It still says I have a poor connection, though. Not that one. Like, it looks fine. There we go. Okay. Should be fine now. My connection broke for a second. It said it was poor. Now it should be back to excellent, so. Okay. If that happens again, let me know. I don't know what happened. I think it was just my Wi-Fi, but we should be fine now.
2, our tasks are to shock Ballora, Funtime Day, F, on this schedule. We don't need to do anything to him because he didn't go out that day. Then, on night 2, our tasks are to shock Ballora, Funtime Foxy, and Circus Baby before our night gets disrupted and we need to reset the breaker. Upon taking all night to do this, Hand Unit becomes upset with our performance. This is because night 2 is Thursday. All of the animatronics were booked that morning. When we get to the bunker at night, Hand Unit expects us to shock all of them, but we don't have time, so he's upset with our performance and docks our pay. Looking at this pattern, we can say
we don't shock
animatronics
Baby or
marked as
Funtime
available, the ones who were not rented out to parties that morning, don't need to be shocked at night, while animatronics marked booked, the ones that did go out to parties that morning, need to be shocked. We never really questioned
we don't
why
need to shock
shocked
Baby.
the animatronics. We just kind of do it because we're told to, but when you sit down and think about it, and more importantly, when you think about when we shock each of them, it lines up perfectly with Michael's work week, starting on this Wednesday and ending on this Sunday. Let's continue. On night 3, we don't shock Baby, only Ballora and Foxy.
Yeah.
In fact, Hand Unit specifically tells us that
There is no need to check on Baby tonight. Please refrain from entering unauthorized areas.
Now, why would he emphasize that there's no need to check on Circus Baby on this particular night of the game? Well,
'Cause she
let's
didn't
look
go
at our
out.
trusty schedule. Night 3, Friday, tells us that Circus Baby was available that morning. She wasn't rented out. The remnant inside her hasn't been disturbed by interacting with new children, so she doesn't need to be shocked. Funtime Foxy and Ballora are both booked on Friday, and we shocked them, so that lines up with Friday being night 3 as well. On night 4, Saturday, both Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy are scheduled for maintenance, while Baby and Ballora are reserved for something private. And in the gameplay of night 4, exclusively Baby and Ballora are together in the scooping room. And Baby literally starts shit-talking Ballora about how she never learns.
Ballora never learns.
Okay.
She's complaining about something that happened at the private show earlier. Today, night 4, is also the first time maintenance technicians other than Michael appear in the bunker. And guess what? Saturday, night 4, is the first of 2 maintenance days.
But T-Dreads, you're wrong. It's a private party day for Ballora, not a maintenance day, so why is Ballora in the scooping room? Theory debunked.
And to that I say, you need to pay less attention to the fact that it's a maintenance man talking, and more to what the maintenance man is saying.
Yeah, he says that she broke down, right? So probably at the party, I'd guess. Okay. Oh, whoops. Actually, I'm going to take a small break here. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a little bit.
I'm back, by the way. Hello, I am also back. How are you?
I'm good. I was in the bathroom, but I had my headphones on so I could hear you.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Anyway, right now we were watching a T-Dreads theory. We're only 9 minutes in? I thought we were, like, almost done. This is a 26-minute video. We're 9 minutes in.
Damn. Wait,
Okay.
are you going to pause it, or do you want to finish it?
Do you have time to finish it and then do the tier list, or...?
I do.
Okay, cool. I'll update you on basically what the theory is. God damn it.
Okay, yeah, catch me up.
Yeah, so basically, his idea is that... You know how there's this schedule... oh, wait, no, I'll start with something else. Basically, on Night 5 of Sister Location, you know the Guts sound effect? Do you know about that?
Yes, that... Like
yeah,
inside a baby, right?
Yeah,
yes,
so...
I know very well that sound.
Yeah, so basically, he's trying to find a way to explain that, right? And he turned to the schedule in the files of, like, Scott... I think it was Scott Games, like, that shows the schedule for the fun times. And he's basically comparing it to the actual Sister Location game. Because we already know that the animatronics are rented out for private parties. So why would that be in the game file? Why would that be in the source code if we're going to learn that right at the beginning, right? So it implies that there's something else that thing is telling us. So basically, he lined up Night 1 and 2 with... hold on, let me actually... I need to go back in the video and find somewhere where he actually shows the schedule. There it is. He lined up Night 1 and 2 with Wednesday and Thursday. So, on Night 1, you shock Baby, Ballora, and Foxy. And Han Unit even says that Baby had a busy day, meaning that she was at a party, right? So, they're all booked, but Funtime Freddy, you don't do anything to, right? And he's available, so that's why. You don't have to shock him because he didn't go anywhere. Thursday, you're expected to shock all of them. That's why... Hand Unit is mad at you because you didn't do everything that you needed to. You're supposed to shock all of them. You don't shock Baby and you don't shock Funtime Freddy. Even though you see all of them that night, meaning that all of them, the fact that they were all supposed to be shocked implied that they all had something that day, like that they were all booked, and they are all booked here, right? Then on Night 3, you don't have to shock Baby and you don't have to shock Freddy, and here on Friday, Baby is available and Funtime Freddy is available. And then Funtime Foxy and Ballora, you shock both of them, and they are both booked. Saturday is Night 4, and Baby and Ballora are both at a private party. And he talks about how Baby mentions how Ballora like never learns or whatever. I don't know, something like that. So then that's because they were at the party together. And I think that was about like her not pretending or something like that. But they were both at the party together. And then Funtime Foxy and Funtime Freddy are both on maintenance. And then that's why the next night they're all they're already scooped. And Ballora is scooped this night. So then Sunday they all need maintenance because they're all scooped by that day.
All right.
So we haven't fully made it to his explanation of Sunday. We're still on Saturday, but that's kind of where he's going with it. So that's his idea.
No,
Basically, the schedule is supposed to be literally our week working, minus Monday and Tuesday. But Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's all.
I've agreed with that for a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a theory. So, yeah, that's where we are.
Well, I mean, the reason why is like because when Hand Unit says Circus Baby had a busy day today. What else are you supposed to interpret that as? Like, oh, she was like maintenance.
No, yeah, obviously.
I don't know.
Oops, I didn't mean to mute. Yeah, obviously, like she had a party or whatever. But I've never compared it to the actual schedule itself. So that's an interesting way to look at it, and I've never actually done that. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can continue from here. Hold on, what's chat saying? That image of the schedule was actually created by Kane Carter. Yeah, but like in the actual files, like they're all like arranged like that, and that's just like how like they're all written down. So that was a way to like make it clearer like what it actually means, or like how it's actually arranged. One thing of the theory is that you never actually shock Baby on Night 2. Well, yeah, but you don't shock Baby or Freddy, which makes sense because they're both available that night. Or no, wait, no, you're supposed to shock Baby on night. No, you're supposed to shock all of them on Night 2. That's why we see all of them, but we're told that we didn't do a good enough job because we didn't shock all of them. Baby, you're supposed to shock, and then you don't, because the power fails, and then you don't go back for her. And then we also just don't shock Freddy. Anyway, now we keep going.
So
You're
why
watching,
is
right?
Ballora in the scooping room? Theory debunked.
Okay, cool.
And to that I say, you need to pay less attention to the fact that it's a maintenance man talking, and more to what the maintenance man is saying.
Okay,
There we
bring her
go.
over.
Sorry, forgot to switch over.
Forward. More. Okay, stop. Set her down. Watch the step.
What happened to it this time? Just seems like these things can't go a day without breaking down.
Who knows? It's always the same, man. Some kind of hardware malfunction.
Well, I had to be somewhere in 15 minutes, and this place gives me the creeps. Can we just get this over with?
What happened to it? I have to be somewhere? These technicians have been called in to work. They need to scoop Ballora because she broke down at the
it's a
private
spontaneous
party
thing.
her and Baby were rented out to that day.
Yeah.
Which is why only her and Baby are here, and why Baby is mad. Ballora breaks down at this private party, and now the technicians have to go out of their way to prep her for tomorrow's maintenance, when their night's work should have been completed by now. They ask what happened because they've been called in on short notice and don't know what's going on. If night 1 takes place on Wednesday, then this schedule literally lines up perfectly with the game. After days that animatronics are scheduled, you shock them until they start acting normal again. That's why you shock Ballora and Funtime Foxy almost every time you check on them, and why you specifically don't have to shock Baby on night 3. For the 3 of them, this schedule explains everything that happens in this game if night 1 is on Wednesday. And look, just thinking about this source code schedule, it makes no sense for Scott to ever give us this unless we could figure it out. Look specifically at the fact that there are 2 Funtime Fs. Scott doesn't specify which Funtime F is Foxy and which is Freddy on this chart. And that's because we can use the game to solve this chart and figure out which is which.
Yeah.
Because of the events of the game, we know
that
the
makes sense.
top one is Foxy and the bottom one is Freddy. To recap the important stuff so far, this is the schedule the game gives us. On nights 1 and 2, you shock Baby because she was booked. You don't shock her on night 3 because she was available all day. She goes to a private show on night 4 and is scheduled for maintenance on night 5. Ballora and Funtime Foxy are shocked on nights 1, 2, and 3 when they're
Why
booked
does your
the whole
week
way
start
through.
on Tuesday?
You never shock Funtime Freddy.
Huh? What?
Why was... Wait, what the frick? Why does... Why do you not... Why does your week start on Tuesday?
It's Wednesday, but I don't know. It just does.
That's odd.
A little bit, but... I mean... Maybe it's just you're supposed to work 5 nights and it ends on Sunday. I don't know. Or maybe he just got the job and he was supposed... And it's Wednesday was just the first day he was available. Who knows? He's probably supposed to work every day, realistically. Yeah. Considering this is a week-long schedule, so the animatronics will need maintenance every day. So it makes sense there's 5 nights and it's just meant to end on Sunday. Just probably because they want it to be a full week, but they need Sunday to be the last day. That's probably the main reason why.
And because you didn't shock him on night 2 when you were supposed to, Hand Unit tells you on that day,
same with Baby, though,
that
to be
day
fair,
alone,
you don't shock
that you did
either.
a bad job.
Yep. I do know about that, by the way.
The only time you ever worked...
I remember somebody said that in chat when we were playing Sister Location, that we don't shock Baby, right?
Yep.
And that's the main reason why.
Yeah. That's why I remember it as well.
Yeah, but that's true though. We also don't shock Freddy, so that does line up properly. Yeah.
An animatronic that doesn't line up with this schedule is Funtime Freddy on night 3.
Mm-hmm.
But again,
because he's maintenance.
This can be explained by the circumstances of the game. After Hand Unit tells us that we did a bad job, he tells us why we have to work on Funtime Freddy on night 3. Listen carefully to the language he uses.
Due to unforeseen malfunctions from today's shows, your nightly duties will require you to perform maintenance that you may or may not be skilled enough to perform. It became necessary for technicians to attempt to disconnect Funtime Freddy's power module. However, they were unsuccessful. You will need to reach the parts
because we didn't shock him,
on the other
so
side
he's
of
not working
Funtime
properly?
Auditorium to perform the procedure yourself.
Hand Unit tells us that following a show, Freddy began to malfunction. Not a booked-out party like the others, a scheduled in-house performance. And, unlike the others, Freddy wasn't shocked on
I think that's
night 2
kind
like
of
he
a
was
stretch.
supposed to be. So what
I
happened?
agree.
Well, he lashed out. He had too much energy because we didn't reset him. And, according to Hand Unit, he physically harmed 2 technicians, bad enough that they had to be sent away for several weeks to recover, which conveniently leaves us, Michael, to take over tasks that we're not qualified to handle. Hand Unit even specifies...
Like, I'm not going to say that that's impossible, but I will say that that is kind of a stretch because there's no real indication that there are in-house shows. And I feel like if there were, then that would probably just be one of the booked or private parties. Like, I think it would just be either one of those. Because it's supposed to be that you're supposed to shock them if they're booked, but Freddy's not booked on this day, so it's kind of weird to say that he just did a show that we didn't know about. Like, I agree with everything else, and I think that everything else makes sense, but this is just the one thing that I feel like is just... It doesn't make that much sense. It's a little bit of a stretch to just... That's the only explanation, really.
Well, doesn't Hand Unit quite literally say that due to Funtime Freddy's shows?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's trying to like make an explanation for why he had a show if he wasn't booked. And I get it, but I feel like it's a little bit of a stretch to say that he had a show that wasn't on the schedule.
Okay.
So that's the one part of the theory so far that I'm a little bit iffy on, but besides that, I think it's pretty solid for the most part. It's just that one thing.
Unforeseen. It's defined that way because the schedule doesn't account for this. The other
I guess,
were
kind
called
of.
in to do this task when they otherwise shouldn't have been. We've explained 4 nights of the schedule so far, and now we can circle back to the original point. The squelchy noises coming from Circus Baby on night 5. The entire reason I looked back in the sister location was because of this sound, because I thought it might be Elizabeth in there, and because that would screw up the entire timeline. But with the revelation of this schedule, we finally have an answer.
Because Elizabeth died way earlier in the timeline, so her body should either be completely decomposed or removed by this point.
I agree.
Yeah.
But how does
because it has to be like
noises.
He's saying that the squelching noises can't be Elizabeth, but they're seemingly coming from Baby, so there has to be another explanation for why there would be squelching from Baby. So I think what he's trying to say is that during the private party, she went out to kill somebody, and that's the body that's inside her, and that's why there's the squelching. That's what I'm guessing.
But is that squelching sound really a body?
I mean, I think it was called Guts, so it seems like it is somebody dying or somebody dead, like in there.
Oh, dude, imagine if that's William's 16th victim.
Yeah, you can't find anybody else yet. You just gotta add that in just to fill up the void. Okay.
Yeah.
See, my idea that I brought up earlier for the squelching that does not involve Baby. I mentioned this at the beginning of the before we started watching, or right when we started watching the video, and then Fred was immediately like, "Evan, no," and then I was like, "Why?" But I understand it's a weird idea, but basically, in Room for One More, there's the whole thing where Stanley has. Do you know where I'm going with this?
Yes, but keep going.
There's the whole idea that the mini arenas enter Stanley's body, and they're kind of just living in there for a while. And on night 4 of Sister Location, there's the mini arenas that go in the middle that we can't shake off, meaning they either go in the suit or inside us. So you could say maybe the guts are the mini arenas inside our body, ripping apart our guts.
Hi, sorry, I'll be right back.
Okay. See, the main reason that idea I feel like could kind of work is the idea back when Scott was like, think of your like the scoop can't remove your entire skeleton, but if something climbs inside, they can kind of do it like a jack-o'-lantern and hollow it out for you. So you could say that maybe instead of Ennard doing that, maybe the mini arenas did that first, and then Ennard like climbed inside after the mini arenas made room for him or something. It's a weird idea. It doesn't really make that much sense, but like it's an idea that I came up with a while ago. I don't think it's likely. I just think it could be true. Delicious mini arenas. Ballora was scooped, but Circus Baby might have still gone to the private party, which explains.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What's up?
Sorry. I'm back.
No, you're good.
I had to like say sorry. Where were you at?
Well, I was just saying that you could say that the mini arenas were inside Mike ripping apart his guts, and then maybe like making room for Ennard or something. I don't think that really makes sense. I don't think it really makes that much sense, but it also would make sense with what Scott said a while ago, where he said
why doesn't it make sense?
I just think it's a weird idea that like I feel like it would be explained more in the game, and it is like questionable why he would even go to work if he literally has like the mini arenas inside him ripping apart his guts. But also, I think logically speaking, it could make sense with what Scott said a while ago, where he said the scoop can't remove his skeleton, but if something climbs inside his body, they can kind of hollow him out from the inside in order to make room.
Right, and exactly. That's the whole point of the mini arenas.
Yeah, but you could also just say that like you could also say instead that Ennard did it himself.
I mean,
hold on. Let me pull up the whole quote, the actual quote.
The question is like why the mini arenas even existed as going inside your mouth in the first place in Night 4.
See, that's a really weird thing. Yeah, it's like why did he say that if it didn't mean anything? But yeah, his whole quote is this. I don't think any kind of scoop to the abdomen could pull out your whole skeleton, but just image, I think he means imagine, but just imagine your torso as a jack-o'-lantern and you've got the right idea. And then if something is crawling inside of you, it could probably manually empty out the rest. So the mini arenas could very well work. It's just like, is that something that Scott would be going for, and why would Mike still go to work? But I feel like that idea kind of works. It's just kind of goofy.
Mike would go to work because he has to. He's on a mission.
Yeah, unless the mini arenas are inside him, but they just didn't start ripping out his guts until like they were getting closer to the actual scooping incident. That could work, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It is a goofy idea though, and that's why I think a lot of people would be like, "That's dumb. Why would that be the case?" And I kind of understand that, but I do think it's an interesting idea to at least consider. But I do want to listen to what like the rest of what he has to say, because there's still 12 minutes left of the video, and you would think there would be like 2 minutes left of him being like, "Yeah, baby was at a party, she killed somebody, that's the guts." But there's 12 minutes left, so maybe there's more to it. Anyway, we'll see.
Mess up the entire timeline. Well, at least not quite as badly. On Night 5, Baby gives us a hint that we all overlooked because none of us ever took her too seriously.
Something bad happened today, right?
Yesterday. Something bad always happens. I don't.
Yesterday, so at the private party, yeah.
Two things here. This is the only time in the entire game that anyone refers to a malfunction or event involving the animatronics as something that happened yesterday.
You'll try anything for...
That's actually really crazy.
Yeah. See, I never really took that into account just because this is Baby trying to manipulate us, so I've always seen it as just like it not actually being something happening. But maybe. I could see it being the case. It's possible. Like, I always just saw it as her trying to manipulate us into thinking,
now,
into trusting her.
Everything, because Night 5 takes place on a Sunday, which means yesterday, in this case, would have been Saturday.
The private party,
So what was the bad thing that happened on Saturday? Well,
she killed somebody.
Let's go back to the schedule. According to the chart, Circus Baby and Ballora were assigned exclusively to a private event that day.
There is something bad inside of me.
A person.
Something bad inside of me, huh? Think back to everything we see from Circus Baby in this game. Specifically what happens whenever she's alone with
I feel like that's more so indicating like there's something bad
comes out of her stomach,
like controlling me.
And she grabs them, dragging them
that's
into her
literally
stomach
what I've
hatch,
always thought it was.
and boom.
Yeah, it could be the
There's
person or it could be the
something
scooper itself or like
inside of her.
the claw. It could be.
Something
I just
bad
think
happened
it's
yesterday.
entered.
Something.
Well, I think what she means is like the thing that's bad inside of her is the thing that's controlling her and making her kill people. Like that programming, that side of her programming. Like I think that's
Really, I literally
bad.
always just thought there's something bad inside of me is just entered.
Well, I don't think that's a bad thing because I think she's the one controlling Ennard. So.
Well, you have to remember that when Elizabeth is talking and when the Circus Baby AI is talking, you have to have discernment as to which is which. And I think that was just the Circus Baby AI talking, like saying, Ennard is inside of me, it's bad.
I see it just as manipulation, honestly, but...
I mean, the whole thing is, like, immediately when you take in my view, when you take the Circus Baby AI out, now it's just Elizabeth talking completely. That's why she's like pretending to be the AI, but she isn't.
I don't really see that, but maybe. Oh, in Ultimate Custom Night, Baby says looks like something bad happened after killing you. So when she said something bad happened in sister location, she is talking about killing someone. I could see that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Possibly.
Yeah. All right.
Bad always happens. It happened again. At a private party on Saturday, Circus Baby was likely left alone with another child.
Just a random child.
She did what she was designed to do.
William's
luring the
16th
child
victim.
in and kidnapping them, bringing them back down here to the underground testing bunker. Only this time, we don't see it happen in a minigame. We just hear the aftermath. That awful sound playing from inside Baby on night 5 is not Elizabeth. It's somebody else. Someone who disappeared the day before.
Dark, dude.
A child's corpse still trapped inside of her. And given the way she speaks on this night, these exact events have likely been happening with tons of kids over the years.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem with this particular connection is that the sound persists when we say...
Why no?
This has happened with multiple kids over the years because William only has 16 victims.
You could just say those kids aren't important. Considering the kids
because even the DCI kids who aren't important are considered part of his victims.
Yeah, but I don't know. I see, the thing is, I find it hard to believe that the fun times would be sent out to all these parties and then not kill anybody, despite that being their literal purpose.
The problem with that is, yeah, they've probably been sent out. The issue is with that is, number one, it would be a PR disaster. At this point, the Circus Baby's entertainment rentals will be shut down. Yeah. I genuinely just think that the fun times, they were probably intended to kill specifically, but I also think that what William has been using them for all these years has actually been business, and there was probably someone who died by Circus Baby one time or something like that. If this is the case, I'm still not even fully buying into this theory, but I will say that I think that the intention for them to be used was not literally to kill someone like all the time. I guess.
Okay.
If that makes sense. I think that they were probably altered specifically so William could actually, make a shit ton of money.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
But
See,
I know
I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of the idea, but I think it kind of makes sense. It's just, see, if the fun times don't kill anybody, it does just feel weird to me. But it does also feel weird, like why they wouldn't be included in Happiest Day unless they were literally just killed and nothing happened to that. Like I find it a little weird, especially because of like the spirit follows the flesh thing and the pain. Like, why would the kids not possess the fun times? Like, because I think logically a lot of people thought that would be the case back when the fun times were first back when this location first came out. But then like Molten MCI happens, right? But like logically, why would the kids that they killed not possess them? And if they don't, then do they kill anybody? And if they don't kill anybody, why? And if they do kill somebody, then where are they? It's it's kind of a loose thread, and there's not really a good explanation for either. I think this idea that she did kill somebody right before sister location kind of makes sense, but I'm not like fully sold, but I'm not totally against it either. Like, I think it kind of does make sense.
It would answer the 16th victim, although you believe Andrew exists. So I don't know if you would buy into that.
I mean, I don't really think that Andrew is one of the ones in Happiest Day, to be fair. Because I just don't think he was set free.
Oh, because you believe he's the one you should not have killed, right?
Yeah. I don't know. See,
I
think there's definitely 16 people in Happiest Day, but I don't know if every single person who dies in the entire series is a part of it. Like, is Phone Guy there? Is like...
Well, no. The balloons themselves, sorry, I need to stop interrupting you. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if there's enough people to fill up those, or if there's too many people to fill up those. Because, like, it just depends who the last character is, or if there are more characters beyond, like, the Save Them kids and the Missing kids and Charlotte are obviously there. So, is there, like, another set of 5 dead kids, or is it other random characters like Henry, or the bite victim, or Cassidy, or whichever one, or, like... Phone Guy, Mrs. Afton if she exists, like Elizabeth, Michael, are these characters in Happiest Day too? Or is it just like, or like, I don't know, is it everybody?
Well, here's
is there some kids like that the Fun Times killed that just aren't included? Or I sound like I'm saying anyway. Like, are Mike and Henry actually there, or are they just like completely separate and not in Happiest Day? It's just questionable whether the Fun Times kids are actually like if the Fun Times killed kids, are they in Happiest Day, or are they just kind of forgotten and just dead just cause?
Well, okay.
Just for a proof of concept for the Fun Times.
I've always interpreted the balloons as these are actual victims from William. So I've always said the 5 MCI kids plus Charlotte, the DCI, that gets you to 11. Bite victim Elizabeth, that gets you to 13. But I don't think they have to be kids. So I've said Fiona is one of them.
Sure.
That's 14. And then you have 15 and 16, which I could totally see being like Fun Time kids.
I don't know. It could be. I just feel like if the Fun Times killed any kids, only killing 2 is definitely like... There would either be none or more than that, I would say.
What's wrong with that and just killing 2? I'm just saying, like...
Just because it's been active for so many years. And also, Glitch Singer said, like, quoted Baby, something bad always happens. So if something bad refers to her killing a kid, then her saying something bad always happens implies that every time she goes out, she does kill somebody. Or it just happens more often than just twice.
That's a lot of fucking dead kids.
Yeah.
How has no one caught on to this?
No idea. And that's why I'm just questioning it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I could see it being 1. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a little complicated. It's just hard. It's hard to figure out who the balloons are, and if the Fun Times kids... If the Fun Times do kill other kids, or if those kids that they do kill are in Happiest Day at all. There's a lot of variables, and it's hard to distinguish like what is important in this case. But like I said, I definitely understand the schedule like idea and like the idea of Baby having killed the kid right before sister location. I think that makes sense. It's just like does that have bearing on the plot outside of just explaining why something bad happened, or is it just like it happened and that kid is in Happiest Day, or is the kid just forgotten? It's hard to tell.
How long do you think Sea Bear has been open?
Probably a while. I mean, I think that
if it's been open, if it's been open for like many years, and Baby says something bad always happens, that means that you have killed hundreds of children.
Yeah.
Which I don't buy.
Yeah. I don't know. Especially that thing from the source code back when the cancels due to leaks teaser came out. Wasn't there like I remember people talking about this. I've brought this up before, and I don't know for sure if it's true, just because we can't really fact check it now. But I've heard people talk about how there's something in the source code that says something along the lines of it was too soon for babies to open, but keep an eye out because maybe she'll appear at a party near you or whatever. Which implies that the rental service opened like soon after Elizabeth died, which would then place the rental facility or the rental service being open for like at least a decade, right? And then there's, like you just said, there's so many dead kids in that case. So
exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, how would it stay
Vanessa's
functional?
Do you think Vanessa is an Afton?
I hold no solid opinion on that. But if she is, then it would be even longer.
If she is, she had to have William had to be a father for her at least until like 2006 or 2007.
Sure.
Maybe like I put Follow Me at like 2010.
Mm-hmm.
So I put Sister Location at like 2015. If you'll notice that like the board of Fazbear Entertainment says like she can dance, like that discussion at the beginning of the game. I think that happens pretty early. I think that happens like probably in like the 1990s, like shortly after Freddy's closes.
I think that happens before Elizabeth dies.
I would not put it that early.
I would say so, just because they're talking about the animatronics themselves, and if the animatronics already existed by that point and have already killed a kid, then I feel like it's weird to have that only happen then.
Well, her eyes are green in that cutscene.
I guess, I don't know.
Anyway, basically what I'm saying is like I think that is after Seabear opens. I think that's like the board member coming back after 1993, after Freddy's closes. And if that's regardless, whatever. Either way, what I'm saying is I think Seabear has been open for like 15, 20 years.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And if that's the case, yeah, hundreds of dead kids, I don't buy.
Yeah. There would definitely be a lot.
So I think it might have been just this one time, and then Seabear permanently closes after this because they're like, what the fuck? Circus Baby murdered someone? Because I don't think that Elizabeth's death was public knowledge.
No,
I
definitely
think
not.
William probably covered it.
I mean, it was his restaurant. It was his restaurant, his animatronics, his kid. There would be no reason that he would report his kid murdered or missing. So if he doesn't report his kid murdered or missing, then that means that the public does not know that they're murdered or missing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if like Elizabeth was even like a public figure at all. Like I don't even know if like people knew that William Afton actually had another child, like outside of, or I mean, probably did, but like she probably wasn't like many people knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Anyway, continue while I take a shit.
Oh, okay. Have fun with that. Are you still going to be listening?
Say again?
Are you still going to be listening?
No, I'm muting, bro.
Well, you can stop talking, but you're listening. Anyway, have fun. So we have 10 minutes left of this video. So.
Circus Baby to the scooping room, and when only Ennard is following us. But then in the private room, the sound doesn't play at all when Ennard is around.
Uh-huh.
There is an audio coding error immediately after this vent section at the scooper part. So maybe Scott was just having a rough day that day in terms of coding, but there's no way to figure out if he meant to turn this sound off when you leave parts and service. I'd say, given that the sound plays when working on Baby and doesn't play the other times we see Ennard, I'd still say it's more likely associated with Baby than Ennard, because it plays 100% of the time we physically see her on screen. But we don't even really need this sound to link the schedule and Baby's dialogue to the idea of new kids being captured. That idea in and of itself is solid, just with the evidence.
Well, there's an ad now. Do you want to give your thoughts?
Very quickly. So here's what I will say. That sound actually plays when Mike is looking at the mirror. Not just the scooping room. It also, like, when Mike is looking at the mirror.
Well, it could be that the first one is because of Baby, and the second one is because Ennard's inside him now.
Exactly. Oh, because of his own guts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then scooping room, right?
So
makes
the
no sense.
first one would have been the parts and service one would be baby having the dead kid inside, and then the second one would be because Mike has entered inside. So it's like it would still make a similar sound either way. So anyway,
that idea in and of itself is solid, just with the evidence. So at this point in the night, the three of us had gathered so much information from the source code that we went back to look at other parts of the source code to see if we could find something else. Wait, what's this? Secret text. It says, like the video or you're stupid. Oh, Scott, you shouldn't have. The first thing we wanted to touch on was the out-of-service animatronic, so we could try and figure out who that was. With knowledge from the week before,
could be like the Springlock
after all the
suit.
theories about Foxy being out of order because he did the bite of 87, we can
yeah, or
conclude
that.
this animatronic is probably out of service because it was associated with a dangerous event. This brings us back to night 4, where we're put into a Springlock suit that was, and I quote, not used the way it was meant to, and that Baby specifically describes as being too dangerous. I think that the suit we're in on night 4 is the out-of-service and
or Coils is the Springlock suit
animatronic that's listed on this schedule.
No.
Oh, by the way,
okay.
This suit is also probably on the other
Coils
side of the glass on night 5,
I know
right
that's
by
what you
Ennard.
meant.
Because Ennard presses the button for the scoop.
What do you say?
Oh, by the way, this suit is also probably on the other side of the glass on night 5, right by Ennard. Because Ennard presses the button for the scooper over there, like the technicians had to do on night 4. And the technicians' voices on that night are crisp and clear, not muffled as if we're hearing them through a window.
Yeah.
Which means that me...
I wouldn't say that, considering Ballora is right in front of the scooper. Meaning she would be where Mike is right now. Meaning we would be kind of like where Funtime Foxy is. So I don't think we...
Yeah.
I think we are in the room.
...had to do on night 4.
I agree.
And the technicians' voices on that night are crisp and clear, not muffled as if we're
I
hearing
could see
them
that
through
as
a
just like an
window.
oversight.
Which means that me and Cryo were wrong. The final piece of source code we really looked into were the 3 client directories that Afton Robotics is linked to. These directories are Chica's Party World, Private B-Day Booking, and CRMN_INST. Now,
I think
at
this was
first
before
glance,
Secret of the Mimic.
we should interpret these abbreviated words as being exactly what they appear to be. Stuff like children_ent and criminal_inst were easily interpreted as children entertainment and criminal institution/crewman installation. That's how they were interpreted when they were first shown off to the community, and nobody thought twice about it. But consider the modern day context. Consider the fact that these were made by William Afton, a man who notoriously hides in plain sight, creating fictitious scenarios where he's front and center with the kids, as well as blending in as just another mascot during the MCI. With this in mind, I think what we see in the source code is also an act of William hiding his wickedness in plain sight. Look at the very first client directory, the one for Chica's Party World. Very few things are abbreviated here, and nothing is suspiciously capitalized. Everything is as it seems. I think that Chica's Party World is an actual legitimate business, something that William runs on the side that's completely clean and has nothing criminal going on. This would be to generate revenue to fund his less innocent ventures. Now, as you go further into the client directories, things get progressively more cryptic. Here's a theory you may have heard before. CRMN_INST being the term for criminal institution makes no sense. Both other directories relate to endeavors that Afton is directly involved in. Chica's Party World, which has animatronics he's got rights to, and Private Birthday Booking, which is Circus Baby's entertainment and rental. That's what this place is said to do on night 1. Afton doesn't own a prison as far as we're aware of. He doesn't own a criminal institution, but he does own a CRMN INST, a child remnant installed.
No. I don't buy that. Is he serious?
I have no idea, but that's really funny.
I do not buy that in the slightest.
I remember the recent Fred and FNaF 2 theory. Whatever you think about that theory, I think he's probably right there. That the Criminal Institute is just like Afton is just associated with that, so that he can have like the database that is used for the toys. Whether the toys are used to kill kids or not. I think that makes sense. But
dude, we did not. I don't think that Scott had the name for Remnant by FNaF sister location, and even if he did, I don't buy that Remnant installer is CRMN.
There's no T. Yeah. But to be fair, there's no N in Henry in FNaF 6, so I don't know.
But no, I'm sorry, I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. But I have no idea if he's actually serious or not. But that's honestly really funny, though.
It's fascinating, but it's definitely wrong in my opinion.
Yeah,
a child remnant installer.
I guess the scooper.
This directory is the shortest, with only 2 file paths and no additional information on what's going on. Chica's Party World has other branches, like birthday props and novelties.
It's not really shorter, it's just that in all of them, they don't have the vowels, besides when they're necessary, like in Chica. So it's not really shorter than the other ones, like it's withholding information. I mean, if it is saying criminal, then it is kind of withholding some letters, but outside of that, like the other, it's not really withholding that much more than the other ones, because it's just missing vowels, basically.
Give you more context to the
Child Remnant installer installs hides way more.
Yeah, it does. Yes, I agree. I'm saying that if you don't take that approach, if you take like criminal, then it doesn't really hide that much more. Like it hides like the L, like for criminal, but like it wouldn't have the I or the A anyway, because the Chica's Party World also doesn't have vowels besides the A for Chica, because otherwise it would just be like cheeks, basically. You know, you wouldn't be able to read Chica from that. Anyway,
directory doesn't. If anyone were to look at this directory, they'd be able to glean no context as to what the directory is actually for. It's deliberately left ambiguous by Afton because it's fucking illegal. Speaking of that, and a detail I have not seen mentioned anywhere elsewhere. I have searched, but I haven't seen this, so correct me if I'm wrong. The only other phrase formatted like CRMN_INST, which I expect to be something illegal, with one set of capital letters and an underscore in between the words, rather than the words being mushed together, is children_ent. There would be no reason for this to be abbreviated in the same way as CRMN_INST unless they were both similarly sinister. So, I don't think this stands for children entertainment.
Okay. What would it stand for? I'm so scared.
I'm sorry, I can't, man. I can't. I cannot buy that.
I'm so scared.
I think it stands for the other thing the fun times are designed to do. The 5 on-location animatronics from the private birthday booking are known for initiating and assisting in children entrapment.
No.
This is the entire purpose of the fun
Sorry.
times. They were built for the sake of entrapping children. And hidden in the source code, we can see...
Okay, it's not that far-fetched, but, like, it kind of is.
The reason it is because if someone said, hey, what does this say? 99.99999% of the time, people are going to say children entertainment.
I mean, to be fair, I think his point is that it's meant to be an option that people wouldn't suspect. But, like,
That's very, very, very hidden then.
Yeah.
In plain sight.
Very much so.
And like the fact, yeah, I'm so sorry. I can't buy that.
I agree. I don't buy it either.
It's interesting to say the least. And
Yeah.
like, no dunking on T-Dreads. I just, I cannot buy that.
Yeah. Okay.
Even more evidence of that. But it's loosely veiled in case of prying eyes. Back to the note of the Remnant installer, we need to talk about what comes right after it. Project. This project is part of the Remnant installer. Note the slash between the words. It's not CRMN INST project, it's CRMN INST, and then the project is a separate thing. And with the events of the game in mind, I think we can figure out what this project is. We know it's a project related to the Remnant installer, the Scooper. So now, tell me, what do we see the Scooper do in this game? Specifically at the climax of the game, right before the credits. The last canon thing we're meant to see. Well, it completes a project that's been in the works since the very start of the game. The plan that Mike reflects on in his closing words in Custom Night. The game ends with us putting Elizabeth back together. And the way that's done is by assembling all the fun time endos into Ennard. That's right.
Shatter Elizabeth.
This project in the source code is referring to putting Elizabeth back together. The project
but also the other MCI.
Why did Mike never dodge the Scooper? Why'd he keep going back despite the obvious danger that was present? Because everything that happened to him was planned for the start.
Yeah.
He knew what he was getting into, and judging by his final words, the only thing that actually surprised him is the fact that he survived. But getting scooped and forming Ennard and putting Elizabeth back together, that was always the project. Sister Location is a giant death trap by design. For Michael, and for a bunch more kids than just the MCI. And with the use of the source code, we can finally prove that, once and for all. This doesn't exactly shatter the lore in any ginormous way, but it does mean we have to start rethinking some things. If a bunch more kids got captured that we don't know about, that for one could mean that Molten Freddy is not just Molten MCI, but the MCI kids fused with a bajillion other kids. It would also mean that since there is really solid evidence that more kids go missing in this game, but it's never mentioned again, then you can't really use the argument that the DCI can't have happened because we don't see those kids later. Because the same thing is happening here.
I mean, I agree with that.
If you enjoyed this week's video, then you should do a giant backflip dive off a
Okay. So, the schedule thing, I think is interesting. Not completely solid, but it's interesting. The child remnant installer. I don't agree with that. I very strongly disagree with that. It is an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that Mike intended to be scooped. I think he intended to put Elizabeth back together. I think Ennard was probably planned, but I don't think he intended to be scooped. I think he is surprised that he survived because the Ennard went into his body. I think that he probably wanted to put his sister back together, but I don't think he knew that he was supposed to die in the process.
I agree. I think the whole thing was like when he did get scooped. I mean, it's really interesting because there's like a really funny meme where it's like, well, why didn't Mike get out of the way? I think he probably was strapped or something like that, or
probably
incapable of moving, something like that. And then he was scooped, and then it's like, well, why? How the hell am I alive? Right?
Yeah.
But I mean, I do think he went down to put her back together.
I think
because I think
Afton intended for him to be scooped.
Well, I think Elizabeth's remnant was like fused with the rest of the souls, or like just like everyone's spirit was kind of like meshed together in all the fun times. That's why William says, "Go put her back together. I don't want the other kids put back together because they are pissed at me, but she's not. So put her back together."
Sure.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean. See, I think Afton did intend for Mike to get scooped, but I don't think Mike intended to be scooped. I don't think he knew that that was even on the table.
No,
Overall, I think this theory is interesting, especially the schedule part. The second half-ish, it goes a little off the rails, but it's definitely still interesting. I think it's creative, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think overall it's a cool video. I like it, but it gets a little silly at the end. Though. I don't think CRMN means child remnant, but you never know.
Sorry, no.
You never know. Maybe we're wrong. Either way, though,
if that was that's pretty impressive.
That would be kind of impressive.
That you
anyway.
got that. I'm sure Scott, if that is somehow right, Scott's like, how on earth did he figure
How
this
did he
out?
know? Yeah. Anyway, we're back to the tier list now. And we have 2 games left, but you said you wanted to talk more about Ruin and Help Wanted 2?
I mean, I don't know what more to say about Ruin. Specifically in terms of, like, the gameplay. I thought it got a little bit repetitive as well, though. I will say, we don't know what the Vanny mask is, but, like, that just being shoved into us, like, out of nowhere was really weird.
Yeah.
And then Help Wanted 2. I think Princess Quest 4 was insanely good.
Princess Quest 4 was, really good. I don't really like the arcade
really
part.
All we got in terms of, like, huge lore.
I'm not a big fan of the arcade part of Princess Quest 4. It's really cool when she enters the room with you. That part I love. I don't exactly love the just actually playing the arcade. Because
okay. Well, obviously, yeah. Like when you start going down, of course, and when Gracefully Into the Abyss starts playing, dude. That track is probably the best track of the game, besides. Like, very close to Doomsday Ride, though.
Yeah,
Doomsday Ride second.
See, my problem is just on the arcade part. It's really creative to be playing an arcade. The problem is, when you hit the attack button, it's so delayed for some reason. It doesn't listen to what you want to do when you want to do it. Like, it's like you hit the button, and then it actually attacks, like, 1 or 2 seconds later. It's like, why are you waiting so long for it to actually work, you know? So that part's just a little bit annoying. But then when you actually start playing it yourself, that part's really, really cool. And I love the part where she goes into the room with you, and then you can see her in the room. That part's awesome.
Outside of that, what is your favorite minigame in the game?
Honestly, probably Breaker Room. I really like Breaker Room.
I hear Carousel is, like, super fun.
Carousel's really cool, too, yeah. See,
and also, is Carousel, like, terrifying, or is it
It's pretty scary. It's pretty scary. See, now that I've played it more, it's not too bad. But it is still pretty scary. I like the... excuse me. I like the helpy minigames, like the ones where you're, like, trying to help her, the first aid... Or him, is what I meant. The ones where you're trying to help him with, you're doing first aid on him. That's really cool. And I like that it is reminiscent of FNaF 6, where, like, you're actually keeping... You have to keep the light on the vent, and they actually have to crawl in, and that's cool. And I think that kind of sells me on, like, a FNaF 6 VR. I would really like to see that, and I think it would be really interesting. But I think that it would probably be pretty hard to do, like, faithfully. But I do think it would be really cool to do that.
What about Bonkabon?
Bonkabon is okay.
What's the worst minigame? What's a boring-ass minigame?
Food prep's just okay. The salon makeup minigames are okay. Bonnie Bowl's kind of boring.
Is it actually?
A little bit, yeah.
That's kind of sad.
Yeah. What other minigames are in Fazcade? Phaser Blast is kind of cool. You can't really die on the first one, I don't think. But it's a cool concept. Excuse me, and I like how it actually like builds up, and you have to actually do certain things throughout the mini games to actually unlock FNaF 3. I think that's a really cool idea. But yeah, Help 1 and 2 I like a lot. I think I've grown to like it a little bit less as time has gone on. But in doing this tier list, you know what's really surprising me?
What?
The fact that Into the Pit and Secret of the Mimic are not going above FNaF World, meaning FNaF World is literally my second favorite FNaF game. And FNaF 6 is my third favorite. I'm learning something new about myself, because FNaF 6 used to be on the lower end. And FNaF 2 is my third least favorite at the moment.
I will spend 15 minutes if I can to convince you to put this sister location higher.
No. I'm alright. Anyway, let's go on.
Fine.
On to Into the Pit.
Into the Pit. C.
C?
Mid.
C?
Into the mid.
What?
Yeah.
That's way too low.
Into the mid, bro.
Nah, Into the Pit is really good. I didn't love it the first time I played it. I didn't love it the first time I played it, but I actually really grew to like it my second time playing. What don't you like about it?
It's just like so like just not it doesn't feel tense at all even when playing. I don't see the tension really. It's not that interesting in my opinion, considering it's just an anniversary game. I do not put it in the game timeline. I don't know if you do. Do you?
Questionably, but maybe.
Wait, so do you or do you not?
Kind of, maybe.
Yeah, it's
I'm kind of indifferent.
At the time where we got so much fucking pit content that I was like getting so bored of it. Like it's like I also will say like the lore in it mid confusing. It's just an okay game in my opinion.
I liked everything with the arcades. That was cool.
Buff Helpy, I will say that was pretty funny.
Forgot about that. No, okay. I wouldn't put Into the Pit in S. I don't think it's the best FNaF game, but I do think it's a good game. Like I wouldn't put it that low. I'd probably put it like right here. I'd probably put it like right there.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, that's where I'd put it.
Okay, I mean, I don't hate much about the game. I just find it super mid.
I don't. I like I said, I didn't love it the first time, but I grew to like it a lot more my second time playing. And I think the lore in it is interesting. It's hard to figure out how it's connected, but it is the way that like the lore actually is presented and like the connections between like the Easter eggs and stuff to other Faster Fight stories, the mill having like the FNaF 6 Traction the Gang and Happy Frog and stuff. That stuff is interesting. I like that a lot. And I just like how, even if they're not meant to be lore hints, I like that there's a lot of different connections throughout the series, and it feels fitting as an anniversary game. Because there is, although it's like its own thing, there's a lot of like little fan service hints and like bits and pieces throughout, like to other Faster Fight stories, to FNaF 6, FNaF 3 arcades and stuff.
What is it?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, it is kind of hard to determine what is meant to be lore or not. Yeah.
This was also at a time where Stitchline Games debates was really, really bad.
Yeah. Especially the story,
So
like the fact that this was a game itself. It was like, why this is a game. Sorry, well, this is a game. So you would think that a game would be in the game's timeline, and I understand that argument, and I think theoretically it probably is, but I don't know for sure. I'm kind of indifferent, but I think that although it did continue a little bit in terms of the debates, it still is a good game, and I do like the lore and I like the gameplay.
Yeah,
and I think
I want to be clear. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I get it. But yeah, I do like a lot about the game, but I will call blasphemy myself on chill user in chat who said it's 5 times better than Sister Location. That is just not true. That is absolutely not true. If you want to say it's better than Sister Location, I'm not going to fight you.
Chat. Wait. See, ooh, man, I am tempted to use my mod powers to ban this guy.
Don't do that, or I'll remove you. Yeah. See,
no, I know, I'm joking. I'm
not
going to do that.
I know you obviously wouldn't put this game above Sister Location. I wouldn't either. But if someone puts it above Sister Location, I don't blame them. But saying it's 5 times better, that's a stretch. That's too far.
5 times better. 5 times better than the best FNaF game. That's wow.
Not everything needs to be about lore. Just a good game. Well, I agree that it's a good game, but I also do think that the lore is good, though.
You guys don't understand the peak of Sister Location. Come on.
I don't think it's better than Sister Location, but I don't think it's that far behind either, to be fair.
Wow, man, I think it's way behind.
I like the style of the game a lot, and I would be interested to see more of that. Like, Scott said that they would probably be making a fetch game, and I would be interested to see that. I don't know how that would work, but I think that's a cool idea, and I do hope that happens at some point.
A fetch game would be interesting.
Yeah. Again, I don't know how it would work, but would be cool. Anyway, on to the final game in the series. What are your thoughts on Secret of the Mimic?
I give it a pretty solid A.
Okay.
I thought it was really good. I think the gameplay is really good. I think it's a pretty well-made game. I really like Murray's Costumator. I really like the story of Edwin, Fiona, David. I like it's like you know, it has just enough ties to the main lore to really draw you in.
Yeah, I think it has some of the best lore in the series.
For sure. I think you know, and I think like the ties to like the main timeline, they're not like, they're subtle. They're just subtle enough to be like really like impactful to the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's really good. So I would give it a solid A. Even though I'm still not a fan of the Mimic, I think like they've actually given the story of the Mimic like it's pretty good considering you know, Edwin and stuff like that, because I really like Edwin and Fiona and all that. I really do like it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I give this a pretty high A.
Yeah, okay. That's
I would
fair.
personally put it above Ultimate Custom Night.
See, the thing is, I like the game a lot. But I also don't like the game that much at the same time. See, I like the game in theory. I like all the game mechanics. I like the Mimic as a character. I like all the characters in it. I think the lore is incredible. I think just the story between Ed and Fiona, David, the Mimic, all that stuff is cool. The connection to Henry and Afton, all that stuff is awesome. There's some sections of the game that I really like. I like the whole part in Edwin's house. That's all really cool. Same with the underground pizzeria. That's cool. The thing is, like I said, I like it in theory. But there's so many things in the game that I don't like. I think that there's definitely good horror in the game, especially in like the Sleepy Moon section. That part's really scary. But the thing is, like 12 a.m. with Jackie is probably one of the better gameplay parts of the game. I think that 1 a.m. with Big Top, although I like Big Top kind of as a character, I know you love Big Top, but the thing is, I don't really like. I don't really like that section of the game because the navigating between all the mannequins is really annoying. You
mean the Big Top going back and like refilling the
that stuff? Yeah, that stuff is annoying. But then the chase sequence, it's almost good, but I feel like it changes every time, and I've literally gotten trapped in a room before, like unable to move, and like that chase sequence is like I've run around the leg into a room, and then things have landed on top of me while I'm in the room.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I love that chase though. I think it's really, really good.
I don't like that chase. I really don't. I gotta be honest. I like the last part. Like, I like the part where he like busts through the ceiling. Like towards the end, like
Well,
when
that's
we're
literally like the beginning of that chase.
no, the end, like right before the mannequin, like the part that is in the teaser.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
That part, yeah, the part where like he's like you're kind
Like,
of
right
in
before
the
you
ceiling. I think you're in the ceiling, and then you go down into like a smaller area, and then you're surrounded by the mannequins and stuff, and then it keeps grabbing all the mannequins. That part I like. But the whole part before that, going down the stairs and then navigating through the rooms, that part just gets annoying to me because I can never figure out where to go. And when the only spot that is ever actually open is spots where I go in and then things fall on me and I can't go any further. And I can't go forward because then his leg is there and I can't go past his leg because then he just kills me. So I don't like that chase sequence. I don't know. Maybe it's literally just my game. Like maybe mine is the only one where that chase sequence just does not work properly. But I don't like that chase sequence. I don't like the big top section. I
just love Big Top in general.
The spring lock part, like where you're getting the parts of the spring lock suit, it's like it's fine for like
Boring
one or
as hell,
two. It's fine for like one or two. But, like, it just goes on for too long. It drags. There's 5 pieces. If it was 1 or 2, that'd be fine. But it drags. It gets a little bit boring. The part after that, where you're wearing the springlock suit, is so tedious. The part with where you're wearing it and you have to do the targets, like, for the show, the stage show, that part's annoying. The dolly section is okay, but it's not great.
I like dollies.
I think it's okay. It's not bad, but like I don't love it. And the Chica section sucks. Hated Chica.
I hate the Chica section
so much.
Don't worry, we're in agreement.
See, the problem is.
Don't worry, we agree.
The problem is, I like the game in theory, but I like so few parts of the game, so it's like I don't like it that much at the same time. The thing is, what I love is that. See, Security Breach was not linear enough. Ruin was too linear. This game strikes a good balance, where you unlock enough stuff that you can go explore, but it's not as big of an area as Security Breach, to the point where, like, you completely get lost. It's a decently sized map, but it's not so big that you're completely lost on everything, and the exploration being able to go around at different hours, you don't have to follow the route placed in front of you perfectly if you don't want to.
Murray's Costume Manor really does feel like a true facility.
Yeah, I think the setting is really cool. I love the setting.
Security Breach feels like it's like it's a mall, but it's also like a giant ass like. I feel like it's trying to be a lot of things at once, basically. Mm-hmm. Murray's Costume Manor really does feel like it's truly a business.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that the whole map is really cool, and there's some sections that I really like. The thing is, I think that the best experience for the game is to push through the story, do all of that, and it's okay. And then by the end of the story, you have all the access, you can go wherever you want. That's the best part of the game. Just exploration, going around, getting all the gifts and stuff. That part's awesome. I love that part. And just going around doing whatever you want, getting all the logs, all that stuff. Just the exploration post-game is the best part. And then doing the parachute ending, that stuff's really cool too.
The parachute...
And Moon.exe. Moon.exe is really cool. Moon.exe is really cool.
The thing about it is the parachute ending... The parachute ending is a really massive part of the game.
Yeah.
Because you go through the, like, Freddy's prototype area, then you go
Edwin's
through the house, then you finally get the mimic chase. So you get, like, 3 giant things.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot there that's good. I think there's a lot in the game that I'm not a huge fan of, but there's a lot that I really like too. Like I said, the lore, the characters, the setting, the parachute ending, the post-game stuff, all really cool. Moon.exe is one of my favorite parts of the game too. it's not like it's kind of slow at times, but like I just love the concept. I think it's really cool. But just the actual main story itself gets a little boring or tedious at times for me, unfortunately. So, Freb kind of predicted it. I am going to put the game in B, but it's going to be top of B. That's where I'd put it right there. So, that's my full tier list. That's my full tier list.
Dude, there's no way. I think that's really low, in my opinion.
Yeah, well. Unfortunately, I'm not quite as high on it as other people are. I really wish I was, though. Like, I love the concept of most of the stuff. It's just, a lot of it just isn't that fun for me, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, it is high B. Like, it's borderline A, but not quite. Like, I like Security Breach better, and then that's kind of like, I feel like that's kind of blasphemous to a lot of people, but I feel like, although Secret of the Mimic is probably a better game, no, it's definitely a better game, Security Breach is just more fun to me. I have more enjoyment out of that, and exploring the Pizzaplex, doing all the side stuff, all the post-game stuff in Security Breach, all that stuff is really fun. Same with Secret of the Mimic, obviously, but I think there's more to do in Security Breach, and the main story of Security Breach, while very buggy, while very all over the place, is a little bit more fun consistently than Secret of the Mimic is. Secret of the Mimic has higher highs, but Security Breach is more consistently good. Or more consistently fun, if you ask me.
I get that.
Yeah. So, that's the whole tier list. This is probably a tier list that people would look at and be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But this is my tier list. Luckily, there's more games on the higher side. See, there's 10 games in total in S and A, and there's only 6 games below that. So I feel like that's pretty good for considering just FNaF in general. I think it's a good sign that that many games are that high up. The fact that I like Into the Pit and Ruin so much, and they're like middle of the road relative to everything else, is kind of a good indicator that I love a lot of I just love this series. It's not my favorite game series of all time. Resident Evil holds that title, but like I do think it's a good solid series, even if it's very very much scoffed at by a lot of the internet. I do think it's really fun. I think a lot of just FNaF in general is really interesting story-wise, fun to theorize about for the most part. The games are, for the most part, really fun to play, and yeah, that's why I love FNaF. Those are the main reasons I love FNaF. I didn't expect it to just somehow transition into saying why I love FNaF, but yeah, I do.
Yay.
Yeah. So that was my tier list.
Do you still do Resident Evil streams on your main channel, or do you do it somewhere else?
I'm starting my new channel in a little bit.
Gotcha.
Like beginning of February, I am. Can you rank the interactive novels real quick? I haven't read VIP, so I can't really judge that, but I'd say each one is minus VIP. Each one is worse than the last. I'd say the week before is the best, then Return to the Pit, then Escape the Pizzaplex. Escape the Pizzaplex sucks. I'm gonna be so real. Escape the Pizzaplex is just bad. The problem with Escape the Pizzaplex, I don't know. Have you not read it either?
No.
I know about it. What is in the Ultimate Guide? That's all I know.
By the way, did you hear me pop a balloon, or did no one hear that?
I didn't notice if you did.
Damn. It was very loud. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, what about... I mean, it's too long to do a Frights tier list or a Tales tier list. And we
can do a quick one. Let me see.
A quick one? No. I mean, we can, but wait, don't you have more theories to react to?
No, I reacted to 3 of them while you were gone. Oh, I was only going to react to 2, and I ended up reacting to 3, so... It was on my other account, wasn't it? this one. For some reason, I have 2 tier maker accounts.
By the way, I was rewatching your old Henry video after mine, because after you reacted to it, I'm like, oh, I'll watch yours. And not only did you basically say the exact same thing as me, with like very minute differences, you went to freaking town on Henry.
Which one did you say? My old one, or
why Henry Emily is an absolute clown.
Oh yeah.
Which I'm like, dang.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. Here we go. So, we'll do this quickly. Just we'll make more tiers. Just a couple more. We'll do an E and F. I don't care about names for the tiers. That doesn't matter. Okay, so
yeah,
we'll do this quickly, and then we'll do the same thing with Tails. We'll do the same thing with Tails, and then we'll end the stream. Okay, Into the Pit. Where would you put it?
Sounds good. C.
Really? I put it in A.
Yeah. I think that if you read it, it's so freaking weird.
It is weird, but I think it's fun. To Be Beautiful.
A, definitely.
I'd put it B. Count the Ways.
I think To Be Beautiful is better than Into the Pit. And I think
Count
the Ways. Bro, how did I not put it in S?
Really? Oh, well, I guess because Funtime Freddy. But I think Count the Ways is also a B.
Yeah. I mean, actually, in terms of storytelling, I give it an A. But in terms of just being faithful to Funtime Freddy, I have to give it an S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Epilogue 1. Epilogue 1 was, like, pretty simple. Not much happened in it.
It was.
Huh?
Should I guess B, C? Set things up fine?
I say C. Fetch.
Fetch is okay, I guess. It's not
really
that exciting in my opinion. I give it a C.
Really? Honestly,
yeah.
Honestly, it's one of my favorite stories. I'm not joking. I would put it in S.
A. Nah, bro, I wouldn't put it that high.
Lonely Freddy.
Lonely Freddy is it's okay, B.
I'd put it A, probably above Into the Pit.
Okay.
Out of stock.
Out of stock, terrible.
What? Why?
I don't like it. It's not fun. It's not a good story.
I like it. I'm gonna
because
put it
every time
A.
I think of Out of Stock, I just think of the graphic novel Plush Trap. I give it a D.
That's fair, but the story itself is fine though. Epilogue 2.
I thought it was really forgettable. I was bored while reading it.
Epilogue 2.
Okay, Epilogue 2. I don't know what happens in it.
That's when Larson goes and visits Margie.
Stuff. Oh, that one was pretty good.
I think it's also the one where there's like the homeless guy and the Stitch Wraith collects the pieces of the Plush Trap Chaser.
Gotcha. Yeah,
I think that one's fine.
Sounds right.
1:35 a.m.
Very good. I give it A.
Do we just have opposite opinions? I don't think it's bad, but I wouldn't put it that high. I'd put it like here.
I thought it was a really good story.
Actually, I'd put it up here. Not above To Be Beautiful, but above Count the Ways.
All right, Room for One More.
I changed my mind. I would put it. Room for One More. I'd put it in an
Room
S.
for One More is all S. I'd put it in S. Okay, we don't have opposite opinions.
Okay.
I like Room for One More.
What about the
new kid? Definitely A.
I love the new kid. I don't know why, but I on this list right now, it's probably my favorite so far. I think I'd move Room for One More above Fetch, but I don't know why. I just really love the new kid. I think it's really fun. Even though it's like it's such a simple story.
3.
But Epilogue 3, that was the one. Sure. That was the one with Taggart, Phineas.
Oh,
like building it.
Bro.
That I would put that at.
Yeah, that's an S.
Would I put it at S? It would be S or A for sure. It's a really good story though. Yeah, I put it bottom of S though. Step Closer.
Step Closer.
Step Closer. I like Step Closer.
Yeah, definitely an A.
I'd put it right there. Right below Lonely Freddy.
Okay, yeah.
Lonely Freddy.
And then Dance With Me is also A.
Dance with Me is one of my least favorite stories. Not because it's bad, it's just not great. I'd put it in like C.
I think it's pretty good. I give it A.
What about Coming Home?
I think I maybe it's just because I really like Ballora.
Yeah, I mean I like Ballora, but like I wouldn't put her that high or the story that high.
Okay.
Coming Home?
Coming Home. Man, Coming Home's also pretty good. Probably A as well. Or B.
I know a lot of people love Coming Home. I think writing-wise it's really good, but I feel like it's a little bit boring at times. It's not bad, but it's not great to me. Well, it is great, but it's not that... I mean, it's not meant to be a fun story, but I just don't really enjoy reading it that much. And, like, not like it being sad means it can't be fun to read. Like, The Real Jake is... Fuck it, I'm ranking The Real Jake right now. It's going to S. But Coming Home...
Obviously, The Real Jake is great.
Coming Home, though, I don't like as much.
Yeah.
I'd put Coming Home, like, right here-ish. Maybe here.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Coming Home is probably my least favorite of the three, but in book 4, but I think that it's definitely a good story.
Yeah.
It's also, especially in terms of lore.
Epilogue 4.
Right, Epilogue 4, that one's with Jake and Andrew, right?
Yeah, that's when they first interact, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot.
A.
Yeah, I'd put that in A. I think right...
I mean, it also, like, elaborates some more.
There. Yeah. Would I put it above Lonely Freddy? I don't know.
Okay, Bunny Call, I haven't read it, but I hear it's very good.
Bunny Call I like a lot. I'll give Bunny Call an top of A. Oh god, in the flesh.
Probably. Yeah, that's an F right there.
Dude, this story is...
Yeah, that's an F.
This is the worst story ever, but I love it so much just because it's so funny.
When I told my friend that in the Frights universe, someone gets impregnated by Springtrap through a vending machine, he specifically rejected Stitchline Games as a possibility.
A vending machine?
Yeah.
A vending machine?
I believe so.
It's a VR headset, not a vending machine. Are you okay?
But wait, hold on. Wait. That's just what Libra told me.
Is Libra okay?
Okay, whatever.
It's a VR headset, not a vending machine, buddy.
Yeah. Getting impregnated by Springtrap is just the stupidest thing ever. It's so stupid.
It's so
Even
dumb.
Scott realized that he wrote ass.
It's so bad, but I love it.
So bad. You can put it higher if you want, but I put this in F.
See, it is one of my favorite stories, but completely ironically. Like, it's not good at all. It's just so funny. I'm straight up putting it an S right below Room for One More.
There's no way.
Not because it's good, just because it's so funny. It's so bad, but it's not good, but it's funny. Anyway,
Okay.
Man in Room 1280.
Right, the Man in Room 1280, that's an S right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd put
it's so good.
There-ish, right around there. Epilogue 5.
Yeah,
Epilogue
okay,
5.
Epilogue 5.
See, Epilogue 5 is not bad from what I remember, but it's really forgettable. See, you don't even remember which one it is. It's the one, I think they're like finishing up collecting whatever the last parts that they need. Like, that they need to collect, but like, it's kind of like, I'm thinking.
If it's this forgettable, it's at least D.
Oh, it's the part where Jake starts being released, and then he's like, "No, I can't stay. I can't leave. I need to help Andrew." It is really forgettable though, so I'll put it D.
Oh, I remember that. It's boring.
Blackbird.
Probably C or D. Terrible. F.
What? Oh yeah, I forgot. I actually remember you hating Blackbird. I love Blackbird. I don't know what's wrong.
This story.
What's wrong with the story?
It's the most boring ass thing I've ever read.
Why?
It was 2 hours of really, really, really long, boring, made no sense. I forget how it happens, but the whole thing was like Sam just goes missing and then he doesn't care for like the entire story because he's like involved with this other random ass thing that has nothing to do with the main story. And then he comes back and Sam's fine. And this whole thing felt so irrelevant that, and I don't even remember what it was.
I agree.
But
I don't like the ending.
I remember reading this and I remember that too. I just remember reading this and I thought this is so freaking boring.
I never thought it was boring. There was a time when it was my favorite story.
Dude, yeah.
I never thought it was boring. I don't like the ending that's where Sam comes back. That's gonna be a little bit of a trend later on. But I don't like the ending where Sam comes back.
I know what you're talking. I know what you're foreshadowing, by the way.
But I overall I think the story's good. I'm a little lower on it than I used to be, but I'm not nearly as low as you. I'd put it like right there.
Dude, F. It's
yeah,
terrible.
no, I put it down here a little bit. That's good.
Meanwhile, Hide and Seek is a good story. I'm
gonna go step closer up a little bit.
Probably high B. I think Hide and Seek I give a high B.
Hide and Seek I like.
I like it too.
I'd put it right above Blackbird. There you go.
Yeah, I give it a high B.
What about Epilogue 6?
Epilogue 6. Which one's that?
That was the one where they have all the pieces. They're at the what's it called, like the compactor thing, and then Andrew gets set freed. Afton takes over the body, and then the end is where the Afton amalgamation is made.
No, that's the 7th.
No, 7th is where the Afton amalgamation is the villain. The 6th, at the end of the 6th, is where it gets created.
Oh, is that the case? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's the part where Larson is like, so I just saw some weird ass shit. And he's like, oh yeah, nobody's gonna believe this. What am I talking about? So then he's just like, okay, well, whatever. And then he walks away, and then the Afton amalgamation appears behind him.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I like this epilogue a lot.
It's fine. It's fine. B or
I thought
C.
this one was good. I'd put it like A. Maybe like there-ish? Right there.
Yeah. The 7th
Cliffs.
book, by the way, is the only one that I haven't read besides the epilogue, so I don't have much opinions.
The Cliffs is alright. It's not bad. Put it like right there. It's fine.
I hear the breaking wheel is gruesome as hell.
It is. The breaking wheel is cool. Overall, this is probably the worst book. But like, Epilogue 7 is.
But it
really
has
good.
the best epilogue.
Yeah.
It is the
By
best
far.
epilogue. Yeah.
Yeah. Epilogue 7, 10, and 11 are the best ones.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The breaking wheel I'd put
7's my
probably
favorite, though.
A or B. I think I put it right. No, yeah, I feel like I like it a little bit better
He
than
told
these guys.
me everything. He
Okay,
told me everything.
Epilogue 7. So that's gonna go.
Yeah, don't worry, we agree.
Around there. Gumdrop Angel.
Gumdrop Angel, B or A? Probably B.
I'd say top of B. Right there is good.
Yeah. And then you and I disagree on this one. I think Sergio's Lucky Day is okay. I give it a B as well.
It's fine. It's just boring.
We should talk about He Told Me Everything.
No, we shouldn't.
It's bad. It's bad.
I'll put Sergio's Lucky Day like right there. I'll put it above.
Okay,
Dance
I
with
give it
Me,
a B.
but It's just
I give it a
fine.
B. I think Sergio's Lucky Day is okay.
Over time,
What
I've
We
hated it a
Found.
lot less, but it's still not great. It's just fine. What We Found is really good.
What We Found is a really high A.
I'd put it borderline, maybe even S. I don't know. No, I feel like I like it less than... move this up. Okay. Because I liked it less than Bunny Call, but more than Fetch, so I needed to move Bunny Call up.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway,
Epilogue
8 was it was a little boring. It wasn't great. I'll put it like right there.
Yeah, it was okay.
Probably like top of C. It's fine. That's the one where they just like kind of find
Yeah.
That's the one where he finds
sure.
the girl that turns out not to be Renelle. Just
All
the
right,
the random ass girl
carver.
that Eleanor replaced. The puppet carver's fine.
That's right.
It's not as bad as he told me everything. I don't know. It's fine. I think like some of the lore details are cool. The story itself is okay. I'd put it probably B as well. Probably like right there. Jump for Tickets I think is pretty good. I like Jump for Tickets. Yeah, Jump for Tickets is a good solid A tier. Yeah. I'd put it.
I think that Ennard is. I definitely do think that Ennard is Coils the Clown, or that's where the mask came from.
I could see that. I'm cool with that. I don't have any contradictions to that, and I don't have any issues or reasons to.
Remember when Matt Cat
I don't
literally just said, as a matter of fact, oh, by the way, in one of these stories, the puppet was Coils the Clown for a while. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
You're saying the puppet.
I found
Coils?
that so funny.
so
Okay,
hard.
listen. Coils does definitely have connections to the puppet, but he didn't even say, do you know the puppet actually has connections to Coils the Clown? He says, did you know the puppet was Coils the Clown for a while? It's like, dude.
Exactly. I laughed because I'm like,
That was-
what about Ennard? What about the Ennard mask?
What did I feel like
10 times better.
I think I reacted to that video. I think that was one of the first game theory reaction videos that I did, but I forgot what I reacted. Like, I think I was like, what? I don't think that's true. I was very calm about it, but then I remember watching Inky react to that, and he was like, what? No! Like, he was very insistent that was not the case. He was like, how did he get to that point? It was really funny.
Because I remember Ozone reacted to that as well.
Yeah. Did he react to it with Inky, or was it Inky with Psychic? I don't know.
Yeah, before we kind of
Well, before we stop, we don't really talk to them anymore at all. I'm still kind of like in that group, but we don't really do much in that server. Like we're still in Minecraft servers, or in a Minecraft server, but we haven't done much on the server in a while. So either way,
Yeah.
I feel like Ozone's kind of drifted away from FNaF a little bit. Anyway, Pizza
Right.
Kit.
This is a story that you don't like that I do. Pizza Kit, in my opinion, gets an A. Why, dude? No. Why do you put it so low? I genuinely don't know.
See, I like it for lore. I think it has lore in it, for sure.
Why don't you like the story though? I think it's so well written.
See, most of the story is actually really good. But like the ending ruins it for me. Like the Blackbird's ending is not great, but it's not that bad. Like at least they gave an explanation other than, oh yeah, it was just a prank, bro. Like, bro, it was so stupid. She was like, haha, I trolled everybody. They thought I was dead, but I'm actually alive. Ahaha. Like, bro, go fuck yourself. That was so stupid. Like, okay, most of the story's not bad. It's just fine. I think it's well written to a certain degree. But that ending is just, why did they do that? It was so dumb. I didn't like it.
I mean, the question is even whether that actually even is what actually happened or whatnot. Like that.
And if it's not, that's
really
worse.
up in the air.
If it's not, that's even worse.
I think Peyton is a great protagonist.
Yeah, she's fine.
She's very relatable.
Yeah.
She seems like a really yeah. So I really liked it. Okay, Epilogue 9. I don't remember what happened in it. So
I think this is the one where
C.
this is the one where Larson learns more about the balls in the ball pit and the blood on them, and it's the one where Jake talks
okay.
to Renell, quote in quotations. It was okay.
Then C, I guess.
Put it right there. Yeah, no, I'd say
Friendly
right.
Face.
No, it wasn't better than 8. No, it's fine. Right there is fine. Friendly Face, I like.
Friendly Face was mid.
I like Friendly Face. It
was okay.
I'd put it A or B. I don't think I like it better than the Breaking. No, I think I do. I'd put it right there. Oh, I gotta go for dinner now. So let's finish up this tier list. Rapid fire. Sea bodies.
No. Okay. Sea Bonnies D.
Really? I like sea bodies. A.
No, bro.
It's so dumb. Again, I think it's good for lore too. For basically the same reason as Pizza Kit. Anyway.
Together Forever. It's okay.
Also A. I'd say right there is good. Okay. Epilogue 10. Epilogue 10 is S. Right around where...
I would agree.
Right there is fine. Nope, not there. There. Fine Player 2. Wait,
Fine
what? Why is
Player
Fine...
2?
Wait, no. Not Fine Player 2 yet. Prankster.
Prankster's good.
Prankster's alright. It's really short, though.
Pretty good. I give it B. Yeah, it is short. But it's pretty good. And then which one's that?
I think it's good. Kids at Play.
Kids at Play?
Fine Player 2. Fine Player 2
also sucks.
I like Fine Player 2.
These last two stories were ass.
I like Fine Player 2, but I don't understand how it fits into the lore of either, whether it's in the... I don't think it's in the games, obviously, but it seems like it's trying to be in the Stitch line, but I don't get how it fits in the Stitch line either, so it's just confusing. I'd put the story itself in A, though, like right there. It's fine. Epilogue 11, I also put in S.
The last two are there. Yeah, Epilogue 11's great. You're the... wait. No, that's Felix the Shark.
Epilogue
Felix
11 I'd put right there. Yeah, Felix the Shark is like... Felix the Shark is a C. Right there is fine. Nah, right there.
Yeah, the Scoop I have such weird opinions on. Probably like C, B. It's weird.
The Scoop is funny in concept. I'd put it there.
Sure.
Right there. Nope.
Yeah. And then
Hiccups.
You're the Band gets an A.
Yeah. You're the Band A. God damn the hiccups. Have I ever gotten the hiccups on stream before? I feel like this never happens. God damn it.
I don't know.
Right there is good. Epilogues as a whole? Where would you put the epilogues as a whole?
Probably a B. They're way better than the Tales epilogues, I'll say that.
Yeah. I think A is good. I'd probably put it like right there.
A or B.
Yeah. Haven't I found the video?
Better than the freaking Tales epilogues, just to say that.
Which video, Frep? Like the one where I reacted to the Coils the Clown thing? Or... I don't know. Anyway, I have to leave the stream. I have to end the stream now, but I'll check out the... I said, boy, what the hell are you talking about? Why did I say that? When did I ever talk like that? Anyway, stupid hiccups. I'm gonna end the stream now. I'm gonna hop off the call because I gotta go eat dinner. Anyway.
Alright, see you later.
This has been a good stream. I have enjoyed.
Bye, everyone. Kevin.
See you, man.
I have indeed. See you later.
Okay. Well, hope you guys enjoy the stream, guys. Bye.